Check, check. Oh, whoa. It's me. Welcome back to not a dev stream this time, just hanging out stream, doing drawing stream. That kind of stream with your host, Project Feline. Hey guys, it's been a while. I know, I probably didn't pick a great time. I just wanted to do something casual because I got a few things to test out. I'll show you what's going on. So first of all, exciting, very exciting stuff. We've got a new stream overlay, which is pretty awesome. New internet. I'm on a different plan that's supposed to be a lot faster. So hopefully, it's still nowhere near American internet, but we're making it a kilobit at a time. So hopefully it's like better. So I've upped the frame rate to 30 frames, no, not 30, 60 frames a second. So when I zoom around and stuff, it should hopefully be a lot smoother. Hopefully. But I don't... This will be like where I test it out, because I genuinely have not tried live streaming with it yet. And I want to do a lot of live streams in the coming weeks. So I figured I'll test it out on something casual. Because there's a lot I'm working on. And I want to... Well, yeah, we'll get to that later. But for the moment, let's just see if I can do a live stream on this internet. And I'm going to be working on some drawing, because I need new items in my merch shop, because, you know, gotta make that content. So I'm working on some new sticker designs, and I'm trying out a new software called Cripps Paint, and oh my god, it is incredible. I think I've been doing digital art on hard mode this whole time, because this is just amazing, and I'll show you some cool stuff. But yeah, we'll get into it, do some drawing. I want to touch up the hairstyle on this one a bit, so we'll start with that. I've got two in the works at the moment. I've got Felix here, and I've got Gabby as well. But Gabby's a bit more complicated, because I spent a while working on her legs, but I'm not happy with the top half, and I was doing some... I think I was like doing some new, I was doing like a sketch where I was, yeah, so I've changed it so that her arms are a little different on the sketch layer, but that's a bit harder to do. I thought I'd start off with an easier, this one's a little easier because there's just less detail. So we'll start with that. Hopefully I don't spend too long on everything, so I can get both of these like to a level I want by the end. So let me just, also I need to test if my music is working. I'm supposed to have background music, but it never works now for some reason. So I'm gonna press something, and you guys tell me if you hear background music. One moment. Where is it? Where have I put it? Okay, I think it's here. All right, you guys tell me if you hear anything. There's music? Cool. What does it sound... okay, I don't know what song would be playing. I have not tried Krita. No, I have not. Music enabled? Cool, alright. If it cuts out, tell me. Because I've noticed this weird bug where the music will play like one song and then it just stops. So, you guys tell me if it cuts out. Alright, cool. That's all I need you to do. That's all the work I need you to do. I'm gonna do the rest of the work. Alright, I'm gonna also try pay attention to chat, because this is meant... I'm not doing programming this time, so I'm not gonna be, like, hyper-focused, so feel free to ask me anything. But yeah. Alright, so, with Felix here, I'm gonna demonstrate some cool things about Clip Studio, because I started drawing all this a few days ago, and I managed to get some... I think I got like, color and shading and line work in, which is kind of mostly what I want. I might adjust the colors around a bit. But I wasn't happy with the hair, because that's kind of not how his hair looks, but I don't know, it was just from a sketch, and I'm thinking, alright, well I gotta make his hair look a bit more like it should, and I'll see if I can find a reference image somewhere, because I haven't drawn him in a while. I'm gonna check the website of the game, because I think it has a more circular shape. This looks a bit too spiky, because Gabby's spiky. I can't have two spiky characters. Like each one of them has to have like a shape. Unfortunately, the website drawing is just the same. It's the sketch version of this. So you might be wondering, Ray, if you've drawn this already, why are you doing it again? The answer is, and here's where it gets really cool, because Clip Studio Paint is like, it isn't really, it's a hybrid between like a bitmap tool and a vector tool. So what that means is, I can scale Felix up because of how I've drawn it in Clip Studio, and it's vectorized. Whoa, look at that. Look how, like, that's pretty cool, right? So, you know what that means? It means I don't have to worry about my canvas resolution anymore. I can shrink him down and draw on, like, pixel art, and then I can scale him all the way up, and it'll still be detailed. And Photoshop doesn't do that. So I was like, oh my god, that's incredible. So that's why I'm redrawing it in Clip Studio, because I want to use this for a lot of things later on. And I don't want to be stressing about, oh, do I have to like upscale it or some, I don't know, something. Because the sketch on the website, that's like the actual size. Like it's, you zoom in and it's like really pixelated. And I can't put that on merch, obviously, because that no one's gonna, like that's terrible, you know, it's low res. So that's why I'm redrawing it in Clip. But I also got the hair wrong in this version too. But I like the color of the hair a bit more in this one, so I don't know, maybe we can use the shadow color or something with that. But I need to find, hold on, I need to find like a better, maybe it's on my art station. I'll check if I've got like a better drawing of his hair somewhere. Ah, here we go. That's a bit more like it. So I'll copy this, and I've also got that drawing in here. Yeah, so I think this is the actual source, and it's really low res. It's terrible. This is before I even picked his color palette, so I had them with the gray hoodie. So yeah, so basically what I'm doing is, because I have both of these drawings I'm redoing, so I'm basically taking these two here in the middle and redoing them in vector so that I can use them on not only like video thumbnails, the Steam page, merch, things like that, or, you know, printouts. Like, the possibilities are endless, guys. So, but the possibilities are not endless with 240p, if you know what I'm saying. Look how crunchy that is. I don't know, mate, unless I like said, oh guys, no, it's compressed on purpose, unless I did that, but I feel like it's a bit of a cop-out. So we're gonna do it the right way, vectorized. So I'm gonna paste this in just to have in my reference folder. Now, I started using this software like yesterday, so if there's like keybinds I don't know, don't sweat me on it, because I literally am like a baby to this software. I've never used it. I'm just going off my Photoshop knowledge mainly, so I'm a epic major noob when it comes to whatever this is. So I want to redraw. Can I like, hold on, I want to just crop out his hair from that picture and just get rid of the, can I like isolate that on its own layer? I don't know if there's a new raster. Oh, that just makes a new layer. What does this button do? Cut and paste. Oh, cool. Okay, that made a new layer with just that on it. Epic. The only thing that's a little annoying is that you can't click on layers and press the delete key. It just doesn't work for some reason. You have to click a delete button. Oh, thanks, Charles. Yeah, I'm hyped about the lineup, but wait. Oh, there's so much I have to show you. This isn't even the beginning. Hold on. Because you might be saying, well, Ray, why are you redoing the hair after you've done all the color and stuff? And first of all, I'm human, we make mistakes. But secondly, is that you actually, I don't know, Clip Studio is pretty magical. So you can actually get away with doing that, making mistakes like that, because they're all vectors, like I said. And what that means is, check this out. So if you zoom in real close here, you can see the actual vector points of all of these lines. So if you don't like how something looks, you can change it, which is, I don't like, this for people who know this software, this probably seems like very obvious. It's like, yeah, obviously, idiot. It's vector art. And it's like, yeah, I know, but I was on like Photoshop this whole time. So this is like a whole new world because I've been like Goku with his training weights on this whole time. I've been handicapped. I didn't have any of these tools with Photoshop. Or I guess technically there's the pen tool, but it's not really like that good. Like it isn't as good as this. So it's like, this was incredible. And not only can I move stuff around, but you can like re-weight stuff. So if I'm not happy with the line thickness, hold on, my tablet turned on. Yeah, so if I'm not, come on. So if I'm not happy with like how a line is weighted, like if I want this to be thicker, I can like draw over it and make it thicker without having to draw like 10 other lines over it like I would do in Photoshop, which is a big no-no, by the way. I learned now that I've kind of using a bitmap-based software has kind of given me lots of bad habits with my drawing. Because what I used to do, like in Photoshop, if I wanted a line to be thicker, I would go to like the brush tool and I would like stroke a bunch in like that. And it's like, you could do that, but if you're doing vectors, if you look at how the vector looks in that, you can see it's like a bit of a mess. So the better strategy is to have these single clean line strokes of confident lines, as they say. And I used to try and do that in Photoshop, but because it's bitmap, you don't really, you know, if you weight a line wrong, you have to like redraw. Like when I was drawing heads, like I would like draw a circle like 10 times, but I don't have to do that anymore. So it's like, oh, it's just so cool. It's just so cool. So I'm very happy. So that means if I have something like this where I'm not happy with the hair, yeah, let's yeah. So I'm gonna stop like selling you on how good the software is, and redraw the hair on this to look more like my other reference. So I've got this. This is the Photoshop sketch here, and you can see how low res it is. Like that is very low res. That's the original. So I might make a copy of that line art layer, just so I don't mess something up. And I've got a new sketch layer here. So I'm going to alright, so I'll just use like a soft brush at the moment. And I'm gonna try and make the hair, I'll move the reference image over a bit. Can also combine the splines. Oh yeah, that too. It's a little finicky though, I found. Maybe I'm not using it right, but yeah, you can connect the line tools too, which is pretty cool. Oh, Critter is Linux based? Cool, I didn't know that. I'm not a Linux guy myself. So if I want the hair to be, because I want it kind of still having like a bit of a windswept look, but I don't want it to look like a different haircut completely. So I'm gonna just draw, I don't know, some strokes. And the cool thing is, what was I gonna say? The cool thing is, yeah, so if drawing hair was always like a big pain for me in Photoshop, but the cool thing about this tool is that you can make you can have lines overlap like this, and that's totally fine because I'll just draw up some strokes and I'll show you what we'll do with them. So you're actually encouraged to ink with confidence, which I like, because my biggest problem with doing that in the past is that, I don't know, maybe it's just my hands aren't that trained, but it's difficult to like get the line to go where you want. But anyway, let me it's gonna be a bit hard because I haven't drawn this hair from this angle before. But yeah, thanks for stopping by, guys, by the way. I know this was like a very I need to bring a schedule back for the streams, which I'm working on. I'm working on that. I happen to have something in the works right now that's very streamable and it's very fun. But I want... there was a few things I was working on. I want to finish these stickers first, because I want to have those up on the store before I get the streaming schedule back up. Because, you know... Okay. I'm not sure how the back of the head will look, actually. But I think in this drawing it's like shaved, but that's not how it's gonna... It's not how it is meant to look. So I'll draw like nice little tufts here. I think I might... I like this little streak, though. I might keep that in. Although I might try and make... I need to mask out the hair on the reference layer. Oh, where's the marquee select? So let me just like... I want to like be able to turn this all off for a moment. Which I... There we go. I guess that's a bit better. Music's gone? Yeah, I knew it. Something's going on. Something is amiss. I don't know what it is. But it's like some OBS issue where the music will like stop, which is not fun because I like music. What about now? Is it back? Is it? I can't tell. Okay, it should be back now. You guys tell me if it's back. Alright. Oh, that is... Oh... That's frustrating. You know how I fix that? I have to open up the source settings in OBS and untick shuffle. Yeah, okay, so I'll leave that unticked and see what happens. Okay, the waveform's frozen now. I wonder if that stopped it. Is it still playing? No, okay. Oh, no. What about now? Is it... Now it's not? Oh, no. Oh, no. How about now? Okay. Oh, no. So I have to tick and untick... No. So there's a button that says loop, because I have it on like a playlist. I have to unselect it and reselect it for the music to kick back in. Which kind of defeats the whole purpose of it looping. But if I have shuffle off... Oh no. Okay, what about... Is it gone now again? So it's gone now? No? Music... Okay. Oh my god. So I have to have shuffle... I have to untick and retick shuffle and loop for it to come back. Every few minutes. Well, that's great. That's spectacular. Alright, thanks for that, guys. I have no idea how to fix that. But at least I know how to band-aid fix it. Which is better than nothing, I guess. I think I want to try a different brush real quick. I want to use like a... Can I import... Yeah, so I downloaded some brushes from the... I don't know. I don't know where it's from. It's like they have like their own asset store, I think. And there's a specific sketch brush that I downloaded that I can't seem to find. I don't know where it's gone. I don't remember what it was named. It might have been this. I don't know. What is... Let's have a... Oh, that's very thick. Oh, like, I guess that'll serve our purposes fine. So let me just draw where his head should be. So because I gotta keep an eye on his forehead, because his forehead looked way too large in the version I had. Is it back now? Music died again? No. Seriously? Oh no, it says it's still there. I don't know. Waveform's still there. Yeah, and Felix he's a bit too young for a receding hairline, so I gotta keep an eye on that. So I'll draw in where his hairline should be, I guess. It should be like there. But that, okay, maybe his head is too big. Because that... Yeah, so I'm not gonna do any vector tweaking yet. I just want to get like a sketch, and then I want to trace over the sketch with the nice vector tools. That looks a bit better. It's just hard on this angle, but I'm happier with that. That looks a bit more like what I want. Now, I gotta pay attention to like where the hair is coming from. And I gotta think which way I want it to be sweep. I think I want it to sweep like that way. Alright, I might change up the back, because the back has a specific bulk to it. Yeah, it has that like bit of folded hair at the top. I don't know why I keep drawing it that way, but that's sort of... And I think I might merge that into like one stroke. Because I guess Gabby's hair is a bit more, like it has longer streaks. Felix, not so much. So I want to like maybe clump some of the strands together a bit to look a bit, I don't know, less like hair gel. And then he has like that other bit coming there. And is there a... Let's see if I can... I just want to select this top bit and like move it. I don't know how to... Oh, okay. Just like Photoshop. So I can just move it. Well, I guess one way to fix the big forehead problem is to just cover it with hair. Music flatlined again? No! Okay, should I bother to keep fixing it? Or I don't know. I'll try one more time. So I've unticked and reticked shuffle. Does that bring it? No, that doesn't bring it back. I gotta untick and retick loop. Okay. Thanks for the heads up. Oh yes, I am hydrating very much. I don't know. Coffee's hydrating, right? I guess it is technically. Is the music stopping like mid-song? Or is it like, does the song finish? Alright, because I just gotta see if it like, if it sounds like the song is finishing, or if it just cuts off randomly, and it's like, we're done, DJ goes home now, bye. I'm not happy about this front bit. I'm happy about the rest, but not this front bit. Maybe I'll have some of them like overlapping each other like that. What is that symbol? Who's sending me love hearts? Why are there love hearts popping up on my chat window? Who's doing that? What does that mean? This is some new... Okay, I must have been a long time since I last streamed, because I... Stop it! It's everywhere. I just... Stop it! It's just... Because I'm seeing it in the corner of my screen. I see all these symbols. Oh my god, what is that? I don't have any of those. Okay, there's some new... YouTube have upgraded. They've upgraded streaming since I was last here. I wonder if those... Does it keep count of how many of those I get? I wonder. Or is there like... Because I know back in the day when I was streaming on Twitch, I remember they had like channel points. I don't know if YouTube has got an equivalent to that yet. Because I would not mind having something like that again. Yes, now you know how to get my attention. Well, yeah, I'm a little like... I do kind of wish that like stream messages were a bit more animated. I don't know. Maybe they are animated enough and I'm just weird, but I don't know. I don't know what it is, but when I was like in my programming streams and stuff, I swear like my entire periphery vision is just gone. Like I can't see anything. Like I know there's stuff moving and everything, but my periphery is all just like focused on, I don't know, whatever's directly ahead of me. I don't know why that is. Maybe I need like smaller monitors because they span quite big. Maybe I need like a 13-inch CRTs at like 1200 DPI or I don't know, some ridiculous scaling so I can see stuff. And, you know, have brightness 100%, font size, you know, times 50, and then I'll be able to read chat. That's what I need. I've already got it pretty zoomed in already, the chat window. So the music cuts out after the song ends. Okay, that's interesting. So there seems to be an issue with like the playlist thing that I'm using. I'm using like a VLC plugin through OBS as like a media source to run a playlist of music. And it seems to like not work after playing one song. So that's really interesting. No, I don't need glasses. No. Shut up, I don't need glasses. My vision is perfect. It's just because we live in a society where everything is like hyper stimulating. So I'm like sitting here with my canvas or whatever, and there's just so much going on, and it's like the dopamine's flowing, you know, and it's like it's taking up all my attention, and I'm becoming like the rest of Gen Z, where their attention span is like that. That's literally me, guys. That's what's happening. It's not that I need glasses. Okay, I'm not happy with that one little strand. I want to add a bit of fan out like the strands a little. I think I'm can I look at it? Yeah. It's just a little, it's just that bit I just want to fix. It's like it's looking too much like 2000s boy band emo hair where it all goes like that, like Smosh. So I want it. Actually, does this hair have it? I guess it kind of does have a part, but it's not like neatly. His hair isn't tidy. It's very like unkempt. Because I'd like to have like a strand sticking out there. I just don't know if it looks too awkward. Maybe like a small one like that. Maybe that'll work. All right. I'm a lot happier with that. I think maybe the back is a little. It's time to use time to use some of these tools. Oh wait, is there a warp tool? Can I warp? Distort. How does that work? Skew. Okay, no, that's not what I want. What does distort do? Oh, okay. I was hoping there was like a warp tool, which I'm sure there probably is. I don't know where it is in this software. Because I just want to like push some of this in. Just a little. Maybe I think maybe there's another way I can do that. Because I just basically want this to like come down a little. Clean it up a little bit. Lemon shape. Liquefy? Maybe. I thought that was like a layer effect or something. We'll try it. Where's liquefy? I don't know where it is. It's not too important. I can like work around it. I don't know, there's just something. Maybe it's the back, like this little bit. Something just doesn't look entirely right. Well, chat's moving fast. Mesh transform under edit. Where's edit? I don't know where the edit tools are. Like I said, I literally started using this yesterday, so edit. That's not this. Oh, you guys can't see with that window, can you? Because of my face cam. Here. Edit, transform, settings. I will say I do like that they have a reset tool. That's very cool. I like that. Control T. Yeah, I'm in Control T. Yeah. Wait, is this what you were talking about? Just doing this? Because I was hoping there was like a way to like warp and pinch bits of this. Edit next to file. Transform. Mesh transform. I'm looking for that. I can't seem to see it in the edit menu. Okay, all right, hold on, let me try it. Holding down. Oh, it's close to what I was looking for, but not exactly, but that's close. What I was thinking was, because there's a tool in Photoshop where you Control T, and then it has like a grid over the thing, and then you can actually, there's like vertices you can move, and it'll basically like pinch the drawing in different directions. I think it's called warp in Photoshop. I don't know if that's a thing in Clip. I have to think it would be a tool because it's a good tool. I'm sure it's probably got it in there. I just don't know what it is. And I was watching like videos and I saw like people doing it and I was like, oh, cool. But I have no idea what it's called. But that's all right. Ah, okay. This is kind of, I don't know how to describe it, but this shape where it kind of like, it's not a curve, but it bends like at the bottom there. That's kind of the shape I was looking for. So I want to like shape it up a little to like have a bit more downward like bend. But I don't want to go too overboard. And I'm not sure if I should have anything sticking up, because my general tendency is if there's like an area like this, I like to just add these. But I'm not liking how that looked just then. Maybe... Nah, it's too much. Like that. Actually, yeah, that's nice. I like that. Maybe I'll squash that a little. Yeah, I reckon. Is it too round? I'm wondering. I think maybe a little. I think it's just this front strain. I think I went a bit too far with that one. So I'll like loosen it. I guess you'd call it volume, I suppose. It's just like the amount of like curve or bounce. And Felix isn't like, it isn't like anime straight, but it isn't like my hair either. So it's like it's got a bit of volume to it, but not, I think I had a little too much there. So I want to like flatten it out a little. Can I make the rubber, yeah, make that a bit bigger. See, it's a little more, it doesn't curve in as much. It like curves more down. That's sort of what I'm after there. All right. I think I'm mostly happy with that. So that was the old hair. And here's the new one. Although, I just hope it's like, his head looks a bit too small now. So I don't know, can I make that a bit bigger? Because hair looks a bit too short compared to the... I think I like that more. Yeah, okay, that's a bit nicer. All right, so now we'll go to the line art layer. I'll have my sketch layer under that. I can turn off this reference now, probably. And we are going to re-ink the head. I'm mostly happy with the body. I'm not too happy with like the folds on the hoodie. But I'm happy with all of this. It's just the head I was like not 100% on. So I'm only gonna rub out what I need to. The ear's fine, the neck's fine, the face looks okay. It's just the forehead and the hair. So luckily, we can erase that pretty easily with this vector stuff. Let me just make sure I'm on the right layer. And I'll hide my reference. I only need the reference for the hair at the moment. I'll go to my new line art layer, and I'm selecting this tool called Vector Erase, and all I have to basically do is like touch the lines I don't want, and it like gets rid of them. I think it gets rid of them at intersections as well. It's like mainly I'll show you more about how I can use it. I also might use, because it's not getting everything, so I might use the marquee tool to select some of this. All right. Oh, I didn't want to delete all of that. All right, I'm happy. Okay. So now we get to the hair, like actual doing the right lines. So the cool thing I like about this software is that you can go overboard with the lines, and you can like crisscross them like that, because I find that drawing them like that is the lines will look better. And I know you're saying, well, Ray, there's like these they're overextending, like what, that's a problem, right? And it's like, well, not exactly. I'll show you in just a moment. We'll get a few of these going. I wanted oh, that's a big line. Oh, I actually did that in one go there. That's okay, cool. I might up the stabilization a bit too. And Photoshop has a stabilizer, but I don't know what it is, but like Clip Studio one is just better somehow, and I can't describe it. It isn't like the strength, but it just feels more natural. Maybe it's like the way it does it or something. But it feels a lot less like I'm fighting with the software, which is nice. And I don't have to grip my pen as... I noticed that in Photoshop, I think because I didn't... The pen wouldn't always go where I wanted, so I would like grip the pencil like really tight. That won't do anything, obviously, but unless, you know, it'll give you RSI, but it won't like fix the stabilization. But what I like about Clip is that the stabilizer is just good, and it's like in a way where I don't have to... I can like grip really loosely and it still like does what I want, which is really good because my fingers were really hurting doing Photoshop stuff. All right. So now that we've got some lines there, here's the really cool part with all of these strokes. If I use the vector erase tool, I can just... Oh, not like that. Oh, not like that. No. Oh, I had it... Okay, no, I have to have it set on this setting. Hold on. There we go. Yeah, look at that. Oh, that's just awesome, isn't it? It just... I just have to go snip, and then it's gone. pretty poggers. So here, snip, 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 snip. You know how long I would spend in Photoshop erasing this manually? Oh, it'd take forever. For those who are there for my old like art streams, you'll know how much time I spent like getting the line to be perfect or something or other. But yeah, this is just amazing. Look at that. Pretty good. Pretty good. Okay. So now there's not all of the lines meet up. So that's where using these like control tools kind of comes in. So yeah, some of these lines, you know, they need to come down a bit more, like this one, because I don't like having these openings. You can see there, it's a little messy. Might be able to connect those two. I don't know if that worked. Oh, it did. Cool. So I can move these around. See, I love this, because I used to spend so long like redrawing lines that weren't done right. Because in Photoshop, you can't like transform and warp them and scale them because it's bitmapped. So if you try and make a line bigger, it'll pixelate it. But in this, I can make it as big as I want, and it's still sharp, which is amazing. Now, the only thing I'm not entirely happy with here is the weights of everything, and that's still something I'm trying to practice. I don't know what it is, but I've never been happy with the weights of my lines, and I don't really know why, but I have a lot of control over those now. So I can test out a bunch of stuff, which is great. So I'm just like getting rid of like these, because there's these little ends here that it makes. I think there is another tool as well called Simplify, which you can draw over and it'll like, yeah, so now it's only 3 spline points, so you can do some of that as well. Although you got to be a bit careful, I found, is that sometimes it kind of overdoes it. So if I like went and did that, it kind of, like you can see at the ends there, it kind of messes it up. And I think the less control points you have, the less control you get over the weights as well. So that's something to be, I think, I gotta watch out for. But that's pretty all right there. Oh wait, I think I can. There's a button where you can make that like a sharp edge. Oh, it already is one. Okay. Am I gonna add a curly head character? Probably not, because that will be a modeling nightmare. I used to get really annoyed at studios that didn't have like enough, like you're in like the character customizer, like Destiny or something, and they have like no curly hair options. It used to really annoy me. But then when I started modeling hair, I realized, I'm like, okay, yeah, no, I totally get why they would not do that. Man, it is hard. So no, I don't have any plans for a curly haired character. Not for this game. So yeah, I'm just gonna go in and like connect some of these loose ends between my strokes, because I want some of these to be connected for when I go and redo like the weights and stuff. So yeah, now, granted, there might be a better way to go about doing this. I don't know what it is. Like I said, I literally started using this software like yesterday. So I don't know all the best practices of how you should adjust line work. I'm sure there probably is like key tenets to stick to or something. I don't know what they are. I'm just like kind of doing what I think is like, what I think looks good. So I don't want to overdo it, because I'm like mostly happy with the shape, but I want to like see if I can connect and simplify things if possible, just to make things easier. Now that is, it's obviously kind of overcorrected a bit, but I can like move that back into place pretty easy, thankfully. I might make it a little, that strand a bit thinner. There we go. That's pretty good. So, then there's this, hold on, there's this little bit here that I didn't quite get. I couldn't rub out that line with the vector erase tool, so I'm going to have to use the normal erase tool to get rid of those, and then I'll draw in those strands. And then I can use the vector erase tool to get rid of the straight lines. You have a character with big, poofy, curly hair, and I'm married to that decision, but I'm really not looking for... Yeah, I wouldn't be looking forward to modeling it myself. It's just, it's difficult. Hey, Sneaky Snake. He says, love your work, inspired me to start working on my own indie project. That's awesome, man. I wish you luck with it. That's great. Hi, Tabby. Sorry, I've been a bit slow on chat. I've just been... I said I wouldn't go focus mode, but sometimes I can't help it, okay? You eat fairy bread plus Vegemite sandwich. I have not had either of those. That's, for those who don't know, that's like a... That is like a staple of Australian culture. So this guy's obviously Australian. I've not eaten either of those in years, sadly. I have not had a fairy bread sandwich or Vegemite in... I don't think I've had fairy bread in like 8 years. Vegemite, probably 11 years or something like that. I just don't have a... Well, I don't have a particularly Australian diet, except, like, snack packs. But those... I used to be able to, like, demolish those, but I don't know. My stomach can't handle those that well anymore. But yeah, a lot of people don't know this, but you go to a kebab shop, you get a halal snack pack. That is actually an Australian original. That's like actually an Australian dish. So I'm very proud of that. Koshu says, I was the start of their journey learning about 3D modeling. That's cool. I hope you're learning stuff, because I certainly am. I don't know when people first found my videos on that, but I'll just say I'm working on something at the moment, and what I thought I knew about 3D modeling is like being challenged very hard. I'm learning a lot more about certain techniques, certain skills, and oh my goodness, I can't wait to... I'm hoping to stream some of that soon. But if you thought my video from like 3 years ago was 3D modeling, oh, just you wait. That's nothing. It's actually quite bad. I was looking at the model topology, because Gabby's model has some issues, okay? You know how they say that everyone always posts their perfect life on social media, but everyone's flawed? Well, so is Gabby, unfortunately, even though she's not real. But she is flawed. I was assessing some issues with... Because there's issues that, like, no one has noticed, thankfully, but they will. If they're going to pay money, they're probably going to notice, because they're going to hold it to a bit of a higher standard. And there's lots of, like, weird issues with, like, on some frames, her eyes will clip to the back of her head, or her shoulder clips out of her singlet, or something like that. And you might say, oh, we'll just, like, fix the weight paints. And it's like, oh, no, that's not... that's not the kind of issue we're talking about. Like, there are some fundamental issues with it. So I've been learning about how to fix that stuff. And, well, I've leveled up a bit, let's just say. I've had to do some leveling up. And I'm excited to get into that, like, hopefully in the next week once I get this work finished. But, wow, yeah. All that stuff I'd researched. This was back when I was making my first video about Gabby's model. I had researched this studio that worked on, trying to remember which games. I think it was like Guilty Gear and Dragon Ball something. And I was like using their techniques. But since I made that model, they published more resources about their techniques that I just didn't have access to at the time. And there was a lot that they didn't talk about in their GDC presentation. And it's like, oh my god. I'm so glad it exists now, but oh man, it's just so much. I can see why that's like, let's just say that there's a reason why I've not seen like a 3D anime model look as good as their studios. And there's a reason why that is, because they really, oh my goodness, they do like some incredible stuff on, not just in the animation or in the shading, but at every step there's like some little trick that they've got, and it's just incredible. And I thought I knew them all, but I didn't. There's way more, so I'm looking into that stuff. I'm trying to find the vector. There we go. I wanted to simplify. Because the eyebrow has some lines clipping into it. Where's the connect? There we go. Because I'm not happy with that strand of hair there. Yeah, there, Briggs. Let's not get into that. That's a rabbit hole. That's a huge one. Well, here's the thing. I'll give you like a little tip, Kosu. So you say you have decent. I'll read it, the message, because I don't have the. Okay, here's another question for you guys, because you'll notice with my new overlay, I don't have a chat overlay on the window anymore. And I did that because I was looking at a lot of my old VODs, and the chat is like covering up like the layer panel or something I'm working on, and people can't see what I'm doing. And I'm thinking, well, the chat window's already on YouTube. I'll take it off my overlay and just have it so that people who want to read chat can use the chat window, so that the chat isn't there twice. But you tell me how you like that. I know some people like having it on the thing, some people don't. So I know the only thing is that if you're watching in full screen, you probably won't see the messages. So I'm going to make an effort to read out the messages I'm responding to, so that you don't have to like read. So if you're like listening or something. But Kozu says she has different, decent weight paints, but I can't stop clipping, so I just shrink the body where it can't be seen. Okay, I don't know exactly what you mean, and it'll depend on the context, I'm sure. But if you've got issues where like you're animating it and bits of the body are clipping into each other, my biggest issue, for instance, was when the clothes would clip into the skin beneath it. So there's a few ways around that. You can mask off certain bits, which is what I tried doing, but if I have like a shoulder that has like a singlet tank top line over it, you can't just delete the polygons behind it because you can still see it underneath or something. And it would still clip, and the reason is because the topology doesn't match. And if the topology is different and you weight paint it to the same bone, it'll look fine when it's in its idle, but if you move it, because the vertices are placed differently, you'll get clipping. So that's one little thing I learned, that the clothes kind of have to be topologized the exact same as the body underneath for it to not do that. Which kind of sounds obvious now that I say it out loud. It sounds really obvious, but look, I'm self-taught, okay? No one taught me this stuff, so I had to like learn the hard way on how that works. But yes, because I was thinking, oh, well, I'll just make the singlet lower poly because performance. And it's like, that was pretty stupid of me to think, because I didn't think about weight paints. So that actually isn't a weight paints problem, which is the thing that I was most shocked by, is that it's not a weight paints problem, because no amount of going in and changing the vertices is going to actually solve that. It's the topology, which is a more fundamental problem. And if you've already textured it and everything, it's too late. Bye-bye. You know, it's like game over. So I vastly underestimated the amount of planning needed when creating a good model. Like, you really have to think it out first and go, okay, is this gonna have an issue? Is this gonna... And, you know, back when I was making Gavin's model, I didn't know how to look. I didn't know to look for that stuff because I had never done it. So there's a lot of things that I learned from that. Hopefully, well, I'm hoping that as I continue forward with my next thing, I can share more about the mistakes I made and what not to do. Where's the simplify? Okay. I reckon... That's pretty good. I think it's just the weights now that I'm like getting finicky over. The actual line, maybe except this little bit. So that's all kind of fine. It's just the actual thickness. Now this is where I get kind of struggling a little. But luckily I get a lot of control over line thickness in this software. So if I go in, there's a few tools I can use here. There's one that is redraw a vector line with, and I think if I just draw over a line, it'll just re-weight it to my pen pressure. So I can make it, if I press down really hard, I can make every line just thick. Or if I go really soft, it'll thin it out. So there's that, which I'll do that a little, just to get the basics. I don't know which order, because there's a few different tools I can use. There's also one where you can explicitly set to like a certain level. And then there's ones where you can like drag and it'll change the thickness of a certain bit. So I don't know the best use cases for all of those yet, but I'm just gonna like kind of freehand change up the thickness on some of these. And that needs to be connected there. There we go. And there's little things I know about with line thickness. I know that you want like areas in shadow to be a bit thicker than the ones in light. So I'm trying to keep that in mind. Because I want it to have like a specific look. I don't want to do like transparency, opaque lines. I know some artists like doing that. I like having very strong absolute line work, if that makes sense. I'll get a reference. I've got a reference open on my other screen. I'll open that in just a moment. I just want to like get the general gist of what I want here first. But if there are any artists in chat, you can tell me if there's like lines you think should be thicker or not, because I always have a bit of a hard time with that bit. So you can see with the neck here, I'm trying to make, because that's going to kind of be cast in shadow. So I'm making the line there a bit thicker to kind of, because if you look at it zoomed out, I'm actually, oh, it's not so bad actually. I thought it would look a lot worse. And I might accentuate the ear just a little. Maybe not that much. Oh, not like that. Adjust line thickness. Can do just a part of the line. Is that, I think that's this tool, isn't it? Where it's like, yeah, so this tool is a little different from the one I just used. this one will basically add or subtract, or it'll transform it, basically. So if I mark this area, I've got it set to thicken, it'll just thicken that line. If I go narrow, it'll narrow. And it narrows it by 1 point. I can set it to how much it narrows. I can set it to like 5 points or something. So I might use a bit of that on a few of these, like on the inside here. So it just like subtracts 1 point unit, whatever it's called. So as for what style I'm going for, line work wise, I'll show you. So I'm kind of going for that kind of look, although this is a bit heavy, and I can tell that this isn't the source drawing. This has probably like been chucked into Illustrator with auto trace on or something. So I'll see if I can find a few more. I'll find one with color. And I know some of you are going, come on, Ray, enough with the Bakugan, okay? But look, I like the Bakugan style, okay? I'm basically adopting that as my house style now. But it's this kind of line work. And now, I've looked at this image a lot. It's hard for me to judge all of it because it's a bitmap, so I can't zoom in and look, and it's all colored in and stuff. So I tried finding a version of it that was like lines, but this is obviously just like auto traced in, like this isn't the real line work because it's got all the lighting and it's got a lot of artifacting in it. But that's the reference of like how the lines should look, even though it's not the same drawing, obviously. But that's like this is actually a bit too thick. That's a little too thick. I want it a bit thinner than that. So this is a bit thinner. So what I'm trying to do, it's hard for me to always notice because there are a lot of lines. So if there was some way I could isolate like the outline or whatever, that'd be great. But this isn't my picture, obviously, so I can't do that. This is just a static image, and you can tell this has been like in some filter because it's got like all of these crispy edges here. So this isn't obviously the real line. So this is like the closest that there is but that's got the color on it. So it's a bit harder to judge. But I'm looking at this and I used to think it was fixed line width, but it isn't. Because if you look real closely, you can see that the line's a bit thinner there. It's thicker here. I know that there's the general rules that if there's a T intersection somewhere, like where the arm connects with the shirt, you'll have a bit of thickness there. Things in the foreground will have thicker lines, like the hand. This line is really thick for some reason, not sure why. The chin usually has a strong line, and around the outline of the hair too, and the eyes for sure. But I don't know. When I look at my drawings, I feel like something looks wrong. But when I look at these ones, it's like, well, these all kind of seem to follow the same rules, but they look so much better for some reason. And I haven't quite figured out why yet. But I do know that Clip Studio Paint is helping me with it because I can adjust it. So that's one. I feel like I've made a step in the right direction by just not using Photoshop. That's like, let me just move this to my other monitor. That's like, okay, we've leveled up a little by just picking better tools that give you control. Because this would have been a lot harder in Photoshop, I'll say. But yeah, it's, I don't know, maybe if there's any people that know lots about line work in the chat, if there are, you can tell me if there's like something I'm not noticing. Yeah, that's a good point. The outer outline is usually much thicker, yes. Although, one thing I'm curious about is whether or not that should be done on this layer, or if I should create another layer on top that just has the outline of the whole character and it have like just a set thickness around it. That's something I thought about doing. I don't know how to do that in Clip, but it might be. I think that would be a bit better because then I can control just the outline width of the whole body in case. Because if I want to put it on a sticker, I might want to make that outline a bit thicker. But if it's like on a thumbnail for a video, or if it's for like art on the website, I might want to make it a bit thinner. Because I've noticed as well, the reason why I'm using this as like a guide, like the Bakugan drawings, is because their promo art looks really similar to how the anime looked. So I'll find an image of that. I'm just wondering if there is a frame of the anime somewhere I can use as to demonstrate my point. Because another thing I've been trying to get better at doing. Okay, can I copy? I'm gonna open this image. So very low res, obviously, but this is a frame from the show, and you'll notice here that they don't have the lines are a lot thinner. I mean, I know this is a close-up, so obviously, but the line weighting is a bit more consistent. There isn't like ultra thick outlines for the characters. I think some animes do that though, like Attack on Titan will do that, but most of the ones that I've come across, like on Google Images, don't. And this is like the game. This is like the art style for my game, is like what I'm aiming for, is this kind of look. So basically imagine like anime from 2005. That's like that's the vision. So all of my stuff, I try to make it look like follow these rules that these guys do. But obviously the promo art looks just a little different. And I think that's because if you're making like promo stills, you kind of have to change it up a little. So you'll notice that the line width is a bit more dynamic in this one compared to this. And the colors are a little, the shading, it's quite close. It's just they don't have these skin highlights. That's the only difference. But the reason I picking this example is because this is still pretty close, like these two. They look pretty similar to me. There are other examples where the promo art looks completely different to the in-show art. Like, I can't think of a specific example, but you look at like, I don't know, like Genshin Impact's promo art, for instance. It's a lot more detailed and there's more like shading going on, which is nice, but that's not what I want. I don't want that style because it's just a lot of work. I don't know how the game looks. I'm just going purely off the promo art here, but I'll show you what I mean. I'm just trying to find a picture. Like, this is very, very, very different. Like, it's anime, but this anime is very broad. Like, there's a lot of different looks. Like, if you go and look at here and look at this dude, the shading is completely different. The line work is completely different, even though it's both under the anime umbrella. So when I tell people that I'm doing an anime game or anime style game, I'm leaning more towards this style than this. This is nice. This is nice. But this is what I want. I don't want this because this is like, look at the amount of work to make all the shading and like, it's a lot. And I like how this looks, so I'm going to do this because it's a lot easier. But I guarantee you the game, I haven't played it. So maybe I can't guarantee you. I don't know what I'm talking about, but I haven't played it. But I would estimate that the game, Genshin Impact, probably does not look like this. Like the 3D models or whatever probably don't look like this. And if you in chat have played it, you can back me up whether I'm right or not. I don't know. I would just guess that you wouldn't make it look like this in game because that would be expensive. I'm assuming that they simple it down a little bit. But even that, I think it's still probably more complicated than this style. So anyway, where was I going with this? I was going somewhere with this. Well, you'll notice that the lines are actually like colored in this, and they're like transparent and stuff, which isn't quite the look I'm after. So that's why I'm kind of strictly sticking to like this particular IP as reference because anime is so broad. So I'm kind of looking at my stuff and looking at this and going, all right, well, does this look like it comes from this? And I'm thinking like, does it or does it not? I don't know. Oh, So I'm just going to compare these two side by side. I think the eyes, the iris, whatever it's called, that needs to be thicker. Maybe the ears need to be... I don't want to go too overboard though with the ears. I might leave the ears alone. And let me look at the clothes, because the clothes I get very I just want to look at how they do the... I think they do a lot of it with shadows, so I might actually take out... I'll take out some of these lines. So I'll delete those. We'll do that with shadows instead. Because I don't really... I'll leave, like, these two in. But I'll get rid of these. And I think that we need a bit more tapering going on, because this line is still pretty thick. So that's where we can use the adjust width. Oh no, there is another tool somewhere. I think we use control point and then adjust line width. We can like select this and like... Okay, we can take... Hopefully we can take... Yeah, like that. That's kind of what I want. And when there's an intersection like that, we can... like move... I'll move this a bit closer. That's a bit more... I like that. Oh. Does the highlight in the eye have a thin outline? I don't think it does. Oh, no. Yes, it does on this one. That's something I've gone back and forth between, because I still have my own artistic liberties I'll take. There's a specific way that I like doing eyes that isn't the same as this. So sometimes I'll use an outline, but I'll place the... I'll usually place my speculars a little differently. Like this is actually really simple, this eye. And it looks like they do it in the show as well. It's got like this outline. But I do my eyes a little different. So that's kind of... It isn't like copying the style. It's just kind of taking some of the style and like adding your own to little things that you like on top. So yeah, the eyes, I don't know, I could draw eyes like that, but I don't think it would look like my characters as much. So I tend to just do whatever I want for the eyes for the most part. But for everything else that I'm not too confident with, like clothes, folds, that kind of thing, I try to sort of stick more to this. Because with eyes, I've drawn a lot of eyes. I can kind of get a feel for what I like. And hands, I'm pretty good with too. But other things, like mostly clothes folds and like hair, I get a bit sort of unsure of. There's a lot of ways to do it. Fellas can draw clothes pretty well. That's awesome. That is something I do need to practice more, for sure. That's why I picked Felix to do first, because I have Gabby's document here, and I kind of just did her legs because I know her legs very well, and they're solid. There's no folds, so those are pretty easy. But you can see I've kind of left the top half alone because I just... Oh, it's gonna be a bit hard. So I want to like do this one first, and then hopefully, if I get time, get to that one. Let me just close some of these tabs. I got a lot of tabs open. I'll move this back to my other screen. Yeah, I think it's just the looseness. That's kind of what gets me, is like the bagginess. And I've noticed now, looking at the Bakugan drawings, that a lot of the characters have very tight-fitting clothes. So I'm like, oh, maybe that's on purpose, so they don't have to draw all this folds and stuff. Well, actually, now that I think of it, look, I don't have a huge anime library in my head. I've only like watched like Bakugan and Code Geass and Death Note mainly, but I've noticed that from memory, a lot of the characters have very tight-fitting clothes. Like no one will have a baggy hoodie like this, I don't think. So maybe that's deliberate. Maybe they knew that they were gonna have a pain drawing this, so they like, hey, let's just make it very form-fitting, you know. Like, you look at, who's the guy from Code Geass? I think that show has, like, the proportions just, like, particularly in that show, like, the proportions are just really comical. Actually, there's quite a bit of folds But it's yeah, a lot of, yeah, for this frame though, you can see that it's very tight, very form-fitting. Hardly any folds. Man, okay, that makes sense. Although that cape would have been a pain. That's like, they like be very conservative on the clothes, and then the cape comes in, and it's just like, oh dear. Imagine having to choose where to put shadows on that. Yeah, that's crazy. Oh, or this little thing they got here. Anyway, it's just something funny. Take a look at, suggest I take a look at Hero. I don't know how to pronounce that, but I will take a look. Oh, it just comes up with pictures of the guy. Hold on, artwork. Oh, I think I might have heard of this dude. I might have, oh, okay, maybe not. Okay, none of this looks familiar. The colors, I thought I recognized the colors from somewhere, but I've never seen this. But yeah, this is a bit more like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure from the looks of it. That's the vibe I'm getting. So yeah, the proportions are all kind of more, I don't know, they're different. I don't know how to describe, but the shading, yeah, there's a lot more like crosshatch shading. It's like more sort of comic book. Oh, yeah, that's straight up. That's the JoJo guy, isn't it? Yeah, it's very, like, I don't know the name, but you know what I mean. It's definitely not Bakugan. It's very different. Cool. But yeah, that line work is, that will follow a completely different set of rules doing those lines. Because these, what this guy seems to do is, like, you look at this hair. I know this is very low res, but that hair is like inked. Maybe this is an actual inking. I don't know if this is digital or not, but you can see that all the shadows, like it has like sort of crosshatch shading, and I noticed that that's typically done in like manga and stuff like that. So this is like very different. I wouldn't, like in my artwork, you wouldn't see this type of shadows or like that kind of hair. You wouldn't really see that. But for other things like this, you know, that kind of, I think like a lot of older manga seems to, yeah, that's, it looks very like 80s and 90s. That's what I was going to say it looks like. Like, yeah, you look at the, can I open that image? Like, yeah, you see the, like the eyebrows. Like, that is very, like, that follows different rules for that. I don't even know if that would be anime. Like, these eyes are straight up just real eyes. That's a bit more anime, though. But yeah, you can see it a bit clearer now. You can see all the, it's not crosshatch, sorry, it's called something else. I don't know the name of, but it's like just one directional lines. I do that sometimes on my physical sketchbooks. Although yeah, you can see with the clothes, it sort of has like that thing where it just shades the folds. Wow, look at that finger. Whoa. But yeah, that's like a bit more, I don't know the word. But yeah, it's different. Wow, this looks really simple. This looks so simple in comparison. Makes me a bit happy I didn't pick that style. Or the lines. Okay. I need to look back at my reference again real quick. I'm just not sure if I should make the... Actually, yeah, I know what to do now. I want to taper some of these lines a little. So I'll go to my... adjust line width, or no, I want control point. I want to like do it this way. So I want to like taper the line, some of these lines. I feel like that would make it look a bit more what I'm after. Although we might need to rub out some of these. Full Metal Alchemist? Oh, I keep forgetting I've seen that. Yes, I've seen that one. That's quite, I think it's, oh, what's the name of the studio? It'll come to me. I think it's the same studio that did Bakugan. Maybe. Hold on. Don't quote me on that. Let me check it first. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is what I watched. But it's from the same time period as Bakugan. Original. Let me look at this. Oh, it's Studio Bone. Okay, maybe it's not the same studio. But Bones did something else. I'm trying to remember what Bones did. Because I did something else that I'd recognized. I just don't remember what it was. Oh, they did a Cowboy Bebop movie. That's pretty cool. I thought they might have done... Oh, I don't remember what it was now. I've forgotten it. It's slipped my mind completely. But yeah, they've done a lot. But yeah, it's similar. What studio did Bakugan then? I thought it was the same one for some reason. Maybe it was the same network. I don't know. I think Bakugan was... What was that? TMS and Nelvana Animation. Okay. So it was done by like 2 studios. Although I know TMS, that name has come up a lot. I know that these guys do a lot of stuff. What did Oh no, wait, did Bones do... They didn't do Code Geass, did they? Or was it this studio? Oh, was that No, that was Sunrise, I think. I think the only reason I know that is because for one of the videos I was doing, I can't remember which one, I had to like get footage of like animes and I had to like credit them. So I had to look up which studio had done them, and I had clips of like Cowboy Bebop and stuff on screen. And that's literally as far as my knowledge of anime studios goes. It's just having to like look them up so that I can credit them properly. Okay, let me just think for a sec. Okay, what was yeah. Line tools. Let's taper some of these. So yeah, with this tool, you can basically set at each point, you can like widen or soften them, which I like doing for these ends. So it's a bit hard to tell what's going on because I know it's very pixelated. But if I change... Maybe I'll change the document size. I hope that doesn't break something. If I go change image and go to like 300 DPI instead. There we go. That's a lot sharper. I don't know if we need it this big. Because one thing I will say is that I do... I know this is like, maybe some of you have this too, but when I was drawing in Photoshop, I found that my line art would look better when it was lower res. And I don't know why, but I found that everything just looked more polished when it was like small. But then when I tried drawing on a big canvas, my lines looked all wobbly and something, you know, looked a bit off, right? Whereas with this, the cool thing about Clip Studio is that I can draw them at low res like this, which is how I like them to look, and then I can scale them up later. The thing is, though, is that they look a lot thicker than they did on the smaller canvas. So I don't know how big I should go, because I feel like the bigger I go, the more fixated I'm going to be on details. But I think we'll stick in this view for a moment, and if I don't like it, we'll go back to 72 DPI. Because yeah, now it's a bit easier to see the tapering, and you can see there's a few errors here that I didn't catch. So yeah, I think I might want to just thin everything out a little. I think that's what I want to do. I think that could be the thing I'm trying to accomplish, is that I think everything just looks a little too thick. So I want to have some bold ones in there, but I want to thin everything out a little. I think that's what I want to do. Like, yeah, this neck bit here is like massive. Oh, there's also like other little lines I didn't catch. So yeah, maybe we'll go a little bigger for a moment. Yeah, like, and I think it's the roundness. I think that's what I didn't notice that at the lower res, but you see how round. I think I want to do something about that. I don't know if I can. I don't know if that's possible, but I want to taper off and make it sharp. I don't know if there's some tool I can use for that, because I think that's the difference. I'm looking at my references. Their lines are very sharp and tapered at the ends, and mine are very round. And I want to do something about that. I also, while I'm here, I said I was going to thicken the eye a bit, so I'll do that. I don't know. Is there I'll have to look up if there's like a tool that lets me. I'll thin this out a bit. Actually, let me redraw the width. That's a bit easier. Lack of sharp point. Yes. I'm just reading some of the messages here. Oh, hey, who's this? I don't know how to pronounce your name, sorry. But he says he's been watching me since he was like 11. That's cool. Time flies, doesn't it? Yeah, look, I try to be kind of freehand, but when it comes to my line stuff, I get really like, it has to look a certain way. And maybe with more experience, I can be a bit more improvisational about it. But because I don't practice that much, I stumble around a little. So I don't know, on the top of I don't know if anyone here else uses Clip Studio, but is there a way I can change how the strokes look? Because I know that there is a way you can like change the brush after the fact, because I feel like that might be a brush thing. That's just what I think that's my guess. Let me go just exploring a little bit, because there is like if I select like one of the, maybe if can I select it with this tool? Oh, not quite. Maybe it's this. Ah, there we go. So is there a way I can like click on that and then like change the brush? Oh, okay, I can change the thickness. That's cool. I can change the color. That's pretty cool. Can I change like I don't know. Yeah, I know you can change the brush. I just don't know how. Clip. Okay, Google time. Oh wait, I will do it on my other window because I alt tabbed out of you guys for a minute. So I'll keep you guys up and I'll search Clip Studio, Paint, change vector brush. Because I'm guessing that sharpness is like a brush setting. I really hope it is, because that might make it easier to adjust this. If I could just change the brush preset and change it so that corners are sharpened rather than rounded, that would solve everything. And I wouldn't have to go and change stuff. That'd be great. I just don't know if that's a thing. So I'm just looking at this post. Change vector. Okay, let's have a look. Change vector brush on a stroke that exists. Okay, this is whoa. This is a. Okay, I gotta read this. Why are the arrows going everywhere? Change this vector layer to this. Put this brush here, how? Oh, okay, so this is just him trying to ask the question. Okay, is this the answer? Brush shape, object. Switch to object tool, in layers palette, select the vector layer. If you change all of the lines, you can leave the layer. Okay, so we'll select the whole layer, which is selected. Select subtool details. Subtool of what? Hold on. Display subtool. Okay, this is all in Japanese. I can't read what that says. What subtool is this? Is this the brush subtool? Is it this menu? It looks like that menu. He's on the third. Wait, what option is he? He's on the fourth one. Oh, it's anti-aliasing. Okay, that doesn't look like the same window. Oh. Okay, that doesn't look like the same menu. Well, it kind of does. I just can't read any of that. Yeah, my wrist is pretty destroyed. Select line, object info, brush shape. Okay, let's try that. Select line. Where's select line? Oh, you mean just select the line. Object info. Okay, let me look around for that. Object info. I think it's this little panel here. Brush. I see. Oh, it was right underneath. Okay, thanks. I found brush size, but right underneath it was brush shape. Oh, okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay, maybe not that. So yeah, this is so cool. I love this. This is awesome. Select. Oh, I can select. Can I like? Hold on. I only get a few presets. Whoa. I was hoping there was like I could change the. Oh, maybe it's just using the current pen tool I've got. Okay, let's. If I change my pen tool and then go back here, and okay, no, that doesn't do anything. I was hoping I could change which pen. It seems to just use whatever default thing it is. Or it has like set presets I can change it to. I was hoping there was like a way where I could kind of like how you could like in here, if you go to these you can open up this setting panel and like I was hoping I'd be able to do that for everything, but it only lets me choose from a preset list. See, in this menu is a little different because it has like a lot of the same things, but it looks like it has more options. I don't know. Maybe this is it. Oh, here we go. Oh. Okay, oh, okay, so I can apply it. So okay, look, here we go. So if I change the hardness to that, okay, yeah, this is what I was looking for. I just don't know if there's a way I can change the like how it does corners. That'd be cool. Stroke, what's this? I don't know, what is this? I don't know what that is. Oh, okay, no, that's not what I want. Texture, brush, dual brush. Oh, okay, no, not quite. Brush size. Brush tip. Tip shape. Ooh. Oh, it's grayed out. Oh, wait. Okay, it's got two options for some reason. Oh, this is the dual brush setting. Okay, so we'll go back here. Tip shape, material. Click to add a tip shape. Oh. Okay, I don't know if this is what I want, but let's look around. Oh. Oh, we're getting close. I think this is it's got some texture on it, which isn't not what I want exactly, but we're getting more to what I want. Wow, there's a lot of textures. Oh my god. I wonder if there's like a sharp triangular type shape, if that's a thing. Okay, can I undo that? Oh, I can change the thickness of everything. That's pretty cool. Oh, here we go. Okay, I don't know what I just did there, but you can see it like... It's a bit different now. Oh! Okay. Oh, it's like squishing it. Okay, that's what I was looking for. So... Ah, yes. Except it seems to apply it everywhere, which isn't exactly what I want. But this is like getting warm. Oh, I can change the angle. Okay, so this does it for everything. All right. So I think what I might be able to do, maybe this is something maybe it's probably something I should have done on the brush in the first place, but I didn't know. So maybe, what's brush density do? Oh, that's like the opacity. Okay. Okay, so I think what I can do here is I can change, because what it's basic... Oh, is there a... All right, I don't know if you guys can see my pen tip, but it's a circle. What I'm kind of wanting is something like a sharp tip. That's kind of what I'm thinking. So what I'm doing here with the brush tools is that I'm trying to basically make the pen shape like sharper. I don't know if that's the right word. More less round and more pointed, like a felt tip pen or something. So that's kind of what this thickness does. It's like squishing the nib of the pen shape to something else. The only problem is that the axis, it's rotating at the same axis on every line. So we got a few choices. I think we'll start by just applying this to everything and then see if we can go around in some of the lines and like rotate the angle of the line a little bit. Because, yeah, you can see now, I know it's very thick, but that, yeah, you see like here, it's got like a sharper, it isn't as round, it's like sharper. That's cool. So I just gotta pick a number that looks good. I think we'll do like 20. Okay, that's all right. Maybe we'll set the angle to the default. Oh, adjust this setting with dynamics, such as pen pressure. Okay. Oh. So now it like changes the angle based on the line. Okay, that's cool. That saves me having to do it manually. Pen tilts. Okay, we'll do direction of pen. That seems to be the most sensible one. We'll still have to tweak some of this, of course. Yeah, because now the line thickness is all kind of off now. But it's less round, which is good, because I don't like it looking round. It looks a lot sharper now. Cool. See, vectors, man. It's sick. Okay, hardness will just make it softer and harder. All right. I just gotta think if the thickness is what I want. I don't know. What was the default? I don't know what the default was. But if I change the angle to... Okay, I don't know what that's doing now. Oh, okay, no. I want that back to 0. Or maybe I want it like halfway. I don't know what's the... I think, yeah, this is... Because I'm just trying to think about angle. I don't know if that's like this way or this way. I don't know, is that what I don't know. I guess that looks all right. Like for these settings at least. But yeah, it's supposed to change with direction. Okay, let's... I just gotta... do I want to make it... I think I might want to make it a little thicker. Alright, let's try... I'll see if I can change those settings on my actual brush. I'll make a new copy of this brush and we will go to the... I think there should be like settings here somewhere, right? I should be able to... Brush tip. Thickness. Will I be coming back to Photoshop? Yeah, probably for other purposes. But I think I'm going to be doing illustration work in Clip Studio Paint now. Because for my purposes at least, for making this kind of artwork, it seems to be a lot easier in Clip. Okay, so those settings I was just fiddling around with. Just to give you an example, you see how my brush is now like an ellipse? That's what it's done to all of these lines now. So I just got to think about the angle. I think I wanted it like 90. Yes, like that. But I want it to change with the... Oh, it already does? Okay, let's try. So if I angle my pen this way, it's thicker, and if I angle it this way, it's thinner. That's pretty cool. And the ends are like tapered more sharp, which is, yeah, that's cool. All right. I just don't know what thickness. Oh, because there's brush size and then there's thickness. So I think that's just as thick. That's like the maximum thickness, I think. So what was the okay, 100, I think. No, was it? Mapping pen. What was the mapping pen's thickness? 100. So we'll change this to 100. And yeah, let me copy these to yeah, let me do those back on the object. Oh, it's the same window. That's cool. So we'll change the thickness back to 100. So it matches. And I know this is gonna... I think there's another way we can thin these out a little. Or I think this is... Because I want the settings to be consistent. Okay. I think we'll leave that alone. I think what I'll do now is just go over and like add subtract thickness, because I think changing it through that menu is different to what I was doing with this vector tool of like adjust line. I think it does it a bit different. So I want to... It seems to save my settings. So it's like adding a modifier to it or something or other. So I want to use this brush to just narrow... Oh, not that much. Narrow, we'll do by 2. Oh, well, that's really thin. Okay, I actually just accept the eye. I'll fix that, but the rest I'm liking. So, cool. Okay, what is all this Japanese text? Shadow Shirome. Okay, let me look that up. I don't know what that is. Oh, okay, this is cool. So someone recommended I look at this. This is quite nice. Yeah, they seem to go a bit further where they actually have. Yeah, so they've got like they use like inked shadows, like they have that kind of look going on, like for that hair there. That's pretty cool. I like that. I'm not going to do that for this one, but I do like it. It is cool. And like, yeah, the thickness of the, yeah, so they kind of go in extra and like use it for like shadows and stuff for that piece at least. But yeah, you can see this one though, the shading's a bit more extreme. And then there's this, which, oh, they got a bit of like that. Oh, wow, yeah, that shadow's really dark. That's cool though. Yeah, so let's fix his eye. I don't know, what am I don't need to redraw it. Hold on. Where's the... Okay, adjust line width. I don't actually know how thick to make these because I'm going to be filling this with like fill. So I don't actually know how thick those even need to be. I actually don't know the right way to even fill that, because I know that there's a few ways to do fills in Clip. I don't know if this is like what I was initially thinking was making like just scribbling it in, but that's going to make a lot of vector lines, and if you scale that, it's going to create gaps. So I don't want to do that. So I think I could probably clean up the shape a little though. So I'll thicken up the lines a little and adjust line width. I want to set it to a fixed width. And I'll like modify the, because I want to give it a bit more flair to it. Because this is going to have like, the line weight's probably going to vary a little. It's going to get real thick. Oh, these don't connect. Okay, another thing that's a little frustrating is there is a connect tool, but it doesn't work if it's like the same line you're connecting to for some reason. Like if I want to connect if I want to connect two different lines together from another object like this and this, it'll do it. But if this is all one line, and if I try and connect those ends, it just won't work. So that's a little frustrating. I don't know if there's some other way I can connect those, but the connect tool doesn't seem to do anything there, which is a little annoying. Because it basically means I have to like position them like eyeballed to look like in the same spot. But I'll get rid of some of these because I don't need all these lines here. Well, yeah, there is the polygon tool. That's what I'm thinking. I did a little bit of research before hopping on stream. Yeah, and I think a lot of people, I was reading like forum posts, and a lot of people really want like a vector fill tool or something. But I don't mind using the bubble tool, because it's actually, that's how I used to do digital art. And this is gonna sound crazy, but when I was starting out, I have some vector experience, as a matter of fact. I wasn't always using Photoshop. I used to use a program that had like vector tools in them, and I would like import my hand drawn art into this program and like trace over it with vector and like fill it with like and everything. And that tool was Microsoft PowerPoint. Look, it's not the worst, okay? It's actually very beginner friendly, but it has vector tools. I know, it's crazy, right? and that's what I started with digital art. I used PowerPoint because it has like those box, create sphere, create whatever, and then there's create freeform, and you can actually, it has curves. It has like I used to not do curves because I was an idiot, but I would like just click points and it would create like a fill, and I could add an outline to it and everything. So that's how I used to do stuff when I was like 11 or something like that, when I was really young. That's how I used to do it. And I will say they looked pretty bad, but they were scalable. They actually had that. They are actually like better in a sense than my current work from Photoshop, because my Photoshop work is all bitmap. But that stuff I did in PowerPoint is all vectored. So I can actually make those into like massive print posters, even though they suck. They're terrible, but I could. And I thought that was pretty cool. You use PowerPoint too? Yeah. Well, yeah, I've honestly never used MS Paint. I don't know if MS Paint has any of that, but I know PowerPoint does. So it's like, yes, I shall use it. Of course. So I just want to, I'm just going to try and move the eyebrow a bit so it isn't overlapping with the hair too much. And I do need to thin it a little. So I will adjust line width. I want to fix it to like maybe not 5, maybe a bit smaller. Maybe 3. Oh, that's way too, okay, let's do that. Maybe 4. We'll do 4. Awesome. All right. I'm wondering if there's something I can do about... Well, I guess these lines here don't matter because that's going to get filled. Maybe we'll fill that now so that I can see how it looks a bit more. So I'll make another vector layer. And I will go to... I made a preset for this earlier. Oh, my preset's gone. Uh-oh. I thought I had made a custom thing and it's gone now. I'll have to make it again. It didn't save it. I just want to make a copy of... How do I make a duplicate? Create subtool. Continuous curve. We'll call this vector fill. I don't know if I'm going to remember all the settings, but there was I want no line color, and I want to fill. There we go. Line fill. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. So it uses the foreground color. Oh, I actually just noticed that this is what this is meant to mean. These bottom two things are whether it uses the foreground or background color. That's pretty cool. I don't remember if there's another setting I'm supposed to do, but I think that's it. So we'll draw. I don't know how hard this will be, but we'll draw in like a. This is using, and this is how I used to do it in PowerPoint. So this is actually like it's all coming back to me. This is like feels very natural to me. If I alt click, it makes a sharp edge. But this is how PowerPoint's, it's not so bad, right? PowerPoint's got stuff, You could do this. Oh no, I double clicked. Oops. Okay, let's try that again. That's the only thing I'm not used to is if you click on a corner that you've made, you can click on it again to make it sharp, but sometimes I'll accidentally click too much and it'll fill it. So I'm just going to try again. And there we go. Now, there's a bit of a gap, so we can change that. I gotta go to my control point, because there's a bit of a gap here. So we'll just bring this lower. And there we go. We've got an eye fill. And I think this needs to be sharp. So I gotta mark that as a corner. There we go. Cool. All right. So now in context, I can see how the eye will look. And it's a little... I think it needs to be a bit thinner. Actually, you know what? I could probably... Yeah, I'm just gonna like straight up delete the line, because I don't really even need that now. So I'm gonna erase this line, because this serves no purpose now. And we'll just have that. Because now I can just change the shape of this. And we'll rename this eyelash. And I can just, because it's a little... it's not the exact shape I want. I want to like taper it a little in some places. So we will do that. I want it to be a little thinner, but a bit thicker here. Because yeah, this line shape stuff used to get me all the time. I used to get real, because it I don't know, the shape of the eye kind of makes the character, I think. So I get very like careful with how the shape is, because if it's wrong, then it's like the most noticeable thing for me. So I think it needs to like come a bit more to the side, I think. I need to make the eyelash there a bit smaller. It's just hard because it's from an angle too, so it's a little tricky. But it's usually like a bit thicker around the ends there. But I think that needs to come around a little like that. Okay, I think I might take these. I might take those out and just make it like that, because it looked a little too feminine. There we go. That's a bit better. You don't want him to look a little. You don't want him to look too pretty. It's close. I think maybe it just needs to come up more like that. Because I noticed as well that each studio will like have their own eye, like the style just for the eye, like the way they ink the eye. And mine changes around a little. Kind of depends on the character too, a little. But I guess from this angle, it's also kind of hard because I don't usually draw faces like this. Let me can I switch that to a? I don't want that to be that sharp. Can I like curve that a little? Oh, I almost had it. Yeah, like that. Yeah, I think that's all right. I think it's just the because of the gaps here, it looks a little awkward. So we'll connect that so it like fits a bit better. I wish I could connect those two. And I want to move the iris a little. I love that you can just select these two. It's awesome. Just want to rotate it and move it. And I think it doesn't need to be thicker. Let me think. I think I will fill. Oh, I wish I could just fill that. That would be perfect, but I don't think it'll let me. Because it's not a balloon. Can you like... Oh, you can't really draw... Oh, wait, I think there is a shape tool somewhere. I swore there was a shape tool. I just don't know where it is. Shape tool. Ah, I think this is it. Ellipse. Can I have that with a fill, I wonder? Or not? I don't think... Oh, no, it does. Oh, cool, cool, cool. Oh, wait. Can I... Because I think I drew that circle with the shape tool. Could I change that after the fact? Let me... I think I should be able to. Yeah, so if I go here and then go to the shape tool... Oh, it deselects it. Oh, no, I know there's got to be a way to change that. There's got to be a way. Where... Oh. Main color. I can change the brush, but I just want to change the fill. Can I add a fill? Maybe not. High Rise says, make it iron look better. Recommend not to do so much thickness variety. Yeah, that's something I'm still trying to kind of work out with these brush settings. I have to think there's some way to like change the min and max thickness. Because I have tried doing things before where it's all one thickness, but it ends up looking really weird. So I haven't quite found the balance yet of like the right setting or the right thing. But I know that... Hold on. Is there a way to fill shape tool? Oh. Okay, that just searched tags. Okay, none of these is quite what I want. Maybe I'll just draw this again. Hold on. Oh! Where's the shape tool? Aha. So if I change it to... Oh, why do I not have the fill option anymore? The fill option is now grayed out. Oh, maybe it needs to be on another layer. That could be it. Oh, there we go. Okay, so if I... Oh. Okay. Oh, it's still not filled. Why is that? Oh. Oh, it's still grayed out. Okay, that's really weird. Okay, so I think it is filling it. I think it's just filling it with white. Okay, no, it's just not filling it. All right. I thought there was a way to fill this. I guess not. Okay, we'll just leave... I guess we'll just leave that alone for the moment. It would be nice to fill it, but... maybe I have to use the balloon tool. But the balloon tool is not... I want it... Because this is like a perfect circle. I know, you can't really do that with the balloon tool, I don't think. I don't know. Well, it does look... It's hard to judge, though, without the fill. So we'll make a... I'll add the fill with the balloon tool. Not the way I want to do it, but it'll work for the moment. Okay, that's a bit easier to judge. So yeah, the top looks a little of the lines. It's the lines that look a bit awkward. Can I change the thickness of that? I think I can. Sorry, I just get lost in these menus. Oh, here we go, adjust width. Oh, that's not quite what I want. That's not quite what I want either. Alright, well, that'll do for now. Okay, let's fix up bits on the jaw, because there's a few issues with this. Oh, that's not what I wanted. There we go. So yeah, there's this other thing called switch corner, where you can change whether a thing is like curved or if it's sharp, which is pretty nice. Can I connect those two? Cool. So I think I want to thin bits of this out a little. So we'll go to the adjust width narrow and take off a bit of thickness. So you can see each time I draw onto it, it's like thinning it out, because I think these are a little too thick. But that part, I don't know why it got really thin there. Okay, that's not quite what I was after. Oh, I think that's a... I gotta... Oh, it's just this one control point. Okay, let's get rid of a few of those so it's a bit more consistent. Oh, not like that. There we go. Because, yeah, also, the more of these points you have, the more you can control the thickness. And I want it to be pretty consistent for these bits, so I want to take off... Like, I might want to remove some of these, like this. Oh. Yeah, select... If they overlap, though, it's so hard to select. There we go. Yeah, so it looks like... I think, yeah, that's the thing I remember reading about with the vector layers, is that you can't fill them, but you can make other... You can make shapes, which are also vector, but they're not the same kind of vector, and you can fill those. So that's how I've like done my first... Because I did do coloring with the old hairstyle, and I used just the... So I'm going to have to change the... I think I can leave the skin, but I'm going to have to change the hair and like redraw just over the hair. But that's pretty cool because I can leave the rest of it kind of as it is. But this is all using the bubble tool to fill out those bits. I think I've heard that some people will just do the fill on a raster layer. And I guess that's good if you're like doing lots of shading and stuff. But me, I'm keeping it very like flat. So I'm going to keep using vectors so that I could scale them the way I want. We'll just take off... I'll also just go and like take off some of these vector points. Ooh. Like this, part of the other reason why it looks so weird and curvy is that if I switch that to a corner... Okay, it still looks a bit round. I thought I had fixed that. Maybe not. Maybe I can I redraw? I think there is a tool that lets me redraw bits. If I go redraw vector line... Okay, that's not quite... No, I don't get that sharp... I won't get that sharp corner. I thought I had changed the brush so it would do that. Hold on. Okay. Almost, but I don't know if I can get it. Maybe I need to separate them. Maybe that could be why. Like, if I just take that bit I just drew, because that has a nice sharp edge, and I'm trying to see if I can get that on this bit. Yeah, so, sorry, I can't really have trouble pronouncing your name. Asks, in Paint Tool side, you can use the thickness tool and control points and drag to change the thickness. Does Clip Studio Paint have that? Yes. And I think I'll try that right now. So if I go to control point and then adjust width, I can like select these But it looks like, okay, I think I understand the problem. Is that when I make it thicker, it makes like a round radius. So I have to do something where it's like tapers at the end like this. But I still want it to look thick. So I'm not really sure how I'm going to go about doing that exactly. Maybe there's a specific... Because if you make it thick, it just makes it round, which is a bit annoying. I was hoping there'd be a way. Maybe can I split these? Split line. Okay, cool. I can. So if I make one of them thick and then one thin, I wonder how that'll go. If I like thin one of them out, thick the other one up. Oh, it's still not quite. Not quite what I want. Unless I like add another point and then, because it looks like they, I think I might, okay, I think I understand the trick now. I think the trick is you have to have like a loose point at the end and have that taper down, I think. So if I then go to adjust width on this, I gotta move that out of the way. So you gotta, almost. I keep deleting it by accident there. Oh, it's not. Why is that not doing it? Oh, no, I want adjust width. There we go. Okay. So if you take those and then you stick those together, I think that is like what I want. Yes. Perfect. Okay. Well, that took me a while to work out. You turn it into a raster? Cool. I cannot do that in this document, sadly, because I need to keep these as vectors for future purposes. So I will not be rasterizing them. Well, okay, I'm gonna put my reference back open on my other screen. Okay, that corner is a bit awkward though. I'll just need to adjust it a little. And then I need to fix up the back. And then I might just do a quick, like, touch up on the rest of the body. But I want to fix sort of what's going on here first. I think what I'll do, because there's people that have suggested to make the outline of the whole character thicker. I think what I'll do for that is that I'll make another layer of just the outline once I have everything in place, and then I'll add like a, I don't know what it's called in Clip, but in Photoshop it would be called a stroke layer. I think I'll do that to get the outer outline, because I want to be able to control the thickness of that one independently. But one thing at a time. Oh, where's the... Okay, I'm still learning the keybinds. It's just that corner just looks a little awkward. It just looks a little off. It looks like it's... maybe I have to space... Oh, okay, there we go. I gotta space these out a little. Because it looks like it's curving just a little awkwardly there, but I think I got it now. Now I just gotta connect these two together. Although this second line looks a little thick. It looks like it's like angled the wrong way. If that, like, does that make sense? That's a bit better. I think I just need to gotta shorten that a little bit. But it's this bit here. Something about it. Like it's curving a bit weird. Maybe I need more control points. Or not. Maybe I might just redraw. Maybe I'll redraw that one. Yeah, I think I'll try that line again. I've over edited it. I've messed it up now. Whoa, what is that pen? That is huge. There we go. There we go. Oh, I just wanted to rub out that little bit at the edge there. Oh, it won't do it. I just overextended it a little bit. I just want to rub out that, just the end. Oh, okay, it's not doing it. I think I need to move. I need to move this. Oh, what's this little guy doing? Let's get you out of there. So I think if I connect that up, I think I then... Yes, that's much better. I like that. So let's try and like even out the thickness a bit. So we'll narrow this line. Okay, so I've learned something about getting the sharp edges. You gotta align the vertices a specific way. So I'm just like evening the thickness out a little with some of these, and then I'm gonna like add bits of thickness where I want. So you can see there, we got a bit of a corner. All right, now I'll go in and we'll thicken certain bits. This corner looks pretty good. I like that. This part looks a little too thick though. So let's manually do that. Cool. That corner is a little awkward though. Let's have a look at it. Yeah, I'm using a... Although you can use a mouse with this software, because of the... You can use the curve tool, and you could do that with a mouse. I'm not going to, but you could. It's easier... I think it's easier to get away with using a mouse in this software than it is with Photoshop, from the looks of it. Yeah. I hereby diagnose this corner is ill. We must heal it. Because it's the corners, man. That's like... A lot of the look is just the corners, straight up. Straight up. So it looks... I think I need to split those. And then this needs to be... We gotta taper that down with the... I keep forgetting which. I keep getting lost in the side menu. It's line width. That's it. That's it. So we got to taper that down a little, and then the same for the other line. All right. Then we get that nice sharp corner. Although it might need a bit of volume. So we will Oh, that's not. I keep hitting B, this Photoshop habit, because B is brush, but I want P for pen. And, oh no, sorry. I want the correct line, which is Y. And then I want to, which one? What if I draw, can I draw manual line width? Like that. All right. This needs a bit of... It's a little too thick. So let's just thin it. I think if we just thin that one out, it should look fine. And I'll just move these into a better spot. So trying to remember which one it is. I think it's adjust width and we'll narrow. Oh, what's scale down? I wonder what does scale do? Interesting. I think it's like a different, instead of like subtracting, I think it multiplies. So I'll do the other, we'll do narrow rather than scale. This needs to come down. Oh, no, I overdid it. That line just vanished. Okay, so I think there's one specific vertex there that just needs to chill. This little guy. This guy has to tone it down. This guy's gonna relax. There we go. Oh, see, look at that. Look how sharp that is. So I think what we could do... Yeah, so here's what I'm thinking. We just got to move these. So if I take you and put you there and put you... Oh, wait. Can I... Yep, there we go. Hey, that's sharp. I like that. That's more like it. And then we'll thicken up this adjust width. We will narrow here. But I want to thicken this part. Oh, it seems to be doing the whole thing. Okay, it's a little irritating. I just simplified this part because it looked a little wobbly. All right. I'm actually I'm pretty happy with the ear at the moment. But that, we gotta even that thickness out. I think if I go to, trying to remember what it was, redraw line width, or is it adjust? Oh, here we go, fixed. I just want to do a fixed width here. There we go. It's a bit more even. And then I can just go to this bit of the corner. Hydration check. I'm out of coffee, sadly, so I'm gonna have to pass up on the hydration. Did I get rid of the edge you want? Cool. Sorry, I wasn't looking at which edge you were talking about. I think it was that one probably. But yeah, hopefully as I practice more, it won't take me as long to fix up these. Because I'm pretty sure there's some technique, I'm guessing, that you could master to have it so that the lines just come out right the first time without you having to edit them. I'm just not used to it. Like, because I'm before yesterday, I have never been bestowed upon the ability to adjust my lines like this. So I'm hoping as time elapses, I'll pick up on some tricks when I draw these out with hindsight of like how editing these will be. And I can think like, okay, I'll draw it this way and this will, hopefully I won't have to edit it that much. Because this was all just freehand, whatever. I didn't know you could control half of it. And then I was like, oh, you can? Whoa. Sorry, I missed a few messages. Thanks, Jest, for sticking around. Tuff's Place wanted to say that Project Feline reminds him of early 2000s Sonic. That's cool. That's interesting, because I've been getting that comment a bit more lately. And I'm not sure if it's a good thing or not, because I used to kind of be into Sonic like 10 years ago, but I ended up not liking the direction it was headed. So I have like been completely tuned out of like what Sonic's doing for the last decade. So when people say it's like, oh, it reminds me of Sonic, I don't know if that's bad, because I haven't enjoyed Sonic for a while. So I'm like, oh, is that bad? Because Sonic games are kind of a mixed bag. But if that's good, then that's good news, I guess. Yeah, it's an interesting bit of feedback, because it's one of those games that's so mixed, or their series, I should say, because when you say it reminds you of Sonic, you could be talking about like the Secret Rings, which I didn't enjoy at all. So that's kind of like, oh, is Project Feline like as bad as that? Like it's hard to tell, because there's so much variety. It's a broad net, but if it's a good one, if it's a good comparison, then that's good news. Okay, we gotta thicken just a bit of this lime. Or I'm just thinking, maybe we don't. I'm gonna use the rubber real quick, because I know that sometimes you don't always want a line. Sometimes you want it like that. I might, yeah. And then I'll just taper off those ends, because it looks a bit more stylish. Adjust line width. Control point. And then I will move. Yeah, like that. I like that. That's cool. Looks a bit cool. We'll adjust the mouth a little so it has a bit more of that nice taper. Yeah. So these are so cool. I just love these tools. I can just like adjust it, and it's like epic. It actually does. It is very similar to like 3D modeling when you're editing vertices. It feels very similar. So I kind of like that this tool, Clip Studio, has like bridged sort of bits of my workflow from other programs into like one place. I do like that, because working with vectors, because in a way, a 3D model is like a vector. I mean, it's a 3D vector, obviously, but it's like you can make the model huge or tiny, and like it's all mathematics, calculating where the vertices are and everything. Like, it's basically the same. Like this is basically like the edit tool in Blender, but it's with a 2D line. Like it's basically the same. So a high poly count, you have a lot of these little vector lines, and a low poly count, you get rid of some of them, right? So there's a lot of like overlap between my 3D knowledge and my 2D knowledge in this thing, which is really, I like that. It's really cool. I might connect. Can I connect those? I think that should be one line. Yes. Yes, because that's my biggest. Kosu says very satisfying to be able to make quick changes. Yes, because the amount of time I would spend on a Photoshop thing, wishing I had this like ability, because I would just have to redraw it. If I didn't like how a line came out, I'd have to Control Z and redo it. And it would take, you think this is taking long? Man, it would take way longer with Photoshop. A lot longer. Okay, that needs to be thinner. And I think the output is going to be a lot better than any of my previous stuff. Oh, wait, I think I was adjusting the line opacity, not the thickness. I don't want to adjust the opacity. There we go. I just want to bring those two together. Perfect. All right. I think it's just the back here we got to fix up now. So I'll go in. I think I might just do... yeah, so next time, lessons for next time I'm picking up on. I think what I'll do is use a very low brush sensitivity setting so that it doesn't change the thickness too much, because it's a bit all over the place. So I think I want to use something a bit more steady, and then I want to go in after and thicken up bits. I think that's what I'll do next time. Because starting off with just the same thickness is probably going to be a lot easier. So I've just equalized it all out. And we will go and adjust. Maybe we'll go and simplify some of these too, so they don't look as jaggy. And I know we'll need... I think we might need to split that to make the sharp line. There we go. Wow. Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. That tapered look. It's really cool. Impossible in Photoshop, like really hard. Unless you, what I would do, right, I would draw like a line and then I would use the rubber to like chisel the edge. It's so painful, man. It's, I'm happy that that is now over. Want to be doing that again. Yeah, look at that. Look at... Perfect. And it scales. I know I keep saying that, but I am just so excited by that fact. Maybe a little more than I should. I don't know. Maybe I've just been living under a rock, but it's so cool. And I haven't delved into this yet, but apparently this Clip Studio, apparently it has like timeline, like it has an animation timeline, so that's pretty cool. I'd like to play around with that when I get time, but if I feel like it's pretty exciting, because I used to use like Photoshop or like Adobe Animate or something, and that's just I just wasn't quite my cup of tea. But if I can have these tools and an animation, like the vector line art and stuff, and I can animate it, like, bruh, that's like, whew, that's pretty cool. Do I have the pro version? I don't know. I think it is, what's the difference between, it's the paid one. I don't know which one of those is the paid one. But I remember I got it on discount because someone in my Discord had told me it. This was 6 months ago, by the way. So I've actually just had this installed on my computer for the last 6 months and I haven't touched it. And I thought to do it now because I'm working on these stickers, and I thought, well, because I want to have some stickers in my shop because I don't have anything there at the moment. I want to just have something that's there all year round. So I thought, hey, I'll design a sticker pack because I've got a lot of sketches of my characters, which will be great for stickers. The problem is that they're all the sketches are very low resolution and they're very rough. They're very bad. They just need a bit of touching up, which is what I'm doing here. And I thought, let's try this tool I bought 6 months ago because I heard that it had vector tools, and I like that might be great for a sticker because then I could make the stickers bigger or smaller, or if I wanted to later I could put this on a shirt or something. So I think it was like 6 months ago they were about to release Clip Studio 2 or something, and they offered this discount if like if you buy we'll like discount it or something, and we'll give you like a license for 2. But I think the thing is that 2 is a subscription, whereas 1, which is what I'm using, is a perpetual license. And I thought, man, what a deal, because I can get this for cheaper and a license for 2. I think it's yeah. So I'm trying to remember what it was. Basically, it's like the thing where this was discounted, but 2 is also a perpetual. Like they were selling them as like a bundle where you could have 2 as a perpetual as well, which you can't normally do. I don't think. I think apparent. Look, it's just what I heard. I don't know if this is like accurate, but apparently like the only way to get 2 now is to subscribe. But if you had bought it during this period, you could get a perpetual key for 2. So I thought, that'll save me a lot of money over a long time. Let's do it. And then I forgot about it. Like I bought it, and then I went back to programming because I was in the middle of programming something, and I completely forgot about it. And fast forward 6 months, here we are, and I'm having the time of my life right now. And I'm very glad I made that choice. So yeah, I don't know if you can still buy 1. I think that was another thing as well, is that I think they were implying that you weren't going to be able to like buy the first one anymore, although I don't know if that's true. I think that'd be kind of weird. I feel like you should still be able to, but I don't know. But whatever it was, whoever like told me that on my Discord, thank you. Oh my god, it's amazing. Is it X? Oh, it is. Yeah, it says that at the top there. Okay, cool. All access. Yeah. So yeah, that has the animation tools. It was pretty cool. I know. Look, I'd love to like do it right now, but I got to finish this stuff, and I got a lot of other stuff to move on to. But hopefully, if I get an afternoon, like in a few months' time, if I get free time or something, I'd love to just mess around and try it. But it's all, yeah, man, it's cool. It's really cool. It would be awesome. Like don't get your hopes up, but what I'd like to do as like my first thing, if I was to try the animation stuff out, I'd love to make a little like loop, like a Gabby animation for the stream, like when the stream is going to start, like of her doing something like, I don't know, knitting or something like that. That'd be really cool. But that is not very high on the priority list, understandably. A lot more stuff I have to do, but it's that is like my motivation for wanting to do it, would be getting to do that. Whoa, hold on. I just thinned up some of those lines and I saw a big mess over here. Whoa, look at that. All right. Can I... That's very messy. Can I connect these to just one line? Oh, no. I cannot. Please, let me connect. It's not connecting them. That's a shame. Because it looks, you can see a little bump. It's a little awkward. Just want to rub out that bit. Oh, no, where's the vector rubber tool? There we go. There we go. Perfect. I'm just... Yeah, so I've just been working my way up. I'm happy with... I might thin that outer line a little, but I'm happy with... I don't know why I'm pointing at the screen. You guys can't see that. But I'm happy with that lower part behind the ear. It's just the little bit at the top. The lines are a little weird. And I think those look a little awkward here too, so I'll come back to those next. But we'll just adjust this bit. Yeah, like get Konzu saying a funny idea for a BRA back screen would be Gabby doing maintenance on her legs. Absolutely, that would be cool. I have a sketch of that from a while ago, but I'd love to draw up another one. That would be really cool. The cool thing is, I was about to go into something that I haven't shown yet. I won't mention it. It's that'll be next stream. There's some work in progress stuff that I could use for that idea, but that's a whole other topic. Let me okay. So what I'll do, I'll add a little point here, and then we'll taper that little line. Oh, oops. No, that's not thickness, that's opacity. Oh, I was like, why is it not, it's looking faded. There's thickness. Cool. All right, that's looking much better. It's just this little bit here where the lines intersect is a bit awkward. Just a wee bit. So maybe I'll go and use the simplify brush to just like get rid of some stuff. And then maybe it'll let me connect it. Because I'd love for that to just be one line. But it's not doing it. I think what I might do instead... Yeah, because it seems to not... I don't know why. Maybe I'll just bring this down so that it... Because I can hide it better in that corner, that where the lines meet. I can hide it there. So I'll bring these other... Yeah, see how much... That's a lot smoother, right? That's a lot better. And these probably look quite minor, but if you'll go and look at my old Photoshop things, you'll the impression of the whole drawing, like you can tell if the lines are kind of not fully confident, you know what I mean? So I'm trying to make these very smooth because I think that's sort of how make it look more professional, I guess. There's just this little, bring that lower. Very cool. All right, I'm pretty happy with that, I think. So we just got to adjust the... Oh wait, I forgot about this part. Whoa, that's a little messy. Let's get rid of these little points that we don't need. I think that needs to be split so we can get a nice sharp edge. There we go. We can get rid of some of these just to make it rounder. That's the word I'm looking for. I know we'll adjust the thickness in just a moment. Because these are, my goodness, the amount of times I like Control Z and redraw these is embarrassing. See, that's a lot cooler. Thanks, Cozy, for sticking around. Appreciate it. But how many people do I have on my team? Just me at the moment. I had a contractor for a few months, but his contract ended a while back now, helping me with just some level design stuff for the Screen Australia demo. But at the moment, it's just me. Because yeah, as it would turn out, working solo, a lot cheaper than hiring team. Very cheap. Because you basically cut your costs more than in half. Thanks, Alice. Oh, hey Tries, you use the, I was just reading your message from earlier. You use this for game animations. That's cool. Is it like a sprite, like for sprites? I would guess. Unless this has like some 3D thing I don't know about. I mean, that'd be pretty cool. Probably I wouldn't need it, but it's who knows? The software's full of surprises. Okay. What was I? There was like a bit I was editing. I forgot which bit it was. Oh yeah, it was this bit at the back. That's pretty good, actually. I think it just needs to be a little thinner, the line width. Okay, maybe not that thin. Maybe... Yeah. And then I think here we'll thin this a little. You can import 3D models? Oh, no way. Oh. You know what that means? You know what that means? It means I can import Gabby's model into this. Oh. That is... Oh my god, that is awesome. No way. You're pulling my leg, aren't you? You're just pranking me. There's no way. That's too much power for anything. Nothing can handle that. Can also paint 3D textures. Oh. Although I will say, I think there are certain tools that's like kind of how Substance Painter is advertised, if I recall, where you can like paint onto the model and stuff. But maybe, I don't know, maybe it's just for my own purposes, because if you've seen my videos on texturing for Gabby's model, there's like a very specific like UV map texturing method I have to use. So I actually don't benefit at all from those types of workflows with like, you know, texturing onto the model and stuff like that. That is not part of my workflow particularly. So I've never really been that excited about when people say like, and you can paint onto the model. Like, it's just never I've never been that impressed by it because I haven't really had to use it ever. But I'm sure if I was doing like PBR realistic type stuff, I probably would appreciate it a lot more. But yeah. I'm very used to the old-fashioned, like, Photoshop method. The old school way. But yeah, I will say, yeah, it's definitely helpful to see how it looks in real time. That's for... I could definitely see that being a plus. All right. Does this look off? I think there's just this line here. All right. If you just imagine it with a thicker outline. Oh no, it's just there is still a bit of work it needs. We got to thicken some of these. a little bit. Not too much. That's better. It looks, yeah, the hair has a bit more weight to it now. Although that line could be a bit sharper. That's better. It's just it's mainly the hair where those thicker, these types of lines seem to make the most difference. So that's why maybe curly hair is easier. If you, oh no, because you'd have to do it at the tip still. So yeah, no, never mind. It'd still be a pain. Oh wait, that's opacity. Oops. Thickness, there we go. High pixel bit. Yeah. Alice says, drawing makes me want to try line art again. Hell yeah, go for it. It's pretty good. Do you do a lot of, Alice says they do a lot of painting, like digital painting or like a lot of types of paintings? I haven't touched a real paintbrush in a long time. I actually, funny enough, when it comes to like analog stuff, like real life stuff, I'm good with sketches, but I absolutely hate painting. I like digital painting. I don't mind that as much, but real life painting, I just can't, man. It's just the mess. I can't stand it. Getting like, you know, your fingers all painted up, you can't grab anything. I don't know. I don't know what it is. It's just unbearable. But yeah, going without lines, yeah, definitely. That's tough. Leifu says you can access 3D models from the materials tab, which you should have a click arrow near the top left in your overview window. I don't know which one the overview window is. Oh, this, you mean this? Oh yeah, I took a look at this menu brief. I didn't know. Oh, there is a 3D tab. Oh my god. Look at that. You can import trees. Oh, you can import backgrounds. Oh, you can import poses. Oh my god. No way. It's like this is actually made for artists. Oh my god. All right. I'm going to get way too sidetracked. I'm going to close that now. I'm going to get way too distracted. But that's cool. Thanks for showing me that. Oh, that's sick. Whoever made this, they knew what they were doing. Oh, whoa. Hey, there we go. Actually, that does look a little strange, these lines. So, yeah, I guess these little tips aren't lined up. That's probably why. Still looks a bit off. It looks like the line is, maybe I changed the opacity on something by accident. Okay, no. All right, I don't know. It looks like when I zoom out, it doesn't look like they're touching. I guess this is as good as probably as close as I can get it. Might narrow the ear just a little. All right. Pretty good. I'll just touch up some of the body. I don't want to put too much effort into everything here. Might redraw the width of this line. Yeah, I think I'm just going to use the redraw width here. Some of these are a little big. So yeah, so I'm making it so that the lines get thicker near with the intersections there. I don't know why, but it kind of looks nicer. And then anything in shadow. This line is, whoa, that's very big. I'll thin these out as well, these pockets. They don't need to be that thick. That should be a bit thicker in that corner. That makes the entire... Okay, I'll undo that. I could probably rub out maybe some of these details too to make it look a bit nicer. And I'll add let's thicken. Splash really likes real-world painting, despite the mess, because the paints mix a lot more intuitively for me, and also I can use use collage easier. Interesting. What do you mean exactly? Is that like... I haven't touched like real paints in a long time, so I'm a bit lost on the terminology there. How do you use collage in painting? Or are you making collages? Is that what you mean? I painted impasto though, so I use a lot of paint. Okay, I gotta look that one up. Impasto. What is that? Pizza restaurant? Okay, I guess that's not... It's not the pizza restaurant, I'm guessing. Technique used in painting, where paint is laid on an area of the surface thickly. Oh, is this like those ones where you like look at it and you can like see the texture and it like kind of sticks out? Like painting. Yeah, I think I've seen this before. That's cool. Yeah, like this stuff where you can actually like feel it has like actual texture to it. That's cool. That would be a nightmare, but that's cool. Oh man, I could not handle that. It does look really awesome though. That's awesome. Oh, so you use it as like a canvas. I see, righto. Alice's tools include poster paints I used in school about once and some really old paintbrushes. Cool. I remember, I have a little story from... I must have been like 5 or something. I went to like at the local library, they were having art classes. So I went, and it still traumatizes me to this day, because I sat down, and we're doing pastels. For those who don't know pastels, or forget what pastels are, it's like these. But no. Yeah, like this, right? So they're textured. I don't know if there's like an example of like what pastels like look like when you... They do not look like that. Yeah, like this. Although this is way better than what I did, obviously. But, you know, it's textured. It looks kind of rough. So we were doing pastels. I was not painting. I was drawing. Whatever. I don't know. Whatever you do with these. I was marking paper with pastels, and I was doing a guitar, and because I had a thing of a guitar on the table for us to copy. And the freaking instructor like keeps going over my shoulder and says, "There's gaps, but they're pastels." So you zoom into this, you see all the little white, because it's textured. It isn't like a felt tip pen or the vector fill tool or something. They're textured. So they're going to leave little gaps, because that's the whole point. But she keeps like bullying me about the gaps. And she's like, no, you got to fill that in more, because there's gaps, like these little bits here. And I'm just like, I'm 5. And I'm like, are you kidding me? They're pastels. I can't not have the gaps. No matter how hard I go, there's gonna, because the paper was like this sort of cardboard paper. And she keeps like going in on me about it. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Are you for real? These like, pick anything that isn't pastels and maybe I'll listen. But oh my God, it drove me completely nuts. It drove me so nuts that I still remember it. Like, what, 20 years later, I still remember it. It was, God damn. It was then I never went to art classes ever again. Yeah. Well, yeah, see, they didn't tell me to smudge them or anything. They were just going, no, you gotta color more. And I'm just like, okay, how about I open PowerPoint, my good friend PowerPoint, and I use the fill tool. There you go. That's the only way you're gonna get perfect fill. If you're doing anything else, man, I don't know. I feel like it's, especially to demand that of a 5-year-old, like, come on. So, yeah, was not happy. And then I never touched pastels ever again. Paint with a palette knife because of the texture? Cool. I've never done that, but I'm sure it's like, sounds pretty cool. Ray says the most traumatizing tool I've used in art class was think that erases pen that I don't know how it. Oh, I don't know the name either, but I think I've heard of it, but it's been a long time since I've had to think about those tools. But I think I remember they were banned in my school because they wanted us to, like, I don't know. Basically, because I think it erases pen, and there were specific pens you could buy from like the newsagent, which would like have a little on the other side you could rub pen out, and the teachers really hated that we were using them for some reason. I don't know why. To this day, I'll never understand why. But they were like very adamant, like, no, you cannot. You must use like whiteout or something. And I'm like, but what's the difference? Like, why? Whiteout's so wasteful too. Like, why would we do that? I don't know. Maybe I honestly cannot think of a single reason. Don't know why. Watercolors. Ah, I wish I knew how to use those, because they look. I like the look of watercolors, but I cannot for the life of me use them. I try to like copy the look of watercolor digitally sometimes. But obviously, if you're like a real artist, you could probably tell. It's like, yeah, this guy's trying to be watercolor. But I do like the look of watercolor. But yeah, I think it's been a while since I've tried it. But if I recall, one of the challenges there is like things dry. So you gotta, well, I guess so does any paint, I'd imagine. But I think with watercolor in particular, I don't know, something about the colors and the where it dries, if you have like your palette or something. I don't know, it's been a while. But so I used to have these pencils that were like watercolor pencils. Those were cool. I like them because I like pencils. And what you could do is you could color in something with pencil like you would normally, and then you could like dip a wet brush over it, and it would like spread the color out and fill it so that the texture was gone. Like the pencil texture, and it would look watercolor. I like those. Those were cool. All right. All right. I think I feel almost happy with this. CSP has a watercolor edge? Ooh, interesting. Might try that some other time, but sounds cool. Where's... I just want to align those two. Yeah, there we go. I just got to remember the name of the adjust line width. That's what I want. I'm going to thicken the lines here a bit. You can tell I kind of just rushed the bottom half of this drawing. But I think I'll just adjust the width. I'm not going to do too much detail here. Oh, okay, that's thinning a bit too much. I think I might have to adjust the vertex. Yeah, okay. So I'll make a... I gotta taper off some of these. I'm using a graphics tablet for this. Also, how has the stream connection been for you guys? Has it stuttered? Has it like dropped out? Has the bitrate gone like dramatically down or at all? Because I'm on a different internet plan now, which is, oh man, you will not. Okay, this is gonna. It's still gonna sound bad, but for me, it's a massive upgrade. But keep in mind, this is to Australian standards, so I know you guys in the States have like 1,000 megabit download or whatever. Look, that's just not going to be possible in Australia for a while. So we take what we can get. But I recently went from a speed, I think my download was like 20 megabits per second. Don't laugh. Please don't laugh. It was 20. And now it is like 150 to 300, depending on what time it is. And I think the upload speed went from 4 to 14 or 20, I think. Which is still, to you guys, slow, probably. But for me, it's quite literally 10 times faster. 16 times faster, as Todd Howard would say. Which is it's noticeable for me. But yeah, then you like look at, I know some of you guys probably have like 1,000 or 500 or something crazy. I do remember distinctly my Bethesda friend, he was like, he posted something on Facebook where it was like his speed test and he was complaining. It's like, oh man, the internet is so slow. And it was 500 megabits. And I'm like, are you kidding me, dude? That's incredible. I know maybe not for him, but man, what I would do for 500. Damn. Actually, I don't know if the stream is actually 1080p. I forgot. I think I might have forgotten to change it because I was streaming on 720 like for years because that's the best I could do. But I think I might be able to stream at 1080, but I haven't. I don't think I've changed it. I know you guys tell me. Is there a 1080p option in the settings? I honestly don't remember if I have changed that or not. I know I changed the frame rate. It should be 60 FPS now instead of 30. But I don't know if I changed the resolution. Oh, it's on 1080? Cool. All right, so I did change it. Sick. Because I think for the last few years I've just been doing 720. I know it's technically not HD anymore. Okay, don't laugh. I had Australian internet. Okay, I still have Australian internet, but I had like baseline Australian internet. It's the best I had. Yeah. 720 gang, let's go. Potato quality for Adder. Oh, that's a shame. Alice says it's been good. Cool. Rye says it's been good. Cool. That's awesome. Would you consider knowing to draw 2D a requirement for learning 3D? Not necessarily, but I would recommend it. Just observationally, I've noticed that people that know how to draw tend to make better models, just from what I've seen. But I guess you don't have to, because I guess I can't think of a reason why. I don't know. Yeah, I just know that like I've seen people that know how to draw do better models. I don't know why, because they are not the same skill at all. But I've just noticed it, so I don't know. Take that what you will. I'm trying to think of a better answer. There's probably a reason if I thought about it hard enough. Maybe it's to do with like proportions. Yeah, I think I would say proportions would be the reason. And I mean like, let me think. I think what it is like, for me at least, I'm working on some 3D stuff at the moment, and I'm noticing that the models are a lot better. And I think part of that reason is because I've also like tried to do better drawings. And I my sense of where everything should be has improved from drawing more. And my sense of like shape has improved because I've drawn more since the last time I was modeling. Like how follicles of hair should sit, how wide hips should be, how big shoulders. Like, I feel like when you draw it, your head kind of makes these connections, like an intuition that you pick up on like how everything should look and how it should be spaced out. This is mainly humanoids. It's probably different rules when you're doing like anything else. Like, this does not apply to like making a keyboard, like modeling a keyboard or a statue, or I don't know. But if you're doing humanoids, I think having an understanding of how the body works helps. Because I think, I don't know, maybe you guys can name examples, but I think there is like, when you look at a model that's done by someone that doesn't get it, you can tell. Like, if you look at Gavi's current model in the game, you could probably tell that I did not know my stuff very well in regards to anatomy, because it just looks really bad. So that's something I've been working at, and I think I've gotten better at doing that kind of thing. And that kind of came from just drawing. So I don't know, I guess there are things that do like, there's not skills, but intuition that transfers over. And I think that's what makes it worth it, is that you pick up, because drawing has a lower barrier to entry. You don't have to worry about topology and all that stuff. So you can kind of like, in a simpler setting, get a feel for how thick, a hands should be, how big they should be, where the eyes should sit. Like, you can get a feel for that without having to do all the technical stuff that modeling demands. So I think that helps, because if you're trying to learn that as you're modeling, as I tried to do, it's just like, it's hard. Like, it's because not only do you have to work that stuff out, but you also have to put up with the rest of like 3D modeling and all the finicky little things that come up, like moving these vertices around. Oh, the smooth tool is taking too much with it when I move this bit of the body, or all those little problems that you just don't get because in 2D, because it's just simpler. Oh, I wanted to thin that line. How do I thin it? Ah. I want to redraw. Can I redraw the thickness? There was a tool that let me did that. Oh, here we go. Ah, perfect. Oh, okay. I'll use a brush size of 10. The brush size... Okay, 30 is too much. I just wanted to just touch up these bits. Because it looks like it tapers a little too much in certain spots. Semi asks, "Do you mind if I make crossover art?" Not at all. Go for it. I'm honored. Splash says, "One day I was frustrated with German internet that I went to Twitter and cussed out Vodafone, but it turns out brand Twitter accounts must legally be staffed by non-robots, and I got a response." That's funny. Who's this character I'm drawing? Felix, who I have not disclosed a lot of information about, but he is one of the characters I have planned in the game. Not going to be playable. Let's just make that clear right now. I'm only going to have one playable character because that's just a lot of work to make more. But he's got a role in like the plot, and yeah. Okay, I'm just zooming out to take a look at all this. I'm contemplating whether I should take a quick break or not. I think I might need to refresh my eyes a little because I've been looking at this too. How long have I been live for? I want to keep doing this though. I don't want to end the stream, but how long have I been going? Okay, I haven't been going that long. I'm only going like an hour and a half. Okay, I'll tell you what, because I gotta like look at something else for a bit so that I can come back and like fix some of this, because I can tell this stuff off about it. Something's not right with the width of the lines, but I've been looking at this too long to like tell you what it is. So I'm gonna take like a 10-minute break. I'm gonna use the bathroom, eat, and I'm gonna come back. So don't go anywhere. Just keep the tab open. Don't leave. I'll be back in like 10 minutes. I just need to like refresh my eyes and get more water and more coffee probably. Actually, we'll do water. It's a little late for coffee. We'll do some water. But I'll be back in like 10 minutes. Bit of an intermission. I know I usually don't do intermissions, but we'll do it this time because I want to come back and finish this by the end of the day. So don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Oh, right. We are back. We are back. Ugh. Let me check. Oh, okay, my lighting still looks good. Cool, because the sun's gone down now. Oh, we got the party emojis. Yeah. Great. Okay, back to the sketch. Thanks for waiting. Appreciate you. Where's my OBS performance mode? There we go. Save up that precious memory. Sorry about the music. It keeps breaking. And I cannot be bothered to like keep alt-tabbing and like turning it off and on. So I'm just gonna like, I don't know, just leave it. I'll fix it someday. But today's not the day from the looks of it. Oh, thanks, Alice. Says, honestly, even while passively viewing game footage, the style never fails to amaze. Well, I hope it never will fail to amaze. Hi, nobody. Epic name. Glad I'm still kicking and punching and whatever else people do. I'm still doing it. Yeah, Boris says the snout looks like it's too far. Yes, kind of deliberate, but it is a little bit too far, so we will fix it a little. Although I do want it out a bit, but I don't. Yeah, maybe it's a little too far. So let's. I think we should be able to just move it with one of these handy dandy tools. Oh, okay. Can I like marquee select just that bit? Oh, cool. Except it will break the lines. Okay, I won't. No, okay, we won't do it that way because we don't need to move the. It's just the top half. We just got to move that. I can't remember which. Which thing is it? I just want to move the top half. Oh, pinch. There we go. Solved. There we go. That's not what I want there. That's not what I want either. Okay, that's gonna be a bit. Okay, let's think. Maybe I should simplify. How many vertices are there? Whoa. Okay, it's too simple. Let's just simplify it a little. Okay, that should be easier to move because if you use the pinch, it's a bit weird. Oh wait, there's pinch level. What does that do? Oh, okay. It pinches like a wider radius. Epic. Okay, we'll crank it up just a bit. Because I still want like that lip coming out there. Because I don't want to like lose the shape. I like the shape, I just want to move it like in. Like that? Let's compare with the old. Whoa. Can I? Okay, I'm gonna. Oh. Can I like lower the opacity of that? Yeah. I just want to have the old one open for reference. You can see the lines a lot better now than the old one, which is good because the old one was like way too thick. So that's good, at least. Yeah, because I want the shape. I just don't want it to stick out as far. That's better. Move that down a little. And we might adjust the thickness a little. Yeah, so that's the old, which was like, maybe, I don't know. We can thicken it up a little, thankfully. I might rub out that though. We don't really need the iris drawn in on the line art. So we might need to thicken up some things. But that will be pretty easy because we can just go with a thicken brush and just go over everything. Because I like relatively how thick and thin everything is, but if we just as a whole made it a bit thicker, that should be easy to do. But I want to adjust the mouth. Redraw width. Vodafone. I haven't heard that name in a long time. I can't. Do they operate like overseas? I thought they were an Australia only thing. Because it sounds like a very Aussie brand name, doesn't it? Vodafone. I couldn't imagine that being said in any other accent. I need to look at my line art reference again. Okay. Reference time. How thick do they make lines around the... Okay, so it looks like these guys have a thick chin here, which I have. Maybe I could use a bit more thickness at the bottom. But this is from a different angle, so it's a little hard to judge. Their eyebrows are a bit thicker. But they have a few more lines. I haven't filled in the eyelids or anything, so I'll think about doing that. Okay. I'll leave that open. Europe too? Oh dear. Oh no. Well, yeah. On behalf of Vodafone, I apologize. No, I can't speak on behalf of Vodafone, but if I could, I would apologize. I don't know. I've never been with them personally. Bakugan all the way. It's great. I don't know whatever happened to it, but it's good. I still have my Bakugan, as a matter of fact. It's the first thing I show people. Whenever, on the rare occasion I'll have someone over, I say, you want to see my Bakugan collection? And they all say yes, because who doesn't? And I show them that's the one reason I keep them, so I can show off to people that I'm the Bakugan master. I still got it. Now, I wish I still remembered how to play it, because I still have the cards and the things and everything. I cannot for the life of me remember the rules. I do not remember how to play it. It was like, I don't know, it was complicated. But I don't know if it's actually like, it was actually complicated, or if it's like complicated for me. Because, you know, there were other stuff. There was like Yu-Gi-Oh!, which I never got into. I don't know if that, like, if Bakugan was like the simpler version of all of those things. The Pokemon, you know, all that stuff. So I actually have no idea relatively like how easy or hard I would have had it learning that game. Because I remember when I first picked it up, I just wanted to play with the Bakugans. I didn't really care about the rules. I was just like, these things are so cool. And then I learned that there was like a card game around it, and I was like, oh, all right, well, let's figure this out. But oh god, I do remember there was some like news clip from like 2003 or something. And it's like this news thing in America, and they're all like, and we got the new phenomenon, Pokemon. And they're interviewing these kids. And one of the kids is like being interviewed. And the interviewer's like, can you explain this to me? And the kid's like, nah. He just straight up refuses. It's like, nah, man. It's just too complicated. You wouldn't get it. I don't know why. That lives in my head rent-free for some reason. It's just funny. It's pretty incredible because I don't know. I don't like know what the cool hip, but probably Fortnite. I don't know. I don't know what the cool hip new thing is, but it is kind of amazing if kids could get behind games as complicated as like, I don't know, Bakugan or something. I remember. Hey, look, I remember it being complicated. Maybe it wasn't, but I remember it being. But it's kind of cool that like. Because if you think about it, well, this was like before, when I was a kid, this was like before TikTok and stuff. So maybe we just had nothing better to do. Maybe. So we actually like would put in effort to like learn that stuff. Because I don't know. There's like a little pessimistic side of me that feels like, would kids today even be bothered like to learn this stuff? Or they could just hop on Modern Warfare 2. Or, I don't know. Whatever they play, and there's like it's simple. I don't know. I hope they would. I hope there are still battle brawlers out there. Pokemon's still a thing? Cool. I didn't get into it. I never got into it for some reason, but it's always been in the background of like it. I know it exists. But yeah, like. But the Bakugan balls, though, those are pretty cool. Splash Screen knows. He knows what's up. They were cool. I like them. I do remember, I have a funny story, because I think I knew like maybe one or two other people that played it at my school. But I had a secret, I had a trick up my sleeve, because I might have not known the rules that well. Not as well as them, at least. But I had my secret weapon, and that was bootleg Pokemon. Because there was some shop down the road that sold Bakugan. But I didn't realize until years later that they were, like, bootlegged. Because they were actually, like, slightly smaller than the genuine was. But the power level on them was, like, double or triple what you would normally get. So I remember, like, those were the first ones I owned. It was, like, these bootleg... Bakugans with like a power level of like 900, and then when I like got my first real ones, I was like really disappointed because I was like, why is it only 100 power? Why is it only 300 power? And then I looked at the two, and I'm like, oh, these ones are like not officially licensed. Like these are obviously like fake because they're just and the card design on them was completely different too. So the thing is though, is that I only noticed that when I looked at them like next to each other and paid like close attention. But if you're like at school dealing with a bunch of kids that aren't that detail oriented, you can get away with it. So you chuck on one of them onto the field and it has like 900 power and they go like, whoa, I'm done for. And they are done for. But little did they know that they're not real. So that was my secret weapon. That's the way. Got to do the custom Bakugan, I guess. I think that shop is still there though, like where I got them from. I'm pretty sure, I think it's been there for like 20 years or something crazy. It's like been there a long time and it's the same dude running it still. So that's always something that I'll like, I don't know. I like that that's a thing. Things in the world are chaotic, but at least I know that that guy will still be there selling bootleg Bakugan or whatever. I don't know. He probably sells a lot more. He probably sells like frozen stuff now, I'd imagine. Fake Beyblades? Oh. The fake ones used real metal? Oh, that's pretty cool. Well, were they fake? Maybe the real Beyblades are the fake ones if it's plastic. You know, that's something to think about. Okay. I need to zoom out. I'll turn the color layer. I know the hair is not going to line up at all. Because I think the shape is going to stay the same. So I might color it and then look at the line. Because it's the line thickness is just a bit off. But I think if I look at it with color, I might be able to figure it out. But there's just this little point here I got to fix. Oh, you can actually just connect. Oh, so you don't have to make these separate lines. Okay, that's cool. I didn't know that. The more you know. Just looks a little too heavy there. Splash Screen says, I forget what they were called, but there was a fad in school where you got these like little plastic cartoon characters and you line them up like bowling pins and flick them. Oh, it sounds familiar. You might have just unlocked a memory. I don't know what they were called either, but something about it sounds familiar. I remember we had these things. I don't know why I got into this. This is so out of character for me to do, but we had like this thing where if you bought a packet of chips, there would be like a sports card inside of it with some guy's jersey number on one side and like, I don't know. Let me search up if there's like a Smith's Chips sports card. I don't know if they've ever done it since, but this was like in 2009 or something. This is a while ago. Yeah, hold on. I think I might have found them. It was like these AFL things. That was one side, but the other, if you flipped it over, it had like the guy's jersey number on the back, and it was like, it looked cool because if you got like a rare one, it would have like this holographic thing. I don't know. Again, this is very out of character for me because I'm not a sports person at all, but I think I got into it because everyone at school would like collect these and they play this game with them where I'm just trying to find if like more pictures. Yeah, they would have this like strip on the packet of chips and that's how you knew there was one in them. I wish they like had pictures because the other side looked way cooler. I wish they had pictures of the other side. But anyway, so we had this game where you would like trade someone a card, but the way it would work is you both would have your card and you'd probably want to trade because one of them was like more valuable or something. So you set up a match and you both like hold the card on your hand and you both flip them. And if they land on the ground, whichever one lands like the player side up wins and they get to keep both cards. And that was, I do not remember why we did it, what the point was, but I remember at recess, that was like the one thing everyone looked forward to was like flipping footy cards. And I remember like I came across like a rare one once that I kept and didn't trade with anybody, but I don't have it now, obviously. But yeah, they all have like the back. I thought the back of the cards looked cooler, but there's no pictures of the back. Because I don't know who these people are. I have no idea who the players are. I just remember that the font on the, like, you flipped it over, it had like the jersey design on it, and the font was really cool. I think that's literally probably the reason why I like started playing it. Because I liked the font on the, God, that's such a me thing. But yeah. I don't know if, I have no idea if that was like just my school or just Australia or I have no idea how localized of a phenomenon that was, but I've never seen or heard of that being done anywhere else. I do remember Go-Go's Crazy Bones. I don't know what they looked like, but I remember the name. I remember being advertised. Oh, no, yeah, no, I had some of these, yep. Oh, these were cool. These were really cool. I remember just, yeah, these were so funky, man. God, 2008, what a year. Yeah, these were so cool. Man, I'm gonna save this picture for later because the packaging is really sick. Look at that. Do you see products packaged this cool nowadays? Do you see any brand with a logo this cool now? No, because back in 2008, everything was just, you didn't have to put in any effort. Everything was just cool. Now everything's, I don't know, it's not what it was. Look at those cool, it's awesome. I have no idea what you did with these, but I don't know. I always kind of thought they looked like Mod Nation races. I think that's probably why I liked them, is because they reminded me of that. I thought they were like the Mod Nation races merch or something. Man, I love the freaking the dot shading. This is, oh man, this is so late 2000s. I love it. Anyway, getting a bit sidetracked, but hell yeah, they were Crazy Bones. Oh, yeah. So those are the ones you flick. Yeah. Okay, I remember now. What? Yeah. Pack of TikTok cards. Oh no. Oh man, I worry a lot about kids today. I worry. Well, hey, here's how I'm gonna solve people not liking the things I think they should like. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna release my game, and we're gonna get kids hooked on that. And it's Wholesome 100. There we go. That's the plan. No V-Bucks, no whatever people put in games now. None of that. Just Parkour Gabby. That's it. That's all you need. I think where's the adjust thickness? I gotta do like some fixed width on there. There we go. Might narrow this line a bit. And these, oh my goodness, yeah, these are a bit chunky. I think I might rub out. Oh, I didn't want to rub out the whole thing. I just wanted to take off this little mistake. Control point. Yeah, let's get rid of you. I think these look a little, I'll simplify it. They look a little wonky now that because I remember this canvas used to be like half as big, so I didn't notice all these little jittery lines before I scaled the canvas up. So we're gonna fix up the curves there because it's just sticking out to me. So we'll run a simplify over them. Should smooth them out a little. That's better. That's much nicer. And that needs to, oh, that needs to connect to the neck. Yeah, give it a shot. I don't know if there's like a free version of it or something, because I like bought a discounted license like 6 months ago when they were doing some promotion for it. But try it. I'm usually not one to like look into technology and tools a lot. I usually just stick to like what I'm familiar with. So it's very rare that I ever go outside of things I know. Just, I don't know, because it's a lot of work to learn a new tool. But this was I think this was a good choice. I'm glad I did this. Because this addresses the exact problems I was having with Photoshop. I think that's why it's a perfect fit for me, because most of the time, I have friends recommend me tools like, oh, have you tried like I don't know, MetaHuman or some new like AI thing or something. And I usually just tune all of that out, because it's like, I don't think about, oh, like, what's the best tool for whatever, like, what's the best tool in a vacuum, or what's the newest tool, or what. I don't really think about that stuff. I'm kind of more thinking of my checklist of things I have to do, and I just go, all right, well, whatever I know how to do is going to be how I do it. And I very rarely, unless there's like a specific issue I'm trying to solve, I won't really go outside of that. So, when people ask me about UE5, I just avoid it, because it's like, I don't know what that's going to solve. Because unless someone can point out a specific problem that I have that it will fix, I just ignore it. Because it's technology changes so much. There's so much stuff happening. It's just too much work and mental energy to like keep track of it all. So I just tune it out. And if something is really that good, I'll probably hear about it. Or someone will like tell me. It's usually how it is. So I don't go out looking for like, oh, what's the latest thing for this? Because I know there are some people I know that are like that and whatever, but that's just not me. So I'll just stay in like a little bubble of like my tasks, my problems, my tools, and I won't really go outside of it. And it works out. And then every so often, experimenting will be helpful, like in this case. But if I was doing this all the time, trying to find new things, I would get nothing done. So, and yeah, and it's quite mentally, like this, I'm taking a while on my line work here, because I'm still getting used to the tools. If I was learning a new tool like every week, I would be slow all the time, because I'd have to like adjust. So the reason this is probably taking a bit longer than I'd like it to is because, this is like the first test drive essentially. But I'm hoping, after a few months of just sticking with one thing like this, I'll be a lot more proficient. Because that's something I would prefer to be proficient in something old than on the cutting edge. That's just me though. But that's like why I feel more comfortable sort of sticking to what I know. But that said, yeah, this was I'm glad I tried this out. Prostgen, I don't know, what's Prostgen? I don't know. Yeah, look, that's how out of touch. I've literally not looked at any Unreal 5 thing since the announcement. And I saw that they had like nanite and whatever, and I was like, that's cool and will not help me at all. So I just completely ignored Unreal 5 after the announcement. Let me look up. What's Prostgen UE5? Procedural generation plugin. Oh, it's opening up some like forum post. All right, that's a big read. I might look into that later. But I'll check it out after the stream. Okay, these lines are looking much better now. I have not saved my document yet, so I will do that. Wow, how long have I've been going for like almost 2 hours, and I've not saved my document. Don't do a me, guys. Always save. Yeah. So 7, that's an interesting username. 7AC0 says, when I switched to PBR light mapping in Unity, I had to sit down for months and study the tools. Yep. And didn't release anything. Yep. Because it takes time. And it's like, I don't know, like there are people I know that they get excited and hyped about tools. And I don't. And that makes it hard for me to get on with people, I think. Because I don't know, I just don't care, like, for a lot of the time. Like, most of the stuff I see, I just do not care most of the time. Because I don't know, I'm just focused on what's in front of me. And I'm like, well, I got to do this and I got to do that. And that's kind of all like we'll think about all the time. And sure, there's some disadvantages. I might miss out on a great tool, but really, do great tools come out that often? Probably not, I'd bet. So yeah, I'm very behind on like whatever the latest whatever is. I don't know, whatever new hip thing is happening in the game dev space. Like AI, I haven't touched at all. Don't plan to. Firstly, because I can't, because Steam doesn't allow AI stuff anyway. And then there's the ethical part, which I'm like, I don't really know what opinion to have on that, because there's so much information and things to consider. And I'm like, okay, well, is this actually going to solve any of my problems right now? No. Okay, so I'm just not going to think about it, because it's just, it won't help me. So yeah, so I'm always like around conversations where people are like talking about the newest chat GPT, and I'm just thinking, well, I can write my devlogs just fine, so I'm just going to keep doing that. Like, I don't feel particularly compelled to like change the work, because I don't have like, there's no problems with it. Like because I'm just using that as an example, because I know chat GPT can write stuff for you, right? And I have my own workflow of writing for episodes, and I'm working on an episode at the moment. It's almost finished, but I have my own little workflow for that, and it works. And I don't have a reason to change it. So I just, when people tell me like, oh, well, you could like generate a devlog script, and I'm like, yeah, but why? If I can just make one, like, if I already know how to do it and there isn't an issue, like, I don't see a reason to change it unless there's some glaring issue, which I don't know. The only real problem is just that it takes a bit of thinking. But I think any good writing will require a bit of thinking, you know? Like, it'll take a bit of time for you to work out what to say. I don't think that's something I can like mitigate. And I don't think I should, because I actually do like that part where, you know, it'll take me a while to like figure out how I want to word something. Like, the script for this current one I'm working on, it took me about a week to like get it where I was happy. And I'm glad it did, because the script was way better than it was last week. And because it's me writing it, everything is deliberate. So if there's a word or a sentence that's like written a way that I like, it's me doing that, because, you know, that's the whole point. And I like that, because it makes me think better too, because when I'm, you know, when I'm just thinking about the development as I'm doing work, I'm constantly thinking like, you know, it gives me lots of clarity on what I'm doing, because when you have to explain it to someone, and, you know, in a way to explain it to someone that isn't working on it, like the public, you know, it kind of makes you rethink what you're doing, because you'll then look at all the detail at zoomed out in the big picture level. And sometimes I'll think, oh, why was I working on that? That was stupid. And I wouldn't have noticed it back then. And that's not something I'll get if I just get an AI to write it. Like, I miss out on that completely. So that's why in that case, you know, for instance, I would just not change the workflow. I just sort of keep it as it is, because it works. Yeah, so 7A says using it for like email templates. Yeah, I could see that being useful, actually. Because that one thing a problem I do have is with emails, because I kind of treat them like writing scripts. Because when I write scripts, I have to be ultra precise with my wording, because I know that the stuff I'm talking about is very technical, and I need to make it like comprehensible for someone that isn't in the trenches with me. So when I write an email, I kind of take it the same approach. Like, I think about, well, what am I trying to say? How can I communicate this? And I'll write the email like 3 times and like revise it. Because the thing I hate the most is when someone emails me and I can tell they haven't thought about what they're written. Because I come away thinking, what are they trying to ask me? Because it's incoherent. So I don't know if AI does that kind of thing. I have no idea. That'd be cool though if it kind of helps you there. If it like helps you to like word things better or whatever. But especially if it's like stuff that isn't that important. Like if it's like some email where you just need to like, it's fine, but it just sounds a bit rude or something. I could see that being helpful. But I don't know. Apart from that. 7, 8. I've been told I'm blunt in my email. Yeah, I will say, because yeah, I get that sometimes. But the thing I always come back to there is that there's, I don't know what the name of it. I don't know who came up with it, but there's a thing called the hierarchy of argument. I don't know if it's attributed to someone. Graham's hierarchy of argument. That's right. And this is one of my favorite pictures. Especially if it gets heated. Because if someone starts coming after you about, I didn't like how you worded whatever, that's at the like near the bottom of the hierarchy, which is not really addressing the main point at all of what you say. So this is something I always remember. If someone ever tries to tell me like this sounded rude or whatever, all I think of is this doesn't actually address what I'm saying, because tone is really not that important. Because the main thing is the key argument at the top of the pyramid. That's how I think of things. I'm always thinking about the top and maybe this purple one. But I never, like down here, like at the very bottom, you got like name calling, ad hominem, tone. So yeah, responding to tone is like one above ad hominem, which isn't a strong response. It's kind of not even worth criticizing tone, in my opinion, because it doesn't help. It doesn't do anything. So that's just something to keep in mind. I think it's interesting. Although I will say with AI, I don't know much about it, but I have I'm glad I'm not in the academic system now, but my goodness, I'd imagine the professors are panicking if like students are just having AI write their essays or something. Because I've always like been very skeptical when people say like we have anti-plagiarism tools or something. I don't know, man. I don't know if I buy that. I don't know if that's real. Because I don't know. I don't know how you can pick up on that like kind of thing. I don't know what algorithm that a school would afford that would be able to detect plagiarism. I don't know. It just sounds like it sounds like something you could get away with telling a teenager and they'd believe you. You know? Like there was some, I don't know what it was, some video I came across like ages ago, and it was like this professor talking about like chastising his students for cheating, except he had like no evidence that they were cheating. He just had statistics. It says this class has done better than every class before it for the last 20 years. So that must mean you're cheating. And we know who you are, but if you come through anonymously, we won't like punish you. But it's like it's a bluff, and they obviously don't know who it is because they would not have reacted that way if they knew. This was an old video. I don't know how old this video was, but I don't know. It's just funny because they make the guy in the video is making all these claims like we have this algorithm technology and we can do forensics to tell who cheated, and it's just like, I don't know. I doubt it. I don't know, man. "7A works at tech support schools in New Zealand. Isn't as big of an issue." Okay, well that's good to know. That's a relief. Duskin Dwayne says, a lot of my comic has come from brainstorming. Brainstorming's good. What I tend to do, because if you don't have someone to brainstorm with, I like will just vomit out a bunch of ideas and then come back to it the next day and like argue with them and pretend that I'm like someone else. And that kind of helps me out a bit, because then, you know, it's cheaper because you don't need another person, and then you can just kind of like critique your own idea in a sense, which I don't know. I think it's like it kind of depends. If you're like very self-critical, I think it will come a bit easier. But if you're not inclined as such, you might have a bit of a harder time with that way. But yeah, interesting. I don't know what a KT tree algorithm is. I'm sorry. I have no idea. But it sounds cool and techy and, you know, sounds high tech. Sounds like, I don't know, sounds like some kind of weapon from the Matrix. It's over, Agent Smith. I have my KD tree algorithm. Okay, let me just look at my line art reference again. I have this, maybe I should be looking at this one, because this is a lot simpler, a lot less lines. And they do that thing, like what I'm planning to do, where it's just like a separate layer on the outside that like, because that outer line is all the same thickness from the looks of it. So I want to do that. But it looks like I think I've gone a little too thin on the inside, I think. Actually, these lines are all very... no, there is variation. It's just a lot less extreme. Okay. Let me leave this guy open. Because I think that's the issue, is that there's a little too much tapering everywhere. How is CSP going? Going good. I'm just like kind of refining the lines. I think I said I was going to color, but I just want to like... Okay, let me think about what I'm going to do. So I think I need to thicken... No, not thicken, but even the lines out on the face and thicken them a little. And then I want to add an outline, and then I want to do the color. That's what I'm going to do. That's the plan. So, how do I... Okay, so I want to like normalize and adjust, like thicken and medium. I don't know what the word is. Normalize, I guess, is the closest word I can think. So if I go to adjust line width, let me read these tooltips. Because you can thicken them all, or thin them all, or multiply, or divide, or fixed width. Okay. That's a bit tricky. I think I'll just do thicken, but I'll only do certain areas and bring them all up to something that looks like the same. So, like, I think, because there's just little bits that look a bit too thin. I think that's what it is. So I'll just thicken these and try and make it look more even. And I'll try and stay a bit more zoomed out, because I know if I zoom in too close, I'll go nuts. Those lines do look a little wobbly, though. I might fix those up. And I think I'll do fixed width on this. And then I'll add a bit of volume to the edge. Because, yeah, I'm just looking at this reference, and... yeah, the variation's not as extreme, so I think that's the issue. It's a bit too much variation. Now, I could go over the whole thing. Let's have a look at... we'll see how that looks. So that's how that would look if I went over everything. Which looks a little close to the reference, but it's still a little too thin. So we won't go... I might not go that extreme. And I might change the fixed width to a 5 instead of 4. And I might rub out some of these detail lines, because I don't think I need... I think I can have some gaps there. It'll make it look a bit better. Okay, I think I went a little too extreme there. I'll try scale down instead of narrow, because that will, like, instead of taking off like 2 points, it'll just take off a ratio. I'm gonna try that, see if it feels better. Yeah, I'm liking that. Yeah, see, this is looking at a little better. It's looking a bit less, what's the word? I don't know. The lines are more consistent. Still variation. I think that might be it. I think that's where I think my issue is the degree of variation. I think that's something I still haven't quite nailed. Because there's a lot, there's, like, you know, the shape of the lines, the overall thickness, all of that. I think it's just there's the variation I haven't quite nailed. And I'm not, that line has a bit, I don't like where that thickness is, but if I try and narrow it, it like narrows. Oh no, I got it now. There we go. Okay, the pocket is a bit too thick. I think I set my brush too large. Now with the rubber eraser, I should say. I guess Australians call it rubber. Do they call it that in America? I don't know. Americans probably call it the eraser. So I'll take out some chunks. I don't know, I've noticed that when I do this, it tends to just look nice. Don't know why, but it does. Not too much. Maybe, yeah, like that. Yeah. That's better. A pen for liner, I think it's just literally like the default mapping pen. I think that's it, literally. Thanks forever. Outlines on the shorts need to be thicker? Maybe. Yeah, a little. Not too much, but a little. Scale, I'll do scale up. Okay, I think I might leave it there, I think. I think as well, these lines that go in, gotta thicken those a little, but I think some of these need to be a bit shorter. So we'll go in with the, yeah, I think that doesn't need to come up that high. And then we'll taper that. Yeah, that's a bit better, because I think they were just coming up a little too high. And then I think this, I'll bring down this a little as well. And then maybe... Yeah, that's... The hair looks a little fuller now. Is there anything else? What if I take this down a bit? Not sure. I did like that. Does that need to be thicker? Okay, I think I'm going a bit too far there. Yeah, I think that we'll leave it at that, I think. All right. Let's try adding... Oh, wait. I forgot about... Yeah. There needs to be just a little bit of touch-up on this. Some of these lines aren't touching, and I need to taper off a few of those edges. Because that line is a little awkward. Oh. So I'll add a line, and then I'll take that one at the edge and just taper it. That's much nicer. And that is almost not touching there. Oh, I just want to... Oh, it's like overlapping. I just want to select that line. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's nicer. Oh, no, not like that. Thanks, Bullfrog. Good to see you again. Thanks so much, 7AC0, for becoming a VIP supporter. By the way, because I mentioned some stuff about some other work I'm doing, so Mr. 7A, if you want to, because you're a member now, you can check that out. I think if your YouTube and Discord account are linked, you'll be able to access the server. But I think also if you go to the channel community tab, you'll see a post from yesterday with a bunch of stuff. You should check that out. Thanks so much again. What do I think of adding a map editor in the game? It's a cool idea, but exorbitantly expensive and time costly, so I'm gonna have to pass on that. I have thought about it though. I've been offered things about it, but it's just I'm not at that level, guys. I'm one guy. Maybe another game I'd like to try that, but I just think that's going to be beyond the scope of what I can do. It might sound easier on paper though. I think I understand where a lot of people are coming from, because it's like, oh, well, instead of making content, you just get other people to make the content. Yeah, in theory that sounds great, but you have to make tools for them, and the tools have to be like not bad. You have to make like good tools, and that is almost as hard as just making the content, because I can make tools for me and I can make them to a lower standard if it's just me using them, but if I make tools for the public, those tools have to be tested. They have to be, easy to use and understand, and that, you have to think about like, how should this tool work, and it's like a whole other project essentially, because instead of making features like mechanics for Gabby, you're instead making features of, I need to make a thing that builds, roads or something. And that is a lot of work. Like, it's actually quite complicated. Because as you can imagine, with game dev, it's everything goes wrong all the time. Imagine the amount of things that could go wrong there. Probably a lot. Like, the last thing you want is you have a level builder and then the save, it doesn't save, or it saves, but when you reload it, one of the blocks has been moved 2 meters and you don't know why. Like, that kind of stuff. I have no idea how to fix that. I don't even know where to begin. So I'm gonna deliberately choose to not do that, because it's just that's gonna be a whole other project, I think. And I think as well, it's probably gonna be like a niche of people that will actually use them, because I don't use. I own a few games where they have tools like that. I don't use them. I don't think most people do. I think it's kind of a niche, like a minority of players are kind of into that stuff. So I think with that in mind, it might, it's a lot of work for things that only a small percentage of people will like use. So I have to, when you consider that stuff and the amount of work and how expensive it would be, it's just like, yeah, that might be a bit tough. But if it was easy, I would do it. If it was like not difficult, but everything's difficult. That's just how it is. So I have to pick, because everything's hard. So I have to pick, like, all right, well, what things do I want to do? Because I only get a limited amount of things I can do. Yeah, and also, that would delay the game a lot, because I have to basically add a whole new. Well, it's not really. That isn't even really a game, I would call it. That's like, I have to make software. Like, that's kind of what it is. I have to make software tools and a game, and that is like a lot of work. Yeah, that's a good point, Rye. He says that the tools I made for my game would completely break if you use any different names on. Yeah, that kind of stuff can happen. And to have that not happen, that requires like maybe weeks of planning of like, how can we make a system where you can rename things and it won't break? Like, that is, I think people underestimate how much work that is, because because one thing I haven't touched on yet is the current tools that I have at the moment. Because we have some. And I think in my last video, I talked about the procedural tools. What I didn't talk about was that they're completely busted, and I will have to redo them all. Because I haven't, when that was all going on, I hadn't realized that yet. So this is like a bit jumping ahead in the timeline, because there's months of stuff I have not talked about on the devlogs yet, because it's a lot. But one of the things is that the tools have to get redone, because the guy I hired to make them, I didn't realize that just because you can make games doesn't mean you can make good tools. It's quite the contrary, actually. I think a lot of the people I've worked with are terrible at designing tools, because again, and this is kind of my own fault, because I have a small pool and most of these people are just game jam type people. And, they're used to making something in a few weeks and not having to worry about it. But with tools, especially if you're making them for consumers to use, you can't just, if you want to make like I want to make like a tool that makes buildings, you can't just do that in a week. Some people try, you could do it, but it'll probably be bad because it's complicated and it probably takes more than a week's worth of effort. So if, I was being promised like, oh yeah, don't worry, I'll get all these done in like no time. And I didn't realize how much that would bite me later, having that done so quickly. Because now I'm looking through it and the code, all uncommented, complete mess. They technically do the job, but they can't be scaled. So if I want to add new stuff, I can't. And there's reason that I might want to add stuff to them. So that's something I've got on the backlog for much later, because I just don't have time to fix that right now. But that's the kind of thing that you got to prepare for. And you got to think like that whole the mission system I was doing on stream a few months ago, I don't know if anyone here remembers that, but that took like 6 months or something. So it took a while, like more than you would think, because to make it good, that's kind of what it is. It's like I had a similar mission system in place from years ago that I had made in like a week, and it did the job technically, but it could only do what I designed it for. It was no flexibility at all. And that flexibility was something I wanted in the tools. I couldn't make other mission types, for example. Like that stream where I made the floor is lava mission, that was only possible after I spent months designing the tools. But if I had only spent a week on the tools, that would not have been possible. I would have had to make like bespoke mission assets, which is fine in some cases, depending on what you're doing. If you're making something that's gonna like a short game jam type thing, that's totally fine. But if it's like you're gonna be working with these for a few years, you should probably put in a bit more effort. Like you should make that to a higher standard, because the longer you keep going with the game, more likely things are gonna break. So you got to build things well for that to not happen, and that takes time. So it's complicated. That's kind of where, and then you get into like tech debt and all that stuff, and that is like a whole other. I want to make a video on that someday, but I've written like some of a script about that topic because I have a lot to say on it, but it's so complicated. It's a really complicated topic, because it's to even address it. It really depends on the actual project, like the specifics of exactly what you're doing. A lot of the rules can't really be broad, abstract rules. I found a lot of it is like it depends, So it's a hard topic to like dissect, because I'd like to. There's a lot I've learned about it, but a lot of what I've learned, I'm sort of piecing together. Probably a lot of it only really applies to my project and will not really apply to others. So it's hard to describe, but I guess that I think I've figured out that's the stuff that people don't see that makes game development like complicated. Like when people say it's like black magic, that's the black magic, like that stuff. That's like the voodoo stuff that makes everything just impossible or like, difficult. That's what I think. And because the public doesn't see that, I don't think they'd even know, I don't know. It's hard to describe even what kind of issues tech debt and things can cause, but that's why, when like Blizzard says we're going to have like a campaign at Overwatch or something, and then it doesn't happen, and it took them 4 years, that's why. No, I don't work for Blizzard, but my bet would be it's tech debt stuff related. It's probably that the tools were too expensive to maintain or something along those lines. That's my bet. Because you might say, oh, well, how hard is it to make a skill tree system? Well, not that hard if it's a bad system. Not that hard at all. Anyone can do that. But to make it a good system that withstands the player base of Overwatch or whatever, like I don't know how many people play it, how long, for that many like to that standard, that's a lot of more work. Same thing with like Halo split screen. I was talking to a friend about this a while back with the co-op stuff, split screen co-op, because a lot of people I remember were really confused that they said they were going to do split screen co-op and then they didn't, but then you could still hack into it and play split screen co-op, and it was like, why don't they just add it? Like, why don't they just like finish it? And the answer is, at least this is just my opinion, of course, I don't work there, but I believe the answer is that it's 80% there, but the gap between 80% and 100% is a lot bigger than people think it is. And that they probably couldn't justify the expense. Because to bridge the gap so where it's flawless, like it's close, but to make it flawless is hard. And I think that's probably, they probably looked at that and went, look, we've invested X years, it's almost working, but to get this to actually work to the right standard is going to take another year, which will cost another whatever million, however much they spend. And the guys at the top are probably like, well, we're already making money with the shop, so why would we, we'll just cut it. That's probably what happened. That's just my guess as an indie. Indie and AAA are very different, so I don't know how much of that is like true because I don't work there, but that would be my guess based on my experience with my own systems in my game. I think that's pretty reasonable because I don't see why else it would be. But I know it isn't that they were lazy. I think that's just people that don't get game development will just say they were just doing nothing. It's like, no, they were probably doing something. It's complicated. Anyway, hey, Depug. Well, I guess no one's ever really late. They arrive when they mean to. Oh, NQ. Yeah, dude. I literally, I don't jam. I avoid game jams. I never want to do another game jam in my life because I used to do them a lot, but I learned a lot of bad habits. And I've seen what happens when you kind of only do game jams. It's not pretty. And I looked at, there are people who I looked up to that, did jams, and I look back at them now in, disgust, because that's all they can do. And it's if you have, if you want to just make small games, that's fine. But if you have, any greater goal than that, that's the rules for a jam, and anything larger, completely different rules. And I figured that out, last year, when I was doing this systems and everything. And yeah, it made me not want to ever do a game jam again because there's just no point because I don't know, for me at least, this is just for me and my goals. I don't stand to gain anything from doing them because it's I don't know, because I this is work. I don't do it for fun anymore. So I don't really have a particular urge to make small little things. So I spent years doing that, so I'm kind of past that phase now. I don't really find that fun anymore. For me, it's more about the goal and sticking it out the long game. That's kind of what I like. But that's just me. That's just, I know that's kind of probably the minority. I like having, big projects. I like doing that. But yeah, it's definitely, I think one of the misleading things I was sort of led to believe is that, you'll become a better developer. And it's yes, kind of. But you also, if you never go outside that jam environment, you miss out on a lot. You don't, if you stay doing the easy stuff, you don't grow beyond that. And I think, at least I learned, to make a game like Feline, you can't make it with game jam experience. It just won't work. And I think, I don't know, that's part of what I wanted to say about tech debt, which it's in a script. I've shelved it for the moment because I think I might come back to it later because there's just a lot. But part of the thoughts I had on it was the impression that people outside of game dev have about game dev. Because I think when people see, making Minecraft in 48 hours type stuff, I think it gives them the impression that it's easy and that anyone can do it. And a huge push in engines now, they all say anyone can do it. And I disagree. I don't think anyone can do it, and I don't think anyone should do it. Anyone can make a small prototype. That totally. But making a game that's you sell, that's for sale somewhere that people buy, that's the standards are different. They're not the same thing at all. And I think I do get a bit bothered when people say that anyone can do coding. Yeah, but only a minority can do good coding that will withstand that standard, that can meet that standard. And if you're doing a big project, it needs to a lot of the time. So anyone, the thing though is I don't want to make it sound like that no one can do it. It's just, you can, it's just it's a lot more work than I think people give credit for. Anyone can become that, but they can't do it after 6 months. They can't just do it because it's the right engine. If I just pick this magic engine, I'll be good at it. It's no, it'll help you, but you gotta train yourself and You know, there's a lot to it, and yeah, I do get a little irritated sometimes when I see, you know, when the Blizzard Overwatch thing was going down and people saying like, oh, what happened to the skill system? Were they just doing nothing for the last 4 years? I like that kind of bothers me a little, because I know that's like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, of course they'd be doing stuff. It's just you don't see it. But just because you don't see it doesn't mean it's not happening. Because there's a lot of stuff I do you guys don't see. And I don't know, maybe that's just the perspective I have now as someone who has to do this, but I think if I try to put myself back in the mind of when I was like younger, I probably wouldn't have thought about it at all, like any of that. Because and my main point there being, I think the game jams, people making games in like 2 days stuff like that, when that was like trending, I don't think I liked the impression that gave off about the field, because it does make it look easy. And I really hope that my videos don't give people that impression. I hope people don't look at it and go, oh, that looks easy, because oh man, oh no, it really isn't. It's not. But that's fine. I don't mind it being hard. I just I would agree with you. So Spyro's Rise said, don't recommend people get into game dev unless they really like have to, or they really want to. I would agree. I think it's fine to try if you want to, like, you know, if you got a friend, you guys want to do whatever. Like, I'm mainly talking about like if you want to like do that as a job. It's like a different thing. Hobbies, whatever. No one can tell you how to do hobbies. Anyway, that got a bit heavy. Alice, in regards to Overwatch, says it's more about broken promises. Yeah, that too. Look, I can see. I don't think I paid attention to that because I was not following Overwatch. Like, I played it 5 years ago, and I've not been keeping up with it at all. So I didn't even know what they were promising. So yeah, I think no, because I have a friend who's really into it, and he was telling me that they were going to do some like Borderlands 2 like skill thing, and I'm like, oh, okay, I see why people are upset now. Because when they said the story stuff, I thought it was going to be like the archives events that they used to have, but just permanent. So my expectations were really low. So I was like really confused why everyone was getting upset. I was like, why? Like, it's not a big deal. But when I saw what they were actually promising, I was like, oh, okay. I think I can get it. Bryce says, you don't have motivation doing small projects? Hell yeah. I will say it's a bit of a curse though, isn't it? It is a bit of a curse. Because you're kind of always like overworked. All the time. But I don't know. I would prefer I mean, based on what I'm choosing to do, I prefer that over, because I'm trying to think of how many jams I think I did like 12 or 13 jams in the span of 2 years, I think. But it was a while ago. I don't remember the exact what they all were. I don't even know if I have the project files for most of them still. But yeah, I was never proud of them, and that's kind of what drew me away from the jams, because I would come out, like, it would be fun there, but then the next week, it like, I just it completely, it's like it never happened. Like, I don't know, you just forget about it, and it's like it never happened almost, and I didn't like that feeling. Anyway, sorry, I've been fixating a little too much on the hoodie. Let me look at my reference. Okay, I'll tell you what. Let's do the outline, because I said I was going to do that. Sorry, I got a bit... Well, hey, this is a casual stream, okay? So I can talk more when I'm not programming, I guess. Now, I got to look up something. Clip Studio. Hey, guys. I'm just Googling stuff. Clip Studio Paint, add outline. Let's have a look. what is this? Because I want to add like an outline around everything. I want to see how this person does it. And I'm going to play it 2x speed subtitles. That's how I watch tutorials. So they're just talking. So they've got a marquee. Okay, they've got a marquee selection around the background. Can I use this tool? Oh, there we go. Okay, I'm using the magic wand tool to just select the background. And select that little hole. And I think that's everything. Oh, wait. I forgot to do these lines. I gotta thicken those a little. Then we'll do the outline. And that line is dangerously thin. I totally forgot about this foot. But that's all I want to touch up. So just bear with me. I'll just use like set wherever that is. Adjust line width, fixed width, and just thicken the ankle a little. And then I'll just move them so that they're touching, and then, yeah. Where is... I keep forgetting, sorry, I still haven't gotten used to where everything is yet. Oh, that's the thickness tool. I don't want that. Would it be off topic to talk about what I'm drawing while watching? I don't see why it would. Go for it. Hey Bergman. You've been here the whole time, haven't you? I just haven't noticed. Oh yeah, you've been here the whole time. How embarrassing for me. That's a good point, Bergman. Yeah, so Bergman says people outside of game dev like game jams because it makes a good YouTube video, and that it does. Those are very popular. I've like come across a few of them, and I'm just like, oh no, I don't like them. I don't like those types. I mean, they're entertaining, they're well edited, but they're not like, you know, I do this every day. That is not what my life is like, where I just slap my hands on keyboard and game work. I wish, but that's not how it works. I wish it did though. I wish it was that easy. What are you drawing? Oh, wait, hold on. I missed a few messages there. Oh, Alice, you're drawing too? Hell yeah. We can all draw together. Studying anatomy. Hell yeah. NQ says rib cages make me want to concave my head against a table corner. That sounds, yeah, man, me too. Yeah, I haven't spent too much time studying anatomy. I don't know, maybe I have, I don't know. Probably not the way most people would do it. I think I don't know, I kind of have the brute force way where I kind of just draw something enough times until it looks right. I mostly look at people when I'm looking at like anatomy stuff. Like I'll get like, I don't know, like a photo or something, and I'll look at sort of folds, or I don't know, skin has folds, just like clothes. And I'll kind of look at things and I'll try to imagine like what everything would look like underneath, like the bones and stuff. And because for me, I don't think about anatomy, I think more about poses. I don't know if that is probably not the right way to do it, but that's sort of my thing. Because when I'm drawing anything like this, the main thing for me is the pose. So I tend to just look at poses and I just pay attention to like what's going on and where the hands reach, where the hips are. And I don't know, I guess when you look at enough of them, you kind of get a feel for what, if a pose looks off or something. I don't know. There's probably a lot I could learn reading a few anatomy books, but I found I don't know. I've noticed an improvement without looking at anatomy, because I look at my drawings from the beginning of the project and I look at them now, and I can tell that everything is just kind of laid out better. I couldn't explain why though. I don't know why, but I can just look at it and go, yeah, that looks a bit more natural or something. But I think that's probably what I would get out of an anatomy book, is being able to articulate what thing, like the rules, you know, and then things like that. But I guess it's just kind of like intuitive, because humans, I think humans know what humans should look like, and when you draw them enough times, I feel like if you, I don't know, you kind of have to, you'll get some intuition. If you draw for a number of years, after a while, you'll pick up. I think you just naturally will pick up on things. Talking about gesture, maybe that is, I don't know, I think of it as poses, but if it's called gesture, I guess sure. I don't know. And again, I'm not like university educated, so I don't know the terminology, but I know enough for my purposes. I just want to thin that. Oh no, I didn't want that tool. I just want to thin out that line. Okay, what was I gonna? Oh yeah, now I can. Now that I fixed that, I can do the outline. Luckily, this is quite easy because there's only one gap, and that's there. Everything else is selected. All right, let's look at how this person does it. Outline select. Oh wait, what menu is that? Edit, outlines. Okay, let's get a new layer going. Edit. Outline selection. Ooh, we get a choice of whether we want it to draw on the outside or not. That's cool. I like that. I'm gonna do... Oh, wait a minute. I have to invert my selection, don't I? Oh, cool. It's the same keybind as Photoshop. Epic. All right, let's do that again. Edit. Outline selection. Draw outside. Let's see what... Oh, look at that. Pretty cool. Oh, I forgot one spot. No. I forgot that little bit. No. There we go. Oh, that didn't... Can you... Oh, I just want that bit, please. Oh, it has to be on... Oh, I gotta have the layer select. Oh... 1 second. Okay, so I have to be on the layer. And then I have to... Yeah, okay. I think those are all the gaps. So let's invert. Select. Edit. Sorry. Was it edit? Yeah, edit, outline selected. Kablam. Oh no. That's not... Something is not right there. What? It seemed to go inside the head for some reason, which is not good. All right, let's try that again. Edit, outline selected. There we go. Got him. Look at that. That's pretty cool. Let's compare it to my reference of the style I'm trying to do. And it's like a bit... Oh, come back. It's a bit more similar now, isn't it? But we got to adjust this a little because the variation is massive. Too much variation. But it looks better with the thicker outline. And I am glad I did that on its own layer because... I don't know, there's something about... I don't know what it is, because I think some people might do it on the same layer, but I like having this on its own. Because if it's too thick, I can just control just this line. Because it's a little too thick, so we're gonna... I think I should be able to edit it after the fact. If it's a vector, it is a vector, so I should be able to just change it. How though is The question of the hour. How do I... I know you can. But how do you do it? See, it even has them as all the vector points. Just epic. How did I changed the thickness on something earlier, and I don't remember how I did it. I think it's you got to have the object selected, and then you got to go to brush size. There we go. Yes. Yes. Very good. Oh, that's interesting. Oh. It seems to be a bit weird. It's like, it's not like flush with the... There's a gap. That's curious. Huh. Why is there a gap? It only looks good if it's at a specific size. Okay, well that's not what I want. Yeah, it's feathered. Maybe it's with the selection. Maybe it's got something to do with that. I don't know. I gotta think for a moment. What's a smart way to have it not do that? Because I'm guessing it's to do with the selection. But if I look at where the selection is, it should be coming out from there. I don't know. Like that isn't... The selection is like exactly on the pixel. So, let's try something else. I'm going to try doing the thing. Outline selection. But we'll change the width to like 0. Oh, see, this is a bit more like it. Maybe the width is how further away from the selection. Maybe that's what it is. But it's still... when it said... I thought the outline would work a bit different, where it does the outline on one side. But, oh no, that wouldn't make any sense, actually, if it's a vector, so that's my bad. I want to try it again, but I want to change the setting. I'm gonna do outline, but I'm gonna do on border, and we'll make it 10. Because this isn't exactly... I don't really want it like this, but this will do it exactly on the line from the looks of it. So I don't know, maybe that's what we should do. But that's... No. Because I'm looking at my reference. Those lines, they aren't centered on the line. They're on the other. They're on one side. Like if you look at the outline and that bit of hair, it isn't centered. It's like on the edge, the outer edge. So I need to do it on the outer edge for sure. So we'll do that again. Edit outline. I think we'll pick like a safe. We'll pick like 5. See how it like there? That's a lot nicer. Except there's some gaps, which is not so good. I wonder if I scale that up. I wonder what kind of is that gonna cause issues? I wonder, because this might not be the right way to do it. Oh, actually, it looks better scaled up. Actually, all right. Oh, except this. Oh no. Oh no. But that actually doesn't look so bad. Except that one piece. If I scale it down though, does it break? Okay, that's not... It's a little bit of gaps. Okay, it starts to become obvious when you scale it down. There's a bit of a gap. Okay. I gotta think. There's probably a better way to do this. It would be cool if I could use the outside lines and have the vector only calculate one side. If that makes sense. Maybe just use on border 1. I don't quite know what you mean. Hold on. I think I might get... Let me just read that message a few times. On border and then mask it. Oh, no, I get what you mean. Yeah, we'll try that. I'll make... Can I make... I think I should be able to make a mask from this selection. I'm pretty sure. I'll just add a mask. And then can I like reselect? Yes. And then we'll go edit, stroke. Good idea. Oh no, sorry. Edit outline selection. We'll do on border 5. Oh, I think we need to invert the mask. How do I invert? Can I invert the mask? Oh. Yes, there we go. Ah, that's much better. How do I... Okay, there we go. Oh, almost. Almost. What if I... Okay, so the mask is a little off. Let me just think. I think... Can I delete the... Can I get rid of the mask? I just want to delete mask. Okay. I think I just need to change this. I think there should be a way to feather the selection, hopefully. So I'll select... But I'll contract... I should be able to contract the selection, I think. Yeah, shrink selected area... And we'll shrink it by like 1, and then we'll make a mask. Okay, and then we'll invert the mask. That's much nicer. Oh, almost. Wait, can I just like move that vert? Can I? Oh, see, that's why. So if I just change one of these to a corner, it's just that. I just want to click on it. Yeah, there we go. And then I just... Yeah. Oh, it's... Oh. Still a... Why is there still a gap? No! Why is there still a gap? Oh, it must be the mask. Oh, it's the... Oh, the mask has a gap. Bruh. Okay. I'll... Oh, okay. What I will then have to do is... Oh, okay, this might be an issue on those tipped edges there. But I think what I'll have to do... I'll select it. I think I need to shrink the selection a bit more so it doesn't get that corner. But I can't shrink it too much. I'll see. I'll try shrinking it again and see how much I can get away with. Select, shrink. I'll shrink it by another pixel. Oh, wait. Yes. And then we'll mask, invert. Oh, it's still... Nah, okay, maybe that's not the best way. That's unfortunate. Let's scale it down. I mean, it's close. Like, it's just at this size for whatever reason. Oh, yeah. It's just that little... It's like literally a pixel big, and it doesn't seem to show up on any other sizes. So I don't know if it's... unless... I don't know. Is the mask a raster? I actually don't know. Can I, like... Is it... It's not a vectored mask, is it? If you put a mask over a vector layer, is that rastered or not? Because if it's rastered, then I can't use the mask. Because then that'll kind of defeat the whole point of using vectors. I don't... Oh, okay, this is a Google question. It is a raster? Let me search. Clip Studio Paint mask vector. I cannot find anything helpful. Let me try searching something else. Oh, sorry, I had chat. I lost you guys. There you are. Oh, draw over it? That would take a while. I would love... Oh, what did I just do? I would love if there was some way to get the... Copy, like, that out, just the actual outline. Like the actual points, but just the outside. And then just thicken those. If I could just have that on its own layer, that would be great. But have the outline come out of one side only. But I don't know if that's like a thing I can do or not. Let me just think. Because yeah, if I draw over it, because it would be on another layer, and it's not going to line up in the... If you just draw over the top, it isn't going to... Unless you have like mathematical precision, which I don't have, it's not going to line up. So if you scale it around, because it's vectored, the bigger it is, the more of a difference there'll be, and that'll create the same issue with there being a gap, because there technically would be a gap. So drawing it isn't as simple as just drawing over the top. That's not... I wouldn't advise doing that. I think I need to figure out something. I need to figure out if you can have vectored lines that only have like one side of them shaded. That's I think if I know if that's possible, then what I would think to do is to copy the line art layer and erase everything except the outlines, and then change it so that the line is on the outside, and then scale that, because that's using the same vertex information, which means there will be no gaps. But I don't know if you can do that. That's the only thing. Ow, my finger's starting to cramp now. Let me search clip. I don't know what the right thing to search would be, but I'll search Clip Studio Paint vector line on outside only. I don't know if that's like a thing, because it might not be. So let me just read. Because the main point, this is the reason why drawing over it isn't the right solution. Because the main point here is, you'll notice, if you look real close, I know this is a bitmap, just pretend it's vector. The outline is not centered with the inner line. I don't know if you can see that, because you'll, especially on this little bit here, you'll see that that thicker line is actually, it's coming out of one side. It isn't going into the drawing. It's only going out of the drawing. So, and it looks good because it means that like the line work is all flush with this border. Whereas if it wasn't, like that line would come in more in, and it would like clip there, and you'd see like the line changing thickness there. But because it's on the outside only, it looks a lot smoother. That's what I'm trying to get at here. And you can see here too, that line is a bit further in than the outer line because it's all coming from the outside. Yes, so 7-8, you got it. So the reason I'm trying Clip Studio, for those that are joining, I think I said this like at the beginning, but for those that are just joining, so this is Clip Studio. This is not the usual software I use. This is like literally my second day using this. So that's why I don't know. That's why I'm trying to research this, because I honestly do not. I've only used this for a day. But the Clip Studio, one thing that's really cool about it compared to Photoshop is that it's hybrid vector and bitmap, whereas Photoshop is bitmap only for the most part. There are some vector tools, but they're not great. So the difference between this and my normal artworks is that this is all vectorized, which means I can rescale this to whatever size I want, and there is no loss in detail. So if I make this ginormous, give it a minute. It's really big now. I've just, oh, please don't crash. Oh no. Oh no. Let's do it. It has to calculate everything now. I don't know how big this canvas is now, actually, but please don't crash. But my point is, I can make it whatever size I want, and it's gonna stay sharp. Yeah, here we go. Look at that. Look how sharp that is. And I was drawing this on like a 1000 pixel canvas initially. So that's cool. But it means that the workflow is a little different, which is what I'm learning. Actually, yeah, I'm really happy with the thickness of everything now at this size. Looks really, I'm happy with it. But we'll bring it back down. And yeah, I can also shrink it and it'll look like pixel art. I can do all of that, but I think I'm just gonna leave that alone for now. I'm not gonna resize it. The issue is I want to have a thicker outline around the character, because a lot of promo art I found has that. Actually, I think I have a vector hold on. I have a vector example right here. So I just found this of like what I want. This is actually a vector. This is an actual vector example, because I can zoom in and it'll actually get bigger. I don't know if I can zoom in more. Oh, it only lets me zoom up to 500%. But this is using probably the same tool, I'd imagine. Except this guy, whoever did this, is way better than me. But it's all sharp. Even though, like, you can see it changing resolutions as I'm zooming. So has a lot of advantages. But you'll see here, this is the same example. There's that outer line that's thicker, but it's on the outside. So can I copy this? Oh, I don't think it lets me copy. I wanted to copy this into the thing and actually draw over it. You know, I'll just use paint, because I don't think I'm making the point clear enough, but there's a specific the way that the lines are. Okay, so this is just paint, just to draw over it as an example. How do I zoom in? I don't know. Okay, I don't use paint that much, so here we go. So you'll see here. Oh, how do I draw? Yeah, so you'll see this line comes here, but you'll see the outer line, the thicker line comes in too, right? And you'll see here that the thick outline, it's flush on this side, but it comes out from here. That's what I'm trying to do. And I'm trying to do that on its separate layer so I can control the thickness, but I'm having issues. I'm trying to see if oh, sorry, I'm not good at using paint. You can see here too, this is the thinner inner line, and the outer line, it's coming out this way. It doesn't go that way, because that is all flush, but it sticks out this way. That's the what I'm trying to get at. Anyway, there's probably a way to do this in Clip Studio. I just don't know what it is. So that's the fun, where I have to figure this stuff out. Yeah, so this is another example, but this is obviously not a vector, so it doesn't look that good, but it's same principle. It's not the same as just making it's not the same as making just the lines thicker on the outside, because it comes out from a direction. So it has that effect. So let me just see what none of this is really what I want yet, but I'm hoping at the bottom of this it'll tell me. what I want. Oh, this is just literally a description of all of the vector tools. Okay, this is just like a, here's all the tools, which isn't really what I'm after. I don't know, what's this? Okay, I don't think that's what I want. I should probably save my document too before it crashes again. Doesn't Adobe make a Photoshop for vectors? Yes, that's Illustrator, but I, for the life of me, do not understand the interface at all. I tried it like once. I don't get it. None of it is really that intuitive for me, so I'm using this instead. I think Illustrator, I get the vibe it's more for like motion graphics. No, sorry, not motion graphics. You know, like corporate graphics, like the corporate art style. I think that's kind of more what it's for, I think. Because the shape tools are really good. I was using it recently for the stream overlay. So all the little images and my picture frame, that was done in Illustrator because it has really good shape editing. Like I can bevel corners and stuff, and it's really cool. But I cannot for the life of me draw in it. I don't know. I just don't get it. I think this is a bit. I'm liking this more because the pens feel like pens. Like it feels like I'm drawing on a bitmap. Same as Photoshop. Like it feels exactly like Photoshop, but it's vector. Whereas Illustrator doesn't feel like Photoshop at all when I was using it. Like it's very different. Combine layers after drawing over. I don't know what that means. Because like I feel like that method of selecting and like outlining should have worked. It's just for whatever reason it leaves a bit of space. So let me try and describe what I'm thinking. Because these drawings I'm looking at don't have those gaps in them. So I know that there's a way to do this without those gaps. Oh, wait a minute. Let me think. Unless... Because I know Photoshop had this tool where if you combined layers, you could add an outline to them with an effect. But I don't think that'll work here because there's no fill. Because it adds like to a fill object. So I don't know if that would work. I'm just looking, because yeah, what I essentially want is like these sort of vector lines, but I only want it coming off one side of the vertice, not the other side. Something like that. Because I think the outline method I was doing was not going to work. Because it's basically making this vector line, but it's offsetting it at a distance and then drawing another line again. So, I don't know, maybe that's how it has to be done because I don't know. I'm trying to think of how to word the question, because I'm sure someone's probably Googled this. I just don't know how to phrase the question of what I want. Because it's essentially, how do I make it a vector but only on one side? But that sounds a bit too... I don't think that sounds specific enough. Layer style? I don't know, maybe. I don't know, maybe that's... Let's look... Clip Studio layer style. Oh. There are no layer styles in CSP. Great. Okay. So that's a no. Because look, you might think drawing it would be quicker. But it's not a matter of speed, it's a matter of accuracy. Because for those suggesting to just draw it, I'll show you what that looks like, and I'll show you the problem. Here's the problem with that. I just gotta wait for my tablet to turn back on. There we go. So if I just draw over it on another layer, make a new layer, and get the pen. So I don't know what thickness to make. I'll make it like 30. Yeah, pick something thick. So if I just draw over it, well, firstly, I have to like line it up. Like I have to like get it so that it's like exactly on the line. So, all right, well, I'll just go and edit it. Like, I'll just do this again, right? But that's going to be a lot, that's going to be a lot of work to put that in place. That's just one line. And it's still not quite exactly right, too, because if I wanted to customize this line, let's say I want it to be a bit thinner, which I should be able to do. Yeah, so if I want to make it thinner, you can see it actually doesn't line up at all with, even if it looks like it does at a certain thickness, it doesn't actually, it doesn't overlap at all with the actual line that I'm trying to do. So if you rescale it, those differences will magnify the more you change the size. So if you make it bigger or smaller, you don't know how accurate that's going to be. So that is not a solution. There's a proper way. There's got to be a proper way to do it. I just need to figure it out. If these guys can do it, if the Bakugan team can do it, then surely it can't be that hard. But this method, I really want this method to work, where I just have the selection like this. But I don't know, for whatever reason, I don't know. Maybe this is just how vectors work in Clip. Maybe that's the only thing. Oh, no, wait. Oh, no. I think I've just figured it out. Okay. It took me a bit. I might have a solution. Oh, but there's no layer styles. Oh, okay. This maybe not, but here's what I'm thinking. The problem with this outline I made here is that there is an offset from the actual drawing. So if you look at where the line is there and then where the line is on the actual layer beneath it, they are offset slightly. That creates the thickness, but it might cause issues. What if instead, I'm just going to delete these. Instead, I will get, let me just name these properly first. So instead, I will use that, I'll use this tool again, the selection tool, to select the outside. But I'm going to do something, I'm going to try doing something different this time. Okay, I think I've got everything. What I will now do instead is, instead of stroking it, like with an outline, I'm going to fill it. So I'll create another layer. Edit. Oh, is there a fill selection? Maybe there isn't. It's only outline selection. I thought there was like a fill option. Oh no. Okay, well that's foiled my plan slightly. Clip Studio Paint fill selection. There's gotta be a way. Thanks, bad guy. Been a long time fan. I appreciate all the work you've been doing. It's been inspiring. Oh, that's great. Thanks, man. You're a pro 3D animator now. Congratulations. Awesome. Well, I'm happy for you. That's great. Hell yeah. Well, thanks for supporting and watching the channel. All right, so this is the instruction manual. So we're onto the real stuff now. Let's have a look. The fill tools. Create a selection, then select edit menu fill. Okay, let's go. Edit. Oh no, it's grayed out. Of course it is. Why does it have to be grayed out? Oh no. Oh, it's over. It's actually over. The fill is grayed out. Why on earth is it grayed out? I just want to. Oh no. Because here's the plan. This is what I was gonna do. I was gonna create a fill object behind the line art, and then just add an outline to the fill. Because the outline will go on the outside side of the fill. That makes sense, right? Except you can't fill because it's grayed out. No, my plans have been foiled yet again. Okay, let's read. What there's got to be a logical reason why it's grayed out. Oh, I don't think you can fill vector layers. Okay, well that's why. Why can't I fill vectors? No, because what I don't want to have to use the bubble tool and trace over the whole thing. I don't want to do that. That's gonna be so time consuming to create a shape. Can I make a bubble from a selection? Is that possible? Please let that be possible. It's Jova. Yep, they got me. Okay, let me search. Clip Studio, Paint, Fill, Selection, Vector. There's gotta be, someone surely has made something like this, right? Surely. Okay, what's this? Let's have a watch. Please, let this guy be my savior. Okay. Oh, no, it says you gotta use, no, I don't want to use raster layers, I want to use vector layers. Unless I can, like, make, can I make, like, a, can I make a raster layer and turn it into a vector layer? That'd be cool. If that were possible. Let me just, okay, let me, like, read what this guy's. Okay, let me I'm gonna slow it back down to normal speed and read the subtitles. Raster layers to do the fills. But then he was doing something with the vector tool for some reason. Let me just watch what he does. So he's using the paint bucket tool. But he changes. Oh, okay, I think there's just, oh no. Wait, what is he doing? So he's filled it. But he was turning on some option. Okay, what option is he doing? Fill up to... Oh, okay, so it just fills vector part. Alright, so it's not a vector. It's just a raster. I want to do it all vector, though. Because I don't want the outline to be lower quality than the rest of the inner line. That's not what I want. Oh... Fill, okay, what's this page? Everyone, okay, it's all saying raster layer. I don't want it. Surely there's gotta be some way. It's... Because here's what I want. Because I know it's possible to have fills in vector, because I did it. I've done it before. When I was messing around with this yesterday, because they have this balloon tool, right? Which you can like make shapes with this, and that is a vector. And what I want is that, but with an outline. So can I like change? Okay, I'm gonna demonstrate with this of what I'm trying to do. I should be able to just select this, right? Yeah, so I want to select it, change the fill, we'll make it white or whatever, and then, oh, it doesn't let, oh, why doesn't it let me do a line? It used to let me do a line. Maybe I have to... Oh, why is it not letting me do that? I swore there was a line setting in here somewhere. I could have sworn there was. Let's change the settings. Oh, here we go. Yep. Let's use... I'm going to use white. Oh. Okay, there we go, yep. So let's say we've got a shape. Okay. Now. Can I change the thickness of the outline of this? I'm sure I can. I can change the... Oh, so it does it from... Okay, I thought it would do it from the outside. It doesn't. Alright. I see how it is. Okay, there might be a way around it. Using the suggestion someone said earlier, I might be able to... Okay, here's an idea. Can I copy this shape and remove the outline? Okay. Oh. Okay, that's on the same layer. I want to copy this layer. Duplicate layer. All right, and then on this layer on top, I'm gonna... it looks like there isn't a way to remove the outline, so I'm... Yeah, here we go. This is to demonstrate what I want. So what I'm thinking is, I have like a fill, and then the outline behind it. Because now if I change the outline here, see how it does it, but the inside is not getting affected by the outline. So I can make it really thick, but if I take that off, you see how the lines go in, but if I have that on top, it doesn't. So that's kind of what I want, right? Except I want this to be the shape of Felix and not just this random blob. And this is a vector. So this is filled with a color. So if I turn off my background, it has a fill and it's vectorized. That's what I want, but I want it just Felix shapes. I don't want it in this random... Can I like group these two? So if I like scale this, yeah, this is what I want, but I don't want to have to like use the curve to like draw around Felix. It's not going to be that accurate if I do it by hand. If there's some way I can just select and then create a bubble from that shape and then do this, that would be perfect. That would solve every problem, and it would be exactly what I want. I just don't know if it will let you create this from a selection. That's the only problem. Let's type that into Google. Clip Studio Paint make bubble from selection. Is it called? Let me just check if it's actually called if it's called bubble. Okay, oh, balloon. Sorry, it's called balloon. Make balloon from selection. Let's have a look if that's possible. Because if it is, it's not over. And it'll work. But if it isn't possible, then... Yeah, it's actually over. Creating a balloon. Well, okay, does not have the information I want. Can you combine all the outline vector and make a fill? That would be cool. Hi, Cosmo. Yeah, so that... Combine the outline vector. Make it a fill. That would be cool. I don't think you can, though. See, here's the thing that's really confusing for me as a beginner to this software, is that some information will say that vector is line only, that you can't make fills, except you can, like this. So it's kind of like, I don't know, like I don't really get it, because you can, but you can't. So it's a bit odd because the thing is with this is that I can edit this the exact same way I edit my lines, except the lines are a bit like, you know, are a bit curvier, right? But I should be able to like add points to this just like I did with my line work. So I'm thinking, why can't I just have like that but filled? It seems like it, I don't know, it doesn't unless I use this specific tool and draw it by hand, it doesn't want me to do it. I don't know. Because it would be cool if I could just select this whole thing and then just make a fill and then add an outline that goes out. That doesn't, it's like on the edge, not on the inside or on the border. But I don't know, it doesn't, there doesn't seem to be an obvious way to do it. It should not be that hard, right? Let me go back to my search. Clip Studio Paint, make balloon from selection. Yeah, I tried doing the selection, but I don't think it lets you make a fill, a vectored fill from it, sadly, which I don't know why. Or no, wait a minute. Maybe there's another step in the middle, because if I had to think of a reason why it wouldn't let me, it's because the only reason I can think of why it wouldn't work is because the selection is selecting pixels, which is not vector, obviously. So is there a way to turn a pixel selection into a vector selection? Maybe not. That does sound a bit out there now that I say it out loud. Does sound a bit too good to be true. Although I have seen Photoshop have that ability, because in Photoshop I remember you can like auto stroke things, and it's not great. Like, it's a bit messy, but you can turn a bitmap into a vector and it'll like trace around the pixels and make it into a path, as Photoshop calls it. So I don't know, because if this tool has bitmap, rastered, and vector tools, I'd have to think there's got to be some way you can like, I don't know, at least just a way to like generate a vector layer from a bitmap, like a basic primitive shape, like a circle. Surely there's some way to do that, right? Because I've seen other programs do it. Surely this has some way to do it, because that would be great. So if I invert the selection, okay, well there's a few, what are these tools? There's a few tools down here. Selection launcher settings, what's that? Oh, okay, I don't know what this is. All right, no, okay, we'll back out of there. New tone, what's that? Okay, that's gonna add like a pattern. Not quite what I want. Copy, cut, delete, shrink, expand, invert, crop, deselect. Okay, well those aren't helpful. Oh, I forgot to select this. Oh, it seems to have lost the selection. Let me try it again. So I've got a selection. There has to be, surely there's a way to like make a vectored selection of that. I don't know, maybe not. Maybe that is crazy. Maybe that is a silly idea. Let me just check my Google. Okay, make vector from selection. Let's see what results we get. If you have created a selection in the vector layer, select the border. Oh, what's this? Edit menu. Okay, let's make a vector layer. Edit. Wait, which one was it? From the edit menu. Border the selection. I didn't see that here. Edit. I don't see anything starting with the letter B. Oh dear. What was the convert selection to vector? Interesting. Oh. Oh, okay. So this is, let's see what this guy says. If you have created a selection in, so yeah, that's what I've done. I've created a selection in a vector layer. Select border the selection from the edit menu. If you have created a selection with a raster layer, select border from the edit menu. Select convert layer. But I don't see a border the selection option here. There is no such option in the edit menu. Oh, unless it means this. But that's not what it's called. Unless you spelled it wrong or something. Outline. Okay, well, that's the closest thing there is outline, which I've already tried. Border. I mean, maybe he meant outline, because border the selection is a really weird thing to name something. Oh, it's translated. Oh, it's in Okay, it was auto-translating it. Okay, well, that's why the name was different. All right, so he probably means this. Oh, okay, I can't read any of that. Okay, there's probably one disadvantage with this software is that the most of the user base is Japanese, so I can't read anything. Well, let's see what the auto-translate says. If you want to make a thick single line instead of a double line. Oh. I think maybe a single line is what I'm trying to say. I think maybe that's what it is. If you want to make a thick single line instead of a double line when vectorizing, if the raster shows the thickness of 10 pixels set to maximum line width in vector setting, vector layer conversion setting to 10 pixels. When the line width is okay, I don't know what he's talking about. This looks like, I feel like it'd probably make more sense in the native language this was written in. When the line width is mixed or unclear, the max... Okay, I have no idea what that means. Okay, I did not comprehend a single line of that. I don't want to learn Japanese, but I might have to if it means trying to figure this out. Yeah, I'm just trying to make an outline around Felix. It shouldn't be hard. It really shouldn't be, but to do it the way I want, for some reason, is like impossible. All I want to do is have a outline of the vector, like of his line art, but have it be a bit thicker, but have the outline coming from the outside and not go into the inside, and have it as a vector. It doesn't sound that hard, right? Like, it sounds really... Like, I've done it... Even Photoshop, I can do it in Photoshop even, and it's not even a vector program. There's gotta be some way, right? Like... There's gotta be a way. Man learned Japanese because 1 pixel did... Well, look, it was 1 pixel in that example at that size. But if it's offset by 1 pixel... If it's... Because the outline is offset... Okay, no, let me think. Yeah, so because it's... I don't know. Okay, maybe I'm approaching this all wrong. Because the issue is actually not... the issue with that was the selection, this tool, maybe there's a flaw in this actually, because the problem here is the selection isn't exactly the same as the actual lines. The reason that issue happened is because the selection is actually not going all the way in here, now that I look at it more closely. So it's creating a vector, I think it was it was creating a vectored line following this, but this isn't actually even accurate. So this is the same issue with drawing it by hand. It's just a bit less exaggerated. But the issue is that the lines aren't actually lining up. It's close, but it isn't. If it was the same, then there would be absolutely no problem. Because if it's the same line, but if it's just thicker on one side, but it's following the same vertices, if the vertices are in the same spot, then I can rest easy knowing that no matter what size this is, the line art won't have issues, because it's going to be following the same contours. But with the selection tool, it's creating an approximation which is closer than I can do with by hand, obviously, but it's still not the same. So it means if you rescale this around, because the lines are not actually the same, they're slightly different, they might scale different and create... That was just one gap, but there might be more that I didn't catch, and there might be more depending on the size. So that creates a problem, because it means that when you rescale a drawing, you don't know whether the line art is going to feather outside of the actual line art or not, like the outer line. I mean, I don't want to have to worry about it feathering on the outside by any amount. It'd be great if it just had the same vertices, exactly the same vertices, but the thickness was just increased. But I just don't know if but not just the thickness increased, but that the thickness is only to one side. That would be perfect, but I don't know. I haven't found a way to do that. That's what I'm trying to do. But it doesn't, I don't know, it doesn't want me to do it that way for some reason. And these answers are hard to read because they're not written in English. What's this? Oh, this is literally... Okay, no, that's not it. So, okay, maybe I shouldn't be using this tool then, because it... I'm trying to think. If there's a way... Because the only other way I can think of is somehow... Oh, well, this is another issue too. Because what would be nice is just copying the line art layer, removing all the inside stuff, and then with whatever remains, because that'll have the same mostly... Oh, well, that might have issues too, because if you have like these lines that you want to rub out, that might cause issues. But hopefully not. Assuming that doesn't become a problem, then I'd be able to have the lines in the same spot. The only issue then is that it will have it out, it'll increase the thickness on both sides. So I'll need to have some way to cover the inside so it doesn't increase the thickness on the inside. And that still requires some kind of fill, which is the bottleneck of this whole thing, is creating a fill from a selection or from whatever, without using this balloon tool, which only lets you hand draw it, which is fine if it's a simple shape, but this is a very complicated shape, so that's not going to work out so well. It's frustrating, because I can get exactly what I want in this specific shape for this thing, for a primitive like this, but I can't do it for the character, which is really annoying. I just want to be able to do this, because this is perfect, because the lines will always match, which is great. You can change this outline thickness to anything, and it won't feather on the outside or anything. That's what I want. I was trying to see if I'm trying to remember how to edit the lines. Yeah, it's like I can change this outline easy, and I don't have them overlapped exactly 1-to-1 here, but if it's overlapped the same way, it'll always not have an issue. So you can make it as small or as big as you want, and the outline won't feather. And especially, you see that little gap? It's still perfect, no matter the size. But how to do that for this, I have no idea. For the whole character. Got no clue how. You can add a selection after a selection? I don't know what you mean. And why not add more selection with the selection tool to fill the gap in the edge? Like, I don't know what you mean. I'll see if I can, hold on, I'll see if I can try this again, because issue here, I think I used whatever it was, outline selection. So it looks like this thing, if I wanted to add width or whatever to it, if I did draw outside and I set it to like 5 pixels, it actually doesn't put the outline on the selection. It actually seems to offset it a bit. So you'll see the vertices actually are a little different to what's behind it. And you see this? That's going to be a problem. It doesn't look like a problem at this resolution, but if you wanted to scale this up, you would have this wobbly line here. I don't know why it's done that. But also the other thing too is that the actual line versus where the outline, the bigger outline is, you can see it's not really following it exactly. It's close, but it isn't exact. Which, depending on the resolution, is fine. But if you want to make this bigger, you're going to have issues. So that's sort of the issue with the selection tool. I can kind of see why though. Now that I've done it a few times, I think I see why that wouldn't work, because the selection tool probably isn't really meant for vectors, because it's literally selecting pixels, not paths. So that kind of makes sense. It's just, if there was some way to have a vector fill tool that wasn't like where you had to draw it like this, that'd be perfect. But this is the only thing I know about at the moment. I'm stuck on that. I don't know how to solve that. Pen tool. Well, this is all done with the pen tool. Question is, how do you create? I guess that would work if you could have it match, but I don't know if you can. Like, doing the pen tool is almost kind of worse in the sense that, like I demonstrated earlier, hold on, my tablet's turned off. So if I try and just draw it with pen tool on another layer, the difficulty there is I have to then manually, by hand, somehow match it. Oh, yeah, you can see I'm struggling a bit there. And, you know, you could adjust it, but that's a lot of, that's going to take hours to move this over the lines where they need to go. And you'll have the same problem with the select tool, because if you scale this up, yeah, there's a gap there, right? But if I might not catch them all. And this, this looks terrible. But because it isn't flush, it's like close, but it's like hovering just over the line. Because of that, depending on how you scale it and the width of the line, if you want to change the line to be thinner, it will have like this feather on the outside or on the inside if you're doing it by hand. So that's not gonna work. If there was some way though, okay, I'm gonna start on something because I can't not do anything. So I'm gonna try, I don't know if this will work, but I'm gonna try copying this layer of the line art and just removing the inner lines. So that way I've got something that's at least close. This is not a perfect solution, but it'll have to do for the moment. Duplicate layer. So I'm going to make a copy and just rub out like the anything inside. So I just want to keep the outlines only. Luckily, rubbing things out is quite easy with this vector tool. So I'm just gonna do that. Oh, so okay, then we got some. Okay, maybe it isn't so easy. Because I just want. Okay, that's great. I just want it to rub out that bit. That's all I want. Okay. I'll have to like eyeball that. Okay, that's good enough. This is okay. I don't know what the next step after this will be, but this will probably come in handy to have. So we'll just. Oh, come on. Oh, no. Okay. Bit of flaws, but we'll look past that. Oh, this is quite tricky, actually. Because I just want whatever's on the outside only. Oh, come on. Yes, there we go. Yes, you are bearing witness to Sith alchemy. That's right. Oh, that didn't come out so good there. Oh, it's just getting... For some reason, it removes this whole line for some reason. So I'll have to... I really hope that doesn't cause a problem later. So yeah, it works fine on some. I don't know why it like takes out entire lines sometimes. Don't know why. It's meant to only do intersections. Like, yeah, this is working perfect now on this bit, but up here it was a bit whack. Oh, so yeah, like that's perfect, doing that. Leaves a few strays though, but that's no problem. Oh. Okay, it seems to be handling this part well. Oh. Oh, okay. I'll have to come back to that one. Oh, okay. Now it's not acting so nice. Alright, that's almost. Oh, okay, let's just get these last little strays. I might see if I can connect up, because yeah, you can see the width is a bit glitchy now, so I'll see if I can connect up some of these, because... Oh. Okay, we're getting close. Let's go in with the connect tool and like clean up some of the, like here, like there. Oh, is that not gonna work? Okay, because there's this, the line is noticeably thicker there, and I just want it to be filled. I don't know why it's not doing it. So we'll connect up some of the loose bits. Like that. Like those two. So yeah, now, yeah, so okay, that's better. Now we've got some bits that are connected. There are some where it's not doing it, though. Oh, wait, is that... Okay, no, that is... Okay, that is connected. It's just there's a lot of... Okay, that's better. I just had to delete some of the vertices. That's better. Oh, okay, that's a tough one. Can I just connect those two? That'd be great. All right. I hope it moved a bit. I really hope that isn't gonna... Okay, well that's... I can get away with that, I think. It's covered up by the rest of the line. So let's just connect those loose bits. Okay, this is actually looking fine. Oh. What's that? Oh. Okay, let's get rid of some of those. I don't want all that part. Okay. And then this. Now he needs a black silhouette and some AirPods. I think you mean... What do they call... I don't know. What did they used to call them before they were wireless? Because back in the day, back when headphones had wires, you used to have like the white wires coming down over the silhouette. Maybe that's why they don't use that branding anymore, because you don't have the white wires anymore. I don't know. Is there... What is that called? Like Apple earphone brand or promo art? Oh, for whatever reason, I cannot find it on Google. It was so iconic though. Did it have like a name? That type of, you know, with the silhouettes. Did it have a name, or I don't know? I can't seem to find it. Maybe it was iPod. That's what I gotta look up. iPod promo art. Yes, here we go. Yeah, see, because in today's world, you wouldn't see the wires anymore, and it wouldn't look as cool, because you'd basically have someone dancing, and then you just see two little white dots on the ears, which doesn't look as cool as the wires. Oh, I miss these. So yeah, we gotta have the wire. Man. Whoever came up with that, genius. Anyway. They're not earpods. No, because earpods don't have wires. Earpods... Oh, do they? Or am I... Oh, no, yeah, earpods do. Sorry, my bad. Earpods. Those are the ones that have wires. I get them confused with the AirPods because they look the exact same, except the wires. Yes. Except back in the day, they didn't have a name. They were just called earphones, I guess, because... I don't know. Oh. Is that connected? Wait. I forgot where the tools were. Yep. Okay, those are connected. They're just a little jaggy. Those aren't connected though. Got a few more strays. Okay. We've got something to start with now. Almost. just want to... Oh. I was trying to connect these two, but it didn't. It created something weird. Oh. Okay, that's better. Because now it's the challenges. Because we can thicken this pretty easily, but can we cover the interior so that it only goes outwards? That's the question of the hour. Let me just... Okay, there's a few points it's still missing. I just want to have them connected. Because it should be able to be... and then we've got this line that shouldn't be sticking out there. Oh. Okay. Can I just connect those two? Epic. So that's one big line. Cool. Can I connect those? Almost, yes. Perfect. One big line. I might leave those separated. That would look good with an iPod, wouldn't it? Oh, wait. I just hovered... Oh, I hovered my mouse over and there was like 2 stray vertices here. That's funny. I hope there's no more of those. And then there's this line. I hope I can connect those. Yes. Oh, brilliant. Okay, great. This is much better than the select and fill tool. So there's like a few lines around the hair and stuff, but I reckon that's all one line. That's pretty cool. How would connecting those look though? Okay, no, that looks a bit off. I'm just gonna leave those. All right. So now that we've got that, I'll turn on my other lines back on. Because here's the bit. Here's where it gets funky, because what I want is to be able to go here, change the brush size. Oh. You can see that... Oh. Oh. I know why. We need to... It's all... We gotta get rid of the dynamics. We gotta because the thickness still varies a lot. So what we'll do is I'll just get a big brush over everything and just make it all the same width. Wherever that is. Control vertices, adjust line. There we go, adjust line width. Fixed width. We'll pick just 5. I guess that's fine. And we'll just go over everything. Now it's all the same width, and we can now see that there are indeed some strays. So we'll get rid of those. There's a few just vertices in the middle of the drawing. Okay, now those are all gone. Although I don't think it's the same. It doesn't all look like the same width to me. Because that line looks thicker. Oh, well, whatever. All right. So now if I go brush size, why is it... Oh, why is it making this... I have no clue why it's doing that. Oh, what's going on there? That particular line is just massive. What? Why is that one bigger? I don't understand. Oh. Okay. Let's try going over that again with the fixed width. And I thought I got rid of that, but all right. Let's try this again. If we then go, because it's all the same width now, so my assumption is if I go to this object operation and if I change the brush size here, yes. Oh, that's beautiful. See, look at the sharpness. It's not, okay, there's a bit of problems actually with the, okay, that didn't quite come out as good as I was hoping, but oh well. If I don't make it too thick, it should be fine. It should be noticeable. But there's one problem. I want it only going one way, but I know that I can't really change that with the way this has been done. So there's the thing I'm now trying to think of is there a way to like mask without using rasters? Like some way to maybe not, no, mask isn't the right word. Maybe that's not what I mean. Like some way to have like a fill over the line, over that outer line that follows the inner line, so that the inner line doesn't go inside. So it only grows from the outside. Don't know if that's possible, but it would be awesome if it was. I have to think, is there like some kind of terminology for that? Like having a line on the outside or in the middle or on the inside? Is there like, I don't know if there's some kind of name for that. I don't know if that's a thing. Because it'd be great if the line was only coming out of one side. To do out-tied outline. I'm not quite sure what you mean. Because this is almost there. It just needs, because you can kind of tell, right? Like if you go and look, if we go and get one of my references up of how like the professionals do it, it's close, but it's just a bit off because of the line thickness, and I have lost my reference image. Oh no, here it is. Oh, let's bring him back. So this is from big budget studio versus me, and it's just like, the only difference is that their outline goes actually on the outside, whereas mine doesn't. If I can just fix that, we'd be good. But where to start? I don't even know what to look up to figure that out. Because I know that making a fill is kind of out of the question, because it kind of doesn't let me create fills from vectors because it's meant to be lines only. So we can't fill. Yeah, see, that's what I was thinking, Maddie. Having the line go outside only, but it doesn't, from what I've managed to find, and I don't get it. But I would hope that there's some setting like that somewhere. Yeah, because I thought that was pretty standard, right? Because I know Photoshop isn't even a vector software, and that has that option. This one doesn't seem to, for whatever reason. Like if I go to maybe the brush shape, if I add an offset to the brush shape, maybe? I don't know. Oh no, that's not what I want. Because I can change like the brush shape and everything and have it be all funky like this, which isn't really what I'm after. The main thing is just having it on the outside of the line. Because if you look at the actual vector, I just want the line coming out of one side of this. But I don't think there is like a way to do that in whatever this is. It's not a continuous shape. I tried doing it I tried making it that wasn't going to work either. There isn't an easy way to make a continuous shape from this, sadly. I don't know. Maybe there is. I couldn't find it. Unless it was like this specific tool. The bubble, what is it called? Balloon, sorry. The balloon tool. That was the only way to do it, but you have to like by hand place every vert, which was just, that was not going to solve. That wasn't going to work. Like, because this object has all the properties I want. It has the outline coming from outside. It has a fill. And it's perfect. Except I can't. I can't make it in Felix's shape for whatever reason. Like, unless I was, to somehow make it so that each of the verts was exactly in the same spot as the line, which I'm not, like, I'd have to be a robot to do that. Which I wish I was. Oh man, I wish I could. But unfortunately, my hand is not that precise. Do you need a fill area to change? I'm not sure what you mean. Like, because I'm trying to think of a way to hide the lines going inside. A fill area would be great, but creating a accurate fill layer is gonna just take too long. A stencil cutout? Let me look that up. Is that like a tool, or is it like, I don't know what you mean exactly, but if there's some way to do that in Clip Studio, that'd be great. Stencil, Clip Studio Paint. I know it'd be cool if it would adjust with the lineup, but I don't think I'll need to do that at this stage. I don't think I'm going to make that much changes to the lineup. I'm just looking up like a layer stencil in Clip Studio and see what this forum post says. Oh, okay. These forums are going to be tricky because everything is Google translated. Oh. Even this person says, Google translation is ambiguous and the question is unclear. Yeah, tell me about it. Okay, I don't know what any of this is saying. Yeah, half of these posts are just trying to narrow down what the actual question is because it's all Google Translate. Oh, that's lovely. Can use the magic wand. Yeah, I tried that already, but that had some issues. Because that's the thing is, because a raster mask is gonna issue with that is a raster mask isn't vectored, given that by the name obviously, but problem with that is if you scale this around and you have one of them as a vector and one as a raster, because one of them's rastered, if you scale it, one of them is being scaled differently than the other, and it won't. Well, also, yeah, if you try to like scale the raster down and scale it back up, it's going to be very pixelated. What I would love is a vector fill of the inside. That's what I'm trying to figure out. But and again, I only started using the software yesterday, so I'm very lost when it comes to most of the tools. The only thing I've been able to find in that department is the balloon tool, but it doesn't seem to it won't let you like make a new fill object, because that would be a perfect solution, having a fill object that was the same shape as Felix here. That would be perfect. But the only way to create with this tool that I've found, at least, is to draw it over the top, which I do not have the precision to have that work and not have issues, because you have to basically have it exactly following the line, which is difficult because there are a lot of vertex points on this line art. I could get it close, but that's at this resolution. But if I was to then scale it or shrink it, who knows how accurate that would be. So what I'm trying to figure out is some way to either make it so that this layer I've just done with the line work if that can somehow be made so that the line is only on one side of the vertices, or a fill layer, a vector fill layer that goes over the top of that line that is the same shape but is only fill, because it doesn't seem to like you can't fill these vector layers. Because yeah, another thing that would be perfect, hold on, let me find it. This layer, if I was just able to paint bucket fill that or whatever, that'd be great, but I can't. Like, yeah, it's like, it's grayed out. It doesn't let me do it. So I'm trying to think. I don't know if any of that terminology made sense. Because I have to believe that there's a way to do it, because I've seen it done. I'm looking at my references here of other line work, and they all have that. They all have it where the outline on the outside is like perfectly following the inside, and it's just a bit thicker, and it's only thicker in one direction. And I see it all the time, and I could do it in Photoshop with a certain tool. In fact, now that I think of it, could I do that bit in Photoshop? That might be challenging, because that still needs a fill layer. So no, I don't think that wouldn't work. Well, yeah, you can fill it on the raster layer, but I'm trying to fill it with a vector layer. That's what I'm trying to do. From the research I've been doing, it sounds like that's impossible, and I don't understand why that's impossible, because it doesn't sound that hard. Because, like I said, you can make these vector fills. Just they can only be done with this with this tool. So I'm talking in circles now, but yeah, I'm just trying to think. I don't know, maybe this is just a limitation of the tool, but I'm trying to think if there's some way to make this vector a fill. But yeah, everything I'm reading is telling me that that's like, for some reason, it's impossible. Even though I've seen like stuff like this, right, where it looks like it's done that way. Unless it isn't, in which case I have no idea how you do it then. But having like that thicker outline perfectly following on the outside, I don't know. I don't think it'd be that hard. I really didn't think it would be hard to do with vectors. Because these are, I know this is like a bitmap, but I get this was from a vector, and these other ones I have open. Where's the other? Yeah, this one I had open. This has got that same technique going, and this is a vector. So I know it's possible. I just don't know how to do it. It doesn't need to be on a single layer, but they need to be vectored layers. I'll look here. Okay, let me think. Because I think what Maddie's asking is, are you able to make a stencil where you merge all the character shapes? Well, that's kind of what this is, right? Oh, unless you mean, because this is made of a few different lines. Unless you mean it was all one line. Because I'll make a copy and try that. I should be able to merge them all. Maybe the paint bucket tool will work if I have them all connected. How do I duplicate? Let's try that. So I think what Maddie's saying is, because most of them are the same line, but some of these are separate. So if I merge those into one, I think that's what you're saying. We'll try that. I forgot where the keybind was for the connect. There we go. So I'll just try and connect all these. Although we will get some issues with the corners there, I think, but I guess it can't be helped. Oh, why won't those two merge? I just want to connect these. Okay, those are not working. Oh, okay, now I've messed up something there. Okay. I don't know why that's not working. Oh, this might be a problem here. Because, yeah, I don't know how you connect all those together. That'd be quite challenging. Unless there's like some button I can click that would just merge them all. Because these are all on one layer, but they're separate lines. Unless I don't know, unless there's some auto way to like do it all without me having to like do it by hand. That'd be cool. That is really stubborn, that corner. I don't know why that's not connecting. I keep upping the strength that it's like just not doing it. Okay, well, I'll see if I can get to the rest at least. Like this corner. That should be easy. Okay, that one... Yeah, that worked. Where does this... Okay, that goes... Okay, then we just gotta... That should be easy, hopefully. Connect. There we go. Alright. Oh, but then there's this one. Oh, alright. We can't really do anything about that. Okay, well I can't seem to get these bits at the top to connect for whatever reason. But everything else is. Oh, okay. Now it's connected a bit more. It's just this specific corner is like being real stubborn. Yeah, it's just not budging. I don't know what's going on there. Yeah. I guess maybe the technique is all wrong. It could be. I mean, again, yeah, this is literally day 2 of using Clip Studio. So maybe I went about this the complete wrong way. I don't know how you would... I don't know, how would you do it then? What's the right way? Alright, well at least the body is like mostly there. Okay. No fill still. Crapper says you want a thicker outline or to fill. Both. Well, I don't know. Because the thing is, I feel like a fill shouldn't be a prerequisite. Because the reason I even mentioned fill is because I would want fill to hide... look, can I zoom in and show, like, what I would want? I don't know if it's possible. One or two things that would be great. Either the line is only coming out on one side of these vertices, like instead of coming out from both, it's only coming out on one end. Or I use a fill that has the same contours as this, that covers up the bits of the line that are clipping in. Either of that would be fantastic, but I don't know if that's possible in Clip. That's the only wall I'm running into, is that it might just not be possible. Can you manually connect? Well, that's what I've been trying to do. Looks like the answer is sometimes you can. For whatever reason, these two just do not want to connect for some reason. This is what this brush here is. It's called Connect Lines. Let me pull it up to full strength and see what happens. Yeah, no, that's at maximum strength, and you're meant to like rub over it, and it's just not. Those are not joining. Most of the others did. There's only so there's like 1, 2, 3. Oh, sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 that aren't connected. The rest are. So that's aggravating. Oh, and then this one, which, I mean, yeah, there's not much I can do there. I was really, oh man, I'm a little let down because I was really hoping to get this all finished like an hour ago, but I did not think adding an outline to a vector layer would be this complicated. Oh, I'm so tired, but I really want to finish this. Yeah, so yeah, if you resize a raster layer, well, obviously because it's raster, if you shrink it, it'll make it smaller, and if you resize it back up, well, yeah, you can't scale up, basically. That's the problem with raster. You have to sort of stick with whatever size you drew it at. If you want to scale it up, it's impossible, because it'll pixelate. Well, yeah, I'll try that. Moving these lines a bit. The problem is I can't move them too far because they have to follow the other line. They have to follow the line work I've already got. So maybe I'll just delete some of the vertices, maybe. Yeah, no, that's a negative there. Maybe maybe the width, maybe one of them's too thin. I don't know. Nah, it's not budging. Oh, I'm just trying to widen that vert. Yeah, it's just not doing it. Oh, that's frustrating. Oh, sorry, I touched the mic. Having a fill layer above that breaks the one layer situation, and I'm the line. See that? Yeah, yeah, that's what I thought of. But making you can't for whatever reason it doesn't let you make a fill layer from a vector. That's the only problem with that. If it was like literally, if I could just have that and then just fill, problem solved. But there's like, I don't know, there's like no way to do it. Maybe I'm searching the wrong thing. I forgot what this article was on. What was this article about? Using vector layers. Let's search the word fill. Filling with color. Okay, let's read this. You need to change the colors. Alright, I don't need all this. Where's the... Before coloring... Oh, it's always raster though. I don't want raster. Oh, am I going to have to submit defeat and use rasters? Oh no. Maybe I will. Okay, so there is literally... It's impossible to create a fill vector. It has to be a raster from the... I'm just going to search that one more time because hopefully somewhere there's some info that says you can do it. Vector fill layer. That was a raster. That's raster. I think I looked at that already. What? I haven't read this one yet. What does this one say? Yeah, no, it's not possible. Oh my god. Oh, see, I wouldn't mind if I could just understand why it isn't possible, because I don't understand why not, because I've seen other programs do it. That's my big gripe. I don't mind being told no if I can be told why not, but literally everything here is just saying you can't do it. And it's just like, why not? Because if there's like a reason that's like makes sense, it's like, okay, at least I kind of hate myself less knowing that there's like a reason. It's like, all right, if there's some reason why, cool. Because then I could at least factor that in and go, all right, well now next time I know that there's this reason why it can't do it, and maybe I can come up with a solution. But there's none of that. It's all just, you can't do it. Yeah, let me just think for a moment. What we'll do for the moment, I don't want to do it this way, but the best solution we've got so far is using the one select and just generating one, because that will have it on the outside. There's gaps in it. It doesn't follow the lines exactly, but I gotta get this done. Let me just get rid of some of these junk layers. Well, that's disappointing. I was really hoping there'd be a way to do vector fills. I'm sure, I have to think I'm not the only person that wants that, right? Surely everyone would want that. Okay, let's hide this. Let's create... wait, did I have that already? What was this? I don't know where that... Oh, no, that was when they were all merged. Okay, I can delete this. Okay, now that there is one thing I'm curious about. Is it possible to copy a vector from one program to another? Because I might, if I can, like, oh, let me think. If I can make in Illustrator like a fill, I think Illustrator could do that. The only issue is it has to match the size. That's because I don't know how to export with Illustrator or I don't even know how to export in Clip yet because I haven't gotten to that part. But if I can somehow have it where the document size is like the exact same, and I can just open this in Illustrator, make some kind of fill, and then bring it back here, and then do the rest, that'd be perfect. But it sounds like a lot could go wrong, so maybe I'll try that next time, maybe. Okay, what was I doing? Sorry, my brain is so fried. I'd never thought it'd be this difficult to have just vectored line art on the outside. I honestly, I expected it would be easy, but now I know. I'll factor that in next time, hopefully. So I forgot where that oh, I gotta use the thing, the what. This method was close. It was good enough, and I hate good enough. I think good enough sucks, but I had no choice. All right, so we'll invert. I'll have to pick a thickness from the get-go. I won't be able to customize it because it'll cause issues. So I'll have to... I think was 5 good? 5 looks... Oh, it's I don't... okay, we got a bit of those issues still. It looks really jaggy too. I wonder if... Can I fix that? Is there a way to fix the jagginess? Edit. Because when you raster that, it's going to look jaggy. I thought I could have sworn there was a... Oh, here we go. We'll do weak anti-aliasing. I just... Oh, yeah. That whole... Yeah, see, that's the issue I was trying to avoid. So, okay, maybe I'll just have to manually change that. Yeah, you see how the line is in a completely different spot than the actual drawing? That's the issue with this method, but this is kind of the only option we have at this point. So I'm going to have to just... wait. So I'm just going to have to like move these in a bit closer to the... Oh no, no, there was another way to do this. I think it was the I forgot what button it was. It was the changing the selection. I'll like move it a bit closer inside. It'll still not match, but it'll be a bit less obvious. I can't remember where it is now. Select. Where did it? I know it's in like select, right? Oh, shrink. There we go. Oh wait, no. Did I? Okay, yeah, no. Here it is. I gotta invert this selection. Shrink. All right, let's do a fill. Let's try this. Edit, outline, selection. Oh, it's almost. We just gotta. I think we can just do a bit of manual touch-ups and it should be fine. Okay, so we just gotta fix that. There's a bunch of weird vertices going on there. Like, whoa, what's going on? Look at that. And then we just gotta move. Oh. Oh, okay. Those are separate. I thought they'd be combined. Oh well. All right. I don't see any visible problems so far, apart from those. All right. Well, look. There we go. Let's just move that up. Now, yeah, the only caveat with this is that I can't change the thickness. And it seems to be acting a bit weird there. Yeah, so I can't... This will just be the thickness it'll be. Because if I try and change the thickness, it'll start clipping inside the drawing. And I also forgot to fill that bit, so I'll do that. Where's the... Okay. Oh. So I gotta expand. Where's expand? Expand selected area. Expand selected area. Do another expand. And then we will edit outline. Oh. Let's try that one more time. I think I went expanded too much. Okay. Did that even do did that do anything? Oh, okay. It's just... That looks a lot thinner than the other lines. I wonder why. Let's try that one more time. I have it, like, really close to the, Oh, I have to draw it on the inside. Sorry, my bad. I had it set to the wrong... So I'll have to expand it a bit. Select expand. Where's expand? Sorry, I'm so tired. Okay, so it was outline, and then I need to do inside. Okay, maybe I expanded a bit too much. Outline from inside. There we go. That's better. Perfect. It doesn't seem to handle these very well, which is a shame. Just, yeah, going in like that. All right. I just got to move that in a little. There we go. Okay. That looks good enough. Balloons would have been a lot less accurate, because the problem with balloons is you can't make, like, it's all round. So if there's sharp corners like this, you can't make it... can you? Okay, no, you can make it sharp. All right. But maybe it would have taken the same time. I don't know. Oh, now I want it. No, I'm not going to redo it. No, I can't. Make me want to redo it now, but I won't. All right. Okay, well, I mean, that's good enough, I guess. I don't know, I was just really hoping there was some way to, like, do it where it would kind of follow the vertices I had drawn already. But this, the way I just done is, like, the closest, but it's still not exact. But, whatever. I just don't care anymore. Let's get to the color, because I've already done most of it. I just need to redo the... So this will use the balloon tool. So let's see the balloon tool in action. So luckily the clothes are mostly the same. I think there's just a few spots where it is not matching, so we'll fix that. So I had the canvas size a lot smaller. So this is where issues come in, where if you change up the size and if it's not lined up exactly, you'll start getting things like this happen, where if you scale it up, you'll notice that this wasn't actually touching. So those are the issues I was trying to avoid, which I've done the best to with the lines, but I won't be able to avoid it entirely. But I tried. And I've changed some of these, so I'm going to have to move some of these out of the way. The only thing I wish you could do is, like, have curves on these and change them, which I don't think you can. Yes, you can see here, because this was done when it was scaled lower. So if I've scaled it up now, you can see that there are gaps in everything. Like here too. So I don't know, maybe the more I do this, the better I'll get at avoiding that happening. I hope. Oh wait, what did I just do? Where's the skin? Come back. But yeah, I'll have to look up more. I gotta find more, like, resources on, like, doing line work, because I do not want to go through that again. There's got to be a better way to do it. Hopefully there are. All right, that looks almost good. Okay. I think... Oh, okay, we got a bit sticking out there. So this is, again, this would be great if you could just fill tool it, but you can't, sadly. So I'm just, the only reason I can kind of get away with these not being exact is that because the line art is in front of it, so it'll hide it. Well, it doesn't, as we've seen, it doesn't actually hide it well all the time, because I've scaled, well, I fixed them all now, but when I had scaled it up, there were some gaps, obviously. But yeah, here we go, like here, for instance. That's the only thing with the, what is it? The balloon tool, is that you kind of have to just eyeball it, which I'm not a fan of. I don't like that, but that's kind of all you get. So, but it's better than Photoshop. So yeah, it's better than Photoshop because you don't really get any control at all. You kind of just have to redraw it. So I at least appreciate that. Although these two lines are being very stubborn for some reason. I don't know why there's a bend there. So yeah, this This is why I didn't want to do the balloon tool for the lines, because it's a lot of it's all like manual. Like it's very yeah, you can see the bit of skin sticking out there because you have to manually place all these. You can see there, it's kind of, oh, uh-oh, where did it go? There it is. And yeah, because I was doing this at a lower res, you can see that there's a lot of gaps that I didn't notice. So, I don't know. This is the only thing I've managed to find so far in terms of vector fill. I hope there is, like, maybe some other way that has the advantages I want, but this is the only thing I've found so far. All right, I'll fix up the eye. And then I think it's just the hair, and then I think that's it for the color. Oh, what's that? What layer is that on? Oh, I had another eye. I had 2 eyelash layers. All right, well, I don't need both of them. We'll delete one. Okay, we'll reshape this to fit the eye. Put outlines on the colorations. How do you mean? Like, outlines on these? I think once you draw them, I don't think you can... I remember trying to do that early and it wouldn't let me add an outline, but I don't know what that would accomplish. Like, if I just edit the shape, I think the outline will be great. Yeah, it's grayed out. It won't let me add one. So yeah, it's weird. I don't really get, there's probably some bit of knowledge I'm not privy to of like why it's that way. Because you can make these bubble tools with outlines, but it looks like once you make them, you can't take it off, or you can't, like, you can change the thickness or whatever to like 0. I guess that's a band-aid fix, but you can't, if you wanted to add an outline to these, I don't think, it's like, it was grayed out. It wouldn't let me do it. But you can make a new one with like a new shape with an outline. So I don't really understand why that is, but I'm sure there's probably a reason. Okay, now let's get to the hair. I think I'll just make a new hair layer. So we'll draw a new one because the hair is a completely different shape. So we will go to the balloon. Sorry, I keep calling it the bubble tool. It's the balloon tool. There's a border. Oh, what's that? Border effect to the right? Oh, hey. Well, how about that? Okay, let's try that. How do I click on the... I just want to click on one of these. Oh, hey! Did that do anything? Oh, hey, there we go. Cool. All right. That's good to know. All right. I don't know why it's on that panel, but hell yeah. Good to know that I can add those afterwards. All right. So let's create a new one of these. Does this... I don't know if this is... Okay, I don't want an outline. I just want a... I want just a fill for this one. And I forgot what the button was for that. Line. I don't want line for this. I just want fill. Yep. A layer effect. Interesting. That's cool. Yeah, I noticed that you can make multiple in the same layer. I think out of habit, I've just put all the color on like each color on a different layer, because that's what I did in Photoshop. So I don't actually have to. I can merge them all into one, but I've just kept them on separate at the moment. Just, I don't know, because I guess having them separate and combining them is easier than if you have them all on one and want to separate them. So I've just got them separate just in case for the moment. Oh. Yeah, sorry. Oh, my voice is destroyed. But Maddie, I just saw Maddie's message saying, what you were saying is in theory possible because vectors have everything you said. See, that's exactly why I'm frustrated, because I know that in theory it should work and it should be possible. But every forum post I read said it wasn't. And, you know, it's like, no, refuses to elaborate. Like, that's just the bit that frustrates me a bit, is that I know it should be. I don't see why it wouldn't be, but it isn't. And that's whatever, but I would love to know why. That's it. I don't even care if it's impossible anymore. I just want to know why it's impossible. Because then I could at least say, I don't know, because it might be a really funny reason. And I could at least say, all right, well, it's at least funny. That at least made my day slightly more humorous. Because there's like maybe some weird limitation or whatever. I don't know. Because, I don't know. That'd be nice, but I have nothing. I had nothing to work on there. So it's like, I'll have to make up something. I'll have to come up with what a reason might be. And unfortunately, I don't know that much about vectors. So I'm probably not the guy to come up with that reason. So I'm actually using a mouse for this bit because I just got to give my fingers a rest. This is where my PowerPoint memories are coming back. So I'm using the balloon tool to fill behind the line. And the reason I didn't do this for creating the outer line is because it isn't exactly on the line. But I can get away with that with the color because the line art is in front of the color and it'll hide the parts where it doesn't actually line up perfectly. So I'm fine with that. As long as I don't blow this out too big, it shouldn't be noticeable. But having a fill tool would be amazing. Yeah, I might have to look at Illustrator again then. It would be nice though if, I don't know, because I've tried Illustrator out a little and I don't know, maybe it's, I don't know what it is. Something, I don't really understand it that well. Does it even have a brush tool, Illustrator? I have no idea. Oh, this is going to be a bit tricky, this part. Oh, that the line is so thin there. Oh, that was tough. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that it had the Photoshop brush tool. Because yeah, that's the, I think I might have tried using it a few years ago, but I think, I don't know, it wouldn't sort of behave the way I was expecting it to. So the reason I was kind of drawn to this one is because it kind of acts like Photoshop, but it has vectors. But when I tried using Illustrator, like I couldn't even figure out how to like resize the canvas and things. Like it was just so foreign. So there's probably some other workflow that I'm meant to learn that I don't know. But I think I got the vibe it was more for like what's the word I'm looking for? Like what are those? I don't know. My brain is like fried. I'm trying to remember the name. Like clip art. That's kind of the vibe I got from it. All right. Oh, the skin is clipping there, so I'll have to fix that. Let's move that behind. And let's fix the skin. Oh, where's the edit? Okay. That's... Oh, I gotta do the eyebrow. We'll go back to the hair layer. Is this... I hope is this not... It's not gonna make a new layer, is it? Okay, good. Oh, wait, no. I wanted to just make a sharp... Okay, there we go. Same vector brush tools as Photoshop. Not great, but does fine. All right, I'll keep that in mind. Do you use Illustrator a lot, Maddie? Okay, that's looking nice. All right. Oh. Now, I don't think I've shown this yet, but I should name these layers too. Shorts, hoodie, eyes, hair. Delete this layer. And color looks done. I had this layer as well, and this is also using the balloon tool, but you can see the hair is gonna have to get redone, so we will do that. Although I'm just trying to think how the shadows should look here, because I didn't plan those out in advance. Oh, cool. Yeah, see that? What's graphic design? That was the word I was looking for. That's kind of, yeah, exactly. It seems a bit more like graphic design oriented, like for websites and ads and product stuff. Yeah. Curious, because you said that the brush tools are not great, but do fine. What about them is not great? What is it that you wish they had that would make them great? Out of curiosity. Oh, hey, Hypergoo. Yes, I do stream when I can. I am planning to get a regular schedule back up in the next week or so, because I'm working on some stuff for the game that is like fun to watch. Well, I hope it is. It's it's not programming, okay? So it's a lot more visually interesting. But I just need to finish these bits off, and then I have to work out a schedule. So it's probably gonna be like once a week. I just got to pick a day at a time. So if you guys have any thoughts on that, share them in the chat. Oh, oops, that was not meant to be filled in. Oh no. Can I like just carve that out, or do I have to redraw that whole thing? Oh no. That's meant to be a gap. Let me look at the verdict. I don't think I can punch a hole in that, can I? No. Oh no. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We are going to create another shape just for that bit. And we'll we'll work out something. So we'll make another, and we'll just do for that strand. Oh, why is that? Did that not work? Oh, what is it doing? Oh, I've got the wrong. Okay, there we go. Hopefully we won't have issues with it clipping in like that. And there we go. All right. Back to our shadows. You've used Brogox has used CSP for illustrations, sketches, and 2D animation. Cool. Yeah, because look, as frustrated as I was about the outline bit, I am liking this a lot more than Photoshop just because of the amount of control that I get. Like if I mess up a line, I can like fix it, which I couldn't do in Photoshop. So it's something I kind of want to integrate more into my illustration stuff for sure. But I obviously have I have a lot of learning to do still. All right, so I've already got this. Should I just draw a new one? I think I'll draw a new one. If it lets me. Will it let me draw a new one? Looks like the shadows are a bit wonky too, because I did this at a lower res, so the shadows are a bit they clip. Again, yeah, I don't know if this is like the best way to do it, but this is like vector fills is kind of all I know at the moment is just this tool. Except I don't know why there's something, I don't know, is that, oh, that's the color layer. All right, never mind. I'll fix that later. We'll also fix, we'll draw a new one of that too, because I've changed the shape of everything. All right. I think maybe what I should do first is draw just a sketch over, I should have done this at the beginning, but what I will do is draw some kind of thing over the face just to kind of get a rough idea on where the shadows should be. And then we'll draw the nice, neat version over it. So I'm going to go over to my, I'll make another sketch layer, I guess. Maddie says, when doing digital drawing, I like to switch my brushes constantly in a pretty immediate preview. Well, with Illustrator, you're kind of forced to have a whole bunch of different brush presets. You can't really switch size on the fly easily, and some effect brushes get applied after smoothing. I see what you mean, yeah. I think I might have I tried that? I don't know if I can't remember. It's been a while. Okay, so I just want to sketch some kind of like where I think shadows should go. I'm trying to think of what would make sense, because I gotta get my, where's my reference for the original? Because the original low-res sketch drawing had shadows, but the haircut was like a bit different, and the shadows are a bit weird. So I'm gonna leave that on my other monitor and just try and like kind of get something similar. Or maybe lower the opacity. This is not normally how I would do it, but should I try a big brush and just kind of like, I think I'll do that. Just to see how it looks. I'll turn off stabilization. So yeah, this is gonna look real rough, but I'm just roughing them in to kind of get a feel for how they look. and then I'll go and do it properly. Because I want... Oh, why is it... Oh, it's a vector layer. I might just do a bitmap raster layer for temporarily. Just to rough it out. I might need to adjust the shadow color and stuff a bit, but we'll get to that later. Leafy says, I've been recently learning Clip Studio Paint when I got it for the summer sale, and I love it so much, and it's been so fun using it in my animation workflow. That's cool. I haven't tried the animation stuff yet. I would like to someday. But it does seem a lot more like it's made for this type of drawing, if that makes sense. Photoshop kind of seems more like photo editing and illustrating, like with paint, if you want like a paintbrush type vibe, like not this style, like, you know, I don't know what it would be called, but not this style. It's the where there's a lot of detail and like strokes and whatever. That kind of, to me, seems, I always like was kind of fighting Photoshop to make this style work. Like I was kind of going up against the software, it felt like, most of the time, because I just don't think it's made for this type of thing. Because yeah, it's all rastered, so if you want to do sharp things like this, it's just like, no, unless you pick like an enormous canvas size. Another reason I wanted to try this too is because the file sizes are like, my file sizes with Photoshop are just ridiculous. Like, to make a merch quality drawing, I had to like set the DPI and canvas size massive, and that, like, each Photoshop file is like 4 gigabytes or something crazy. And it's just like, you do enough of those and you start running out of hard drives, and it's like, okay, there's a problem. Something's gotta change here. So yeah. 4 gigabyte files are not fun, let's just say. Because not only is it taking up space, but to open them takes so long. Like, you literally get like a full loading screen just to open the file, and it's like, bruh, that's I feel like I'm maybe not using it for the right thing, you know? Just trying to think what looks right. Where's our pen? There we go. I'm not happy about the face. But I guess it should be in shadow, I guess. But I don't know how much. Because it's not, I don't know, it's really rough. We're just roughing it in. Yeah, there was a sale, and I remember getting it on a sale, but that was like 6 months ago. I think I knew it because someone in my Discord told me, and they said, you should look at this. It's on sale and it's perpetual. And I'm like, oh, I do like things on sale. I like spending less money. I do like having a bit of that sort of half shadow over the eye, so I'll make sure that's there. Might have maybe a shadow on that strand. I might try and like just taper some of that off. So yeah, I'm just getting like a rough estimate of where I want the shadows, and then I'll go in with the balloon tool over the where these lines are, and we'll get some nice vectored shadows. I'm just not sure exactly how. Okay, I'll leave that where it was. I'm just gonna look at it from far away. Something about the front is a bit off. Leafy says they tried Photoshop in the past and found it kind of tricky to use for a more anime cell look. Yeah, it is. It is. It, you know, it's got its purposes. It's good. But yeah, if you're trying to do like this style, it's... yeah, this is definitely a lot better. Like, imagine all those little tweaks I did to the lines. Imagine not being able to do that. That's been my life for the last 10 years, is not having that power to, like, if I get a line wrong, I can just tweak it. So, yeah. It was not... When I saw that you could, like, move verts, I was just like, no way. This solves my whole life problems. It's crazy. The only thing it could have that would solve the rest of my life problems is if I could fill vectors. And I think... I've just been thinking about that a bit more. I think the reason I'm so bothered by that is because PowerPoint had it back when I was doing like PowerPoint. And I'm just thinking, well, if PowerPoint it's not even meant to be used for that, but it's for slideshows. And if that can have vector fill, why not? I don't know. Why not this? I don't know. Like later, if I get time, I'm going to go and look up if there's some reason why that is. I hope it's some like complicated Tony Stark reason, like, oh, if you did, then I don't know, some like techno babble. That'd be cool, because I at least would, I could say, okay, well, this is a reason. Can I sorry, I had this message pinned. I want to unpin that. That was when I was gonna like BRB, and I left that pinned the whole time, and I didn't notice. That is now gone. Okay, so you haven't found one either. Okay, good. It's not just me then. See, it's not just me, guys. I'm not crazy. I am not crazy. I know it needed a fill tool. I'm just looking. Something about the... I think we need less shadows on the front, I think. Yeah, that's a bit better, I think. Just to taper off the shadow a little. All right. I'm just not sure about this line. It looks a little something about it. I don't know what, but maybe if I bring it more this way, that's a little better. All right. Do we need maybe something there? And I think maybe something there. I don't know. Should I fill the back? Maybe a little. I might leave a bit there, though. Okay, I think that's it. We can start with that. So let's get let's get the balloon. Let's draw some shadows. So, we'll start with the neck, I guess. I'll just draw the bits over the face, and then we'll do the hair separate. Oh, wait. Okay, I might have... because this is going to be on top of everything, so this I might not be able to just okay, I'll have to think. I'll adjust that vert later. Unless, can I do one big, okay, you know what, let's try that one more time. I think I can. I wasn't sure if I could have that all as one thing, but I think I can, so we'll try. It just might be a bit tricky. Oh, that might be tricky. Because I want it to follow these. There we go. Luckily, if I do get a wrong note, we can fix it. Oh, it's just this last bit here. Okay, I just gotta close up the neck, and that's it. Okay, I think I've got outside the lines a little. Alrighty, let's turn off the test layer. There we go. That's nice. Now let's just have a quick look over to see if there's any wonky bits. I don't need two verts there. And I can make that a corner joint. That's better. Oh. Oh no, I don't want to move the lines. I just want to move this. Yeah. Okay, that's kind of going a bit close. So yeah, I'm just looking out for the bits that are going a bit too close to the edge of the line, because I know that might have a problem if I try and scale it. Most of it's not bad though. Maybe that needs to come up a little. A bit of a gap there. Actually, okay, that turned out a lot better than I thought. Cool, all right. Oh, yeah, there's actually a few more little shapes that we gotta do still. We gotta do these. Hello, Infinity. Okay, this might be a bit tricky, but we'll take it a vert at a time. All right, I'll just do them all and then we'll go and fix them up because that one's a little wonky. Oh, so yeah, I was hoping to also get around because I have a Gabby document as well, but I might have to. Oh no, I double clicked. No, gotta do that again. Well, yeah, I had a document of Gabby in a pose too, but that requires a lot more work, so I might have to do that another time. Because yeah, she's got a lot more detail. That's why I started with Felix. I thought Felix is easy because he's like got barely any detail, and then I vastly underestimated just how hard that would actually be. So yeah, I'm not looking forward to Gabby's one because she's got the armor pieces, so that's going to be tricky. What else was there? We'll add a shadow. Oh, because when you double click it, it applies the shape but it also changes the corner to a sharp corner. So I mess that up sometimes. And then we gotta add the eye shadow. Oh, that... Okay, there we go. All right. Let's adjust that a little. Oh, no, no. Okay, I undid it. I clicked on Control Z by accident. Gotta make that a corner that. What am I going to do about the combat? Well, as it would so happen, that is the subject of my next devlog, which is almost finished. There's a bit of work to do on that one still, but I have a solution to the combat that you will find very... I think you'll like it. Hussein S says, "Hey Raymond, been following this project on YouTube for a while. Would love with it. Thank you. When can we expect some playable betas?" Might be a while still. There is the itch builds, but those are a bit old. Those are like from over a year ago. The reason I haven't updated that is because but there's obviously been a lot more like money invested to developing the game, and it kind of didn't, like, after a while it kind of stopped making sense to have the free builds, because if you keep doing that till release, then you'll end up with just a free game essentially, and then I can't live. So that isn't so good. So I had to... I think the purpose of those first ones, those were like prototypes. I'm kind of at the moment, we're past that phase, so we're in like I'm in like this sort of in development. We're at at the moment I'm not doing any more like what is this game type work. I have a very confident answer now. It took me a while to get there. As I described in my last devlog, had a few top, it ebbs and flows, figuring out what the hell am I even making. I don't think I will ever have to ask myself that question anymore now, which is nice. But those builds back then, the main point of those was kind of just to get a feel for what the game should be. But as I've now solved that problem, there hasn't been much of a use, because there isn't anything I want to test out yet. Because there's a lot I'm working on that isn't really ready for that. I can't put a hard date on it at the moment because there's just a lot happening. But when I do have something I need, like, things people to test on, I'll announce something. Oh, thanks. I am very surprised to hear that the itch build is still fun. I disagree, but that is... I have the benefit of hindsight, I guess. But let's just say, there's been a lot of changes. That the itch build is, it's ancient history. I'm a little surprised people still download it, to be honest, because it's not great. But I'm glad you enjoy it. Have I been inspired by games like Honkai Impact for the combat? I don't know what that game is. I don't know. I haven't really looked at any combat games. I've come up with something else that isn't. It is combat, but it isn't. It's really... You'll see. It's like... It's the right amount of combat. Which... Yeah. I think the main way for me to figuring that problem out was thinking, like, how much combat do we actually need? The answer is not a lot. So I've come up with something that's a bit more light on combat, but is still technically combat. as a movement enjoy, your game is bright light in a fairly dim market. Thank you. That's an interesting way of putting it. I honestly do not know what the state of the market is really, but if it's a bright light, that's cool. I like things that are bright. Oh, there was another question here. Oh, who is Felix? Yeah, one of Gabby's friends. That's what I will say for the moment. Oh, something about this shadow looks a little off. I think this side needs to be a bit thinner. That's better. Okay. I'm pretty happy with that. I'm trying to think what else I have to do. I'm just trying to remember. Oh, the hand doesn't have a shadow on it. I knew something looked off. It's like, something about this isn't quite right. Yeah, the hand has no shadow. Well, let's fix that. That should be pretty easy. Cool. Oh, there's a bit of a gap that I want to close. Right here. And that needs to be a corner. I don't want that. I just want to click on that one. Yep, there we go. Cool. I think maybe it needs to come up a little. It does look a bit off. Gotta come up a bit more. That's better. Cool. Do you think you will update the game after full release? Oh, I'll probably have to, but I don't plan on doing any live server stuff, if that's what you're wondering. I'm planning it to just be a single player normal game where it just comes out and it comes out. That's the idea. Although I know from other devs I've watched, there's probably going to be like those, patches or whatever. I just think you can't, I don't know, I guess you can't really not do that now, I guess. You kind of have to. I wish I could just have it not have bugs at all before launch, but that's probably impossible. Because if it were possible, you wouldn't see it happen all the time. So that's just like the thing that you guys have to remember sometimes is that I haven't released a game to this level. So I have a lot to learn about it still. And I know as much as I would like to kind of have it where it's just out and it's perfect, it's probably not going to happen because it never happens. No one ever gets that. It'd be great, but we're not living in 2001 anymore, sadly, where for that specific time period, it was possible for whatever reason. Because that's the thing, is that I've thought a lot about like, how would I handle that? And I'd like to not have to patch, but I think everyone would not want to if it was a choice, right? But people have to, so it's like, okay, I don't think I'll get an option there. But I don't have any plans for anything apart from that. Just the quality of life stuff, which if there's anything I miss. Assuming it is successful. If it makes no money, of course, then that's off the table. But yeah, optimistically, if the budget will allow, then yes. Like just fixes that I can manage, but that's kind of it. But yeah, the performance, if it's already lagging now without any graphics, I don't know. You might need to upgrade. That's something I've been trying to keep an eye on performance-wise, but of course, like it's never going to run on a Windows XP computer, obviously. That's just Unreal will not run on that. So I haven't quite set an exact mark yet of how well it should run. All I'm looking out for at the moment is that if it's running badly on my computer, then that's a problem. And there is a few things that don't run well at the moment. There's some systems I had contracted out that run terribly, and I know those are going to be problems because if it's running bad on my computer, then it's going to run bad everywhere. So that's the only kind of gauge I have now, but as things get further developed, I think I'll have a better idea of like how to fix up some of the stuff in that department. But yeah, don't expect it to run on like Windows XP though. That's probably not going to happen. We need, yeah. I don't know. Do we need more single player? I don't know. I think, honestly, I don't think I've played a new game in a long time. Because there are lots of games that came out like 15, 20, 25 years ago that are pretty good. And I've just been kind of looking at those when I can. All right, let me look at my reference. There is something missing. What's missing? Highlights. But how can I do? Because highlights, this is one of those things that varies between studios a lot on how they draw their highlights. My highlights typically are not spectacular. But some other studios are like full on with it. Like if I get my reference back, like this picture, for instance. Those highlights are like kind of insane. Like that isn't my style at all. It's like Zeds all over the hair, it's pretty whack. I don't go that hard. And they have the highlights all over here and stuff. So I don't think I could be bothered doing that. But I don't know how to, I would draw like maybe like circles, but I don't know how to do that with vector tools that well. And I'm really tired, so maybe I'll do that some other time. But I think, no, wait, I had a layer of stuff. I have these, okay. I have these little highlights. I'll just position these in a better spot. And then I'm kind of like running, I'm low on energy. I gotta sleep. That's as much as I can handle for today. But, I don't know, didn't make it as far as I was hoping, but it's pretty close. I just want to move this. Because the way I like having one on one side, maybe like there, and then one here. That's how I like doing my eyes. And I think I might need a bit more shadows on there. So because I've noticed where they tend to have shadows going over the pupil. So I'll add one of those. Make it look a bit better. So you kind of you have it sort of going like there. And then it kind of like tapers at the edges. There we go. That's nicer. It kind of looks like it has depth with those kind of shadows, doesn't it? And then I might move this a little, like over here. Oh, there maybe. That's nice. Cool. Okay, I'm not liking that shadow. I think I'm going to take that one out. Well, I think I'm just going to leave it there. I am exhausted. Has it been 7 hours? Oh my god, I lost track. It has. Oh, wait, no, mine is showing 1 hour still. Wait, that can't be right. Let me refresh the page. It has not been 7 hours. It has. Oh my god. Oh no. No, that's why I'm tired. Alright, well that makes sense. Okay, I'm gonna go, guys. Thanks so much for sticking around. 7 hours. I would say time flies when you're having fun. I guess it was fun. I suppose it was. A lot of learning. I know next time not to expect a vector fill tool. Anyway, thank you Matthias, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. That is pretty poggers. So you guys, you members, check the YouTube community page. I have a new post for you. Link your Discord account, and I post there every day of what I'm working on. Hit the bell, because I'm going to be doing some more streams throughout, hopefully next week. Hopefully won't be 7 hours. And it's going to be exciting. I still have to pick a day, so hit the bell so that when it goes live, you'll get notified. Thanks so much, guys, for sticking around. God, I'm so tired. Thanks for sticking around. I'll see you next time.